Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter manifested immortality and forbidden powers? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. It will be quick and painless, Harry thought to himself. It won't feel like anything at all. The ghost of Sirius had told him as much just moments ago. And yet, he'd likely only said it to make Harry feel better. It might not be the truth in reality. And reality was staring Harry directly in the face. Voldemort stood opposite him in the forest clearing, studying his unarmed opponent, lightly stroking the elder wand in his palm. Harry did his best to remain still, to not betray any emotion. But internally, he was quaking with terror. This was it. This was the end. Harry Potter, said Voldemort in a soft voice. The boy who lived come to die. Harry willed himself to just close his eyes and let it happen. The urge to run was too strong. He couldn't do this. It had been a mistake to come. He watched as Voldemort raised his wand, saw the lips move to utter the terrible incantation, saw the burst of green energy hurtling across the clearing towards him. And he ducked. Harry turned and ran as the killing curse shot past his left ear. He would find another way. Surely this wasn't the only way. Surely he could win this war without needing to die. Not so fast, Mr. Potter, Voldemort growled. And a moment later, Harry felt himself face-plant to the earth, the body-bind curse holding his arms and legs together. Voldemort levitated Harry back into the center of the clearing as the dozens of nearby Death Eaters roared with laughter. He rotated Harry onto his back so that he was forced to stare up at his tormentor, sneering down at him. Not very Gryffindor of you, Harry, Voldemort tooted, sounding like a disappointed father. Shame you will die like a coward instead of standing on your own 2 feet. Please, Harry begged, fighting to break free of the curse. I don't want to die. That makes 2 of us, Voldemort grinned. He pointed his wand at Harry once more. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Avada Kedavra. Unable to move, Harry was consumed by the flash of green light and knew no more. June 24th, 199.5. Death counter equals 1. Good evening, Harry. Harry jerked back into consciousness, limbs flailing wildly. It took him a moment to realize he was no longer in the forest clearing, no longer in the clutches of Lord Voldemort. He was in a room, one that he vaguely recognized. Ornate leather books sitting on high shelves. Portraits hung about the space. A gorgeous wooden desk in the center. Harry was in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, and the headmaster was peering at him from behind the desk. But not the current headmaster. Harry was face to face with Albus Dumbledore. What? Harry said shakily. You, where? Please, Harry. Take a deep breath, Dumbledore said with a kind smile. You are perfectly safe here. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and I will answer all of them for you. Is this the afterlife? Harry asked, the first question that popped into his head. I'm dead, aren't I? Just like you. I can assure you that neither of us is dead, Dumbledore corrected. We both died, certainly, but that is of no consequence to the present moment. That doesn't make any sense, Harry groaned. I died, but I'm not dead. Correct, said Dumbledore. Harry, we are currently seated in my office at the end of your 4th year. Just moments ago, I performed a complex bit of magic that would return the 2 of us here to this specific moment in time in the event of our deaths. And judging by the fact that we're having this conversation, I succeeded. So you're saying I was sent back in time? Harry asked. To my 4th year? Why don't you ask the mirror to your left? Dumbledore smiled. Harry turned. To his utter shock, his younger self stared back at him in the reflection. Not quite 15. Wearing his Triwizard Tournament robes, still grimy from the events of the graveyard. And now that Harry considered it, Dumbledore looked younger than he last remembered as well. The stress lines in his forehead weren't quite as deep, and his right hand looked perfectly healthy and uncursed. I suspect that just moments ago you were killed during your mission to defeat Voldemort, said Dumbledore sagely. Just as moments ago for me, I was being murdered by Severus Snape atop the astronomy tower. And this magic you performed brought us back here? Harry asked slowly. To try again? Precisely, my boy, said Dumbledore with a smile. Like a checkpoint? A what? Oh, right. I forgot you're a pure-blood professor, Harry grinned. A checkpoint like in a video game. A respawn point. I don't know what you are referring to, but yes, a respawn point sounds fairly accurate, said Dumbledore. As long as the enchantment is active, you and I will return here every time we die, and we can repeat the process as many times as we need to win the war. Wicked, said Harry. Good thinking, sir. I thought so too. Dumbledore smiled. He picked up a small handheld device from his desk and extended it towards Harry. I also took the liberty of creating this for you. I thought it might be helpful in keeping track of your progress. Harry took the device, which looked like a miniature television screen that he could hold in one hand. He thumbed a button on the side of the device, and it came to life, displaying text in bold letters. It currently read, "Quest failed. The greater good, sacrifice yourself to Lord Voldemort." Got cold feet there, Harry? Dumbledore said with a knowing grin. Try to run for it? Piss off, Harry muttered, face flush with embarrassment. I'd like to see you stand there and accept your death quietly. I already did, Dumbledore thought to himself, but decided it best not to say this aloud and hurt Harry's feelings even more. Nothing to be ashamed of, Harry, he said instead. You have all the time in the world to try again and do it the right way. So, this device tells me all the things I accomplished in my past life? Harry asked. He saw a tab on the side labeled Completed Quests and pressed it, revealing a long scrolling list of accomplishments, including Quest completed, Last Wishes, learn the truth about Severus Snape. Quest completed, The Fifth Marauder, find a secret, passageway into Hogwarts. Quest completed, Heist of the Century, escape from Gringotts with the stolen cup. Harry also saw several other tabs underneath that one, and pressed the next one, Quests in Progress. Quest in Progress. Untethered, destroy all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. 6/7 complete. Quest in Progress. Master of Death, possess all 3 Deathly Hallows at once. 2/3 complete. Quest in Progress. A new ERA, survive the Battle of Hogwarts. This is awesome, Harry exclaimed, scrolling through the quest logs and exploring the various tabs. I've done hundreds of these without even realizing, and there are way more I didn't even know about, thanks, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore glowed internally with pride. He had spent quite a lot of time over the past year working on the device in his free time, and Harry's appreciation made it feel worth the effort. And if I die again, Harry asked, looking up from the device to meet Dumbledore's eye line, I'll still come back here? It wasn't just a one-time thing. You and I will keep coming back here upon our deaths until I reverse the enchantment, Dumbledore confirmed. And we will retain all knowledge and skills that were gained in our previous lives. So you're saying, Harry said, looking up with a twinkle in his eye, that I have infinite lives? That I can replay the next 3 years over and over until I get the outcome I want? Correct, said Dumbledore, glad his young protege was on the same page. And if I wanted to, Harry continued, his excitement growing by the second, I could just mess around and not even bother with fighting Voldemort. I can do whatever I want and always come back here if I want to try again. Dumbledore felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. Harry, he groaned. This was an incredibly complex piece of magic I had to perform to give you a chance to defeat the Dark Lord. It was intended to give you more tools on your journey to destroy your nemesis dash. Yeah, Harry said absent-mindedly, clearly not thinking about Voldemort at all. But technically I don't have to, right? I could just do my own thing if I wanna? Or try to unlock all these side quests. Dumbledore watched with growing alarm as Harry scrolled through his device, reading through the hundreds upon hundreds of unlockable achievements. Dumbledore thought Harry might appreciate the added detail, and he'd had fun creating new absurd goals. But he never actually thought the boy would be enticed to try for all the meaningless side quests he invented, like Pure of Heart, marry Draco Malfoy, or Academia, obtain all 1-3, outstanding, NEWTS, or worse, Highway to Hell, become a Dark Lord. But the gleeful look in Harry's eye told a horrified Dumbledore that this was exactly what was on his mind. Wow, some of these are sweet, Harry exclaimed. Get recruited by a professional Quidditch team? Hex 100 students? Seduce a professor? I could get those easily. Harry, please. Dumbledore sighed, deciding it best not to ask which professor he intended to pursue. I urge you not to get distracted by the tiny details. With the information you've gathered on your journey and my expertise, we can defeat Voldemort in no time dash. Sorry, sir, but this is too much fun to pass up on, Harry laughed, standing from his seat. Maybe after a few hundred attempts I'll get around to old Tommy. But I've had a hellish few years, and I intend to enjoy myself first. And before Dumbledore could protest, Harry had crossed the room and exited, slamming the door behind him. What have I done? Dumbledore thought to himself, realizing that he was now trapped in an infinite loop with an impulsive teenager who literally cannot die. Just as he was beginning to contemplate doing some research into whether he could undo the checkpoint ritual, the door opened again. Dumbledore looked up, faintly hopeful that Harry had changed his mind and would now take this seriously. But the mischievous look in the teens, I told him this was not the case. Just gotta ask one quick favor, Harry said, consulting his handheld device. I'd love to cross off one more achievement at the feast. Tomorrow, June 25th, 1995, death counter equals 1. Dumbledore stared solemnly out at the Great Hall. Students from Hogwarts, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons looked back up at him, wide-eyed, shocked at the information the headmaster had just delivered to them. I urge you all to keep Cedric Diggory in your hearts and minds moving forward, Dumbledore said in a grave tone. It will take all of our efforts combined to resist Lord Voldemort's return. So let his death not have been in vain, and use the memory of him as a beacon of hope in the fight to come. The headmaster scanned the crowd, seeing the teary eyes of the gathered students before him. All except one, Harry, who sat looking bored at the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore considered the odd request from the night before, and given the atmosphere in the room, it seemed wholly inappropriate. But he knew if he refused now, it would just make future iterations of Harry pester him until he granted it. So he sighed and caved in. One final announcement, Dumbledore said. Due to Mr. Potter's victory in the tournament, I have decided to award the House Cup to Gryffindor. Congratulations. This announcement was met with general bewilderment as Dumbledore waved his wand to turn all the banners in the hall red. Even the professors looked at the headmaster with confusion. Wasn't the House Cup canceled this year due to the other school's presence? Was this really appropriate given the death of a student from another house? Nobody had a clue what was going on. Nobody except for one person. There was a faint ding of a notification from the Gryffindor table, and Harry jumped to his feet. "WOHOO," he exclaimed, staring at the screen of his handheld device. One down, 1,600 to go. Dumbledore retook his seat and massaged his temple. It was going to be a long eternity with Harry. Quest completed. Quartet win the Hogwarts House Cup for years in a row. June 26th, 1995, death counter equals 1. Wicked, said Ron, holding the device up to his face and reading the achievement logs. They were sitting in an empty carriage of the Hogwarts Express, which was now rumbling back towards London. Harry sat beside Ron, beaming over his shoulder, as a disapproving Hermione sat across from them, arms folded. Well, I think it's a distraction, she huffed at the two giddy boys, who were now scrolling through the Relationships tab. Harry should be focusing on how to defeat Voldemort, now that he's returned. Oh, I've already mostly got that figured out, Harry said dismissively. I know where all the Horcruxes are. I just have to figure out how to survive the killing curse again. Plenty of time for that. Horcruxes? Hermione asked, suddenly intrigued, but Ron overrode her, as neither boy much seemed to care what she had to say. Blimey, Harry. You can see your status with every bird in the castle. Ron laughed, scrolling down the list. Of course you're already at an 8 with Ginny. She worships you. Ooh, Cho Chang's a 6. Not too bad, say Hermione, you're at a 7. And you swore you didn't have a crush on Harry. I do not, Hermione said crossly, though her face did flush a faint shade of pink. I mean, of course I care about Harry, but he's like my brother Dash. So he is, Ron laughed, handing the device back to Harry, who was also grinning. Don't worry, Hermione, I won't try to seduce you, Harry reassured her. Not yet, anyway. There are plenty of other girls to go after first Dash. You can't be serious. Hermione gasped. Harry James Potter, you are not going to attempt to seduce every female Hogwarts student. Well, not all at once, of course, Harry sighed with a dramatic eye roll. But there's an achievement for getting every girl's relationship. Score up to a 10. With enough resets, I bet I can manage that. There's a separate achievement for the blokes, but I'll probably skip that one unless I get bored, I guess. Harry snuck a furtive glance over at Ron, who quickly looked away, suddenly looking a bit pink in the face himself. Where does that leave us, then? Hermione demanded. If you're just going to ignore Voldemort's return and go sniffing after my classmates, what are we supposed to do? Live your best life, Harry exclaimed, as though the answer was so obvious. Hermione, nothing matters, don't you see? Once I die, we'll all just be right back here again. We can all do whatever we want, not just me. Oh, now you tell me, said Ron, exasperated. I totally would have asked out Fleur Delacour yesterday, if I knew that. It probably would have gone about as well as the Yule Ball invite, Harry smirked at him. Besides, she's got the hots for your oldest brother, so good luck with that. Harry, said Hermione cautiously, do you retain all your memories whenever you reset? Yeah, I reckon so, Harry shrugged. Why? Well, if you truly do have infinite time, we could get a lot of studying done, Hermione pointed out. You can learn all the magic you need to defeat Voldemort. Not right away, of course, but it couldn't hurt to take advantage of all that time, right? Oh yeah, that's definitely on my list, Harry said. He switched the device to the Academics tab and handed it to Hermione for inspection. There are plenty of knowledge-based achievements I can go for. I bet you can help me with those. Hermione eyed the device, brow raised. She definitely appeared more interested in the achievement list now that they were in her domain. Honestly, Harry, how have you only unlocked 70 out of 631 potion recipes? She demanded. Even as a fourth year, you should be at least halfway there. Blame Snape for being a ruddy, useless teacher, Harry muttered bitterly. Well, we'll have to work on that, Hermione muttered. And I'll have to get you caught up on arithmancy and ancient runes. Oh, and muggle studies, but that ought to come easy for you, Dash. It's settled then, Ron exclaimed, clapping his hands together. Mione can help you with school stuff, and I'll help you with girl stuff. Both Harry and Hermione suppressed snorts of laughter at this. You think you'll be a better help at girl stuff than me? Hermione asked Ron. Duh, Ron scoffed. How many girls have you dated? How many girls have you dated, Ronald? Hermione shot back. And Padma doesn't count. Parvati told me all about that wonderful evening you two had, Dash. All right, you two, enough bickering, Harry laughed, taking the device back from Hermione. We'll find ways you both can help. And for your information, Hermione, Ron got a steady girlfriend in his 6th year. I did? Ron asked, excited. Who? Can't tell you, Harry smirked. Might have to pursue her myself first. But I'll try to set you up with as many girls as I can once I know more about all of them. Nice. Ron beamed, looking pleased at this. So here's what I'm thinking, said Harry, focusing on his device again and beckoning them both closer. There are a few quests I want to go after first. August 4th, 1995, death counter equals 1. Hey you, boy, grunted Uncle Vernon. Where do you think you're going? Harry froze. He'd been just seconds away from slipping out the front door of number 4, Privet Drive without notice, but by a stroke of bad luck, Uncle Vernon had gotten up from his armchair, facing the television to use the restroom, and spotted Harry coming down the stairs. Going for a walk, Harry shrugged. Why are you carrying that thing? Harry followed Vernon's eye line to his pants pocket, where Harry's wand was barely poking out. I like to keep it with me, said Harry coolly. Got a problem with that? Uncle Vernon's beady eyes narrowed at this remark. Think you're clever, do you? He snarled at Harry. Think you can just waltz in and out of my house as you please, just because you hang out with those freaks most of the year? My friends are not freaks, Harry growled. You take that back. Or what? Harry groaned and whipped out his wand, pointing it at Uncle Vernon. He had planned to spend the evening fighting the 2 Dementors that Umbridge sent for him, since he was still 70. 3 Dementors short of the quota to unlock Kiss Denied. Defeat 100 Dementors. It would be a bit of a grind, but by his calculations, 37 resets ought to get him there. Now, however, he had a new target, one that he might take more pleasure in defeating. You can't, Vernon stammered, taking a defensive step backwards. You aren't allowed. I saw that letter a few years ago. You'll be expelled. Try me, Harry snarled. I have nothing to lose, but everything to gain from hurting you. I will not stand for these empty threats in my household. Vernon bellowed. Put that blasted thing away, boy. Think my threats are empty, do you? Harry scoffed. Crucio. Vernon screamed in pain and fell to the ground, writhing in pain. The kitchen door burst open and Aunt Petunia rushed into the room, eyes wide with horror at the sight of her husband suffering under Harry's cruel thumb. "Stop at this instant," she demanded. Harry cocked his head at her and broke off the curse, turning his wand on her. "Imperio," he muttered. Petunia's eyes went slack and her arms fell to her sides as she succumbed to the curse. Harry directed her to march over to the stairs, where she opened the cupboard door, crammed herself inside the space that could barely fit his 11-year-old self, and shut herself in. Harry turned his attention back to his uncle, who was now sputtering and wheezing on the carpet. Harry could hear faint pops of apparition in the distance, and knew he didn't have long until Ministry officials arrived to investigate the use of Unforgivable in Harry's household. "I've always wanted to try this one, Uncle, and today I get the chance to use it on someone who deserves it," Harry smirked. "Don't worry, it's only temporary after all. Avada Kedavra!" His arm felt quite warm as a current of white-hot electricity coursed through it, and a brilliant jet of green light shot out of his wand and hit Vernon directly in the chest. He keeled over dead. "Huh, so that's what that feels like," Harry mused to himself, just as the front door burst open. Quest completed. Unforgiven. Use all 3 unforgivable curses. 3/3 complete. August 13th, 1995. Death counter equals 1. Dumbledore had never broken into Azkaban before. He'd never had reason to, though he always figured he could do it if needed. His hunch proved correct, as all it took was a Patronus to drive away the guards from the southwest entrance and a hasty stunner to the human patrol on duty. He waltzed into the prison, walking past cell after cell of shivering and despairing prisoners, finally stopping in front of his destination. "Took you long enough," came a sarcastic voice from inside the cell. Dumbledore lit his wand tip to see more clearly, and Harry's face glowed in the darkness, grinning sheepishly at his headmaster. "Honestly, Harry," Dumbledore sighed, "your first ever reset, and the first thing you do is kill your uncle? What were you thinking?" I had to get the killing curse out of the way eventually," Harry shrugged. "And I knew you'd show up to get me out of a bind sooner or later. I could have gotten you out earlier, you know," Dumbledore chastised him. "I thought maybe a few days in solitary confinement might scare some sense into you." "Glad you waited," Harry winked. "Got to knock off another achievement while I waited for you. Quest completed. Prisoner of Azkaban. Spend a week in solitary confinement at Azkaban prison." "This was a mistake, Harry," Dumbledore sighed. "I never should have turned this into a game for you. I feared you wouldn't take things seriously, and it seems I was correct." "Yeah, probably not your finest hour, Albus old boy," Harry laughed. "So are we going to sit here bickering about it? Or are we going to move things along? I'm starting to get bored here." Dumbledore considered walking out and letting Harry stew in Azkaban for a few more days, or weeks, or months, but couldn't see the use. He sighed and pointed his wand at Harry. "Avada Kedavra," he muttered, and once again brilliant green light filled the space. June 24th, 1995. Death counter equals 2. "Welcome back," Harry came to once more. He was back in Dumbledore's office, and the headmaster was once again peering down at him from behind his desk, frowning. "Was it worth it?" Dumbledore asked tiredly. "Yep," Harry said brazenly. And before Dumbledore could say another word, Harry leapt to his feet, snatched the handheld device from the desk, and marched out of the office without so much as a backwards glance. A/N. "Welcome to my new FIC. I know the premise is crack-y, and it will maintain a comedic tone, but the story will be treated seriously as, well, I have a lot of random ideas for subplots and side quests, but would happily take suggestions. I might even throw in a random crossover or two here or there, winky face. Enjoy this totally ridiculous and stupid idea I've randomly decided to devote time and effort into. Chokon Sipato." September 1st, 1995. Death counter equals 2. Harry had grit his teeth and suffered through yet another boring summer at Privet Drive. His newfound immortality made him yearn to curse the Dursleys to hell and beyond once again. But he had too many goals to achieve back at Hogwarts to jeopardize things with another trip to Azkaban. The one bit of excitement came in early August when he fended off the 2 Dementors that descended upon him and Dudley in Little Whinging. Getting off with the Ministry was easy enough, as they couldn't prove he had been the one to summon the Patronus, since he had borrowed an oblivious Mundungus Fletcher's wand to do the deed. Harry found himself back on the Hogwarts Express for a new school year alongside Ron and Hermione, whom he had once again filled in on his new situation. "I've spent the summer making study plans for you," Hermione said breathlessly as soon as she shut the carriage door behind them. "You'll have 2 years' worth of arithmancy, ancient runes, and Muggle studies to catch up on in order to take your O.W.L.S. I'm not going to bother with school stuff this cycle." Harry dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "I want to try and enjoy my year this time. I'm thinking I'll go pro in Quidditch and try again with Cho Chang." "Again?" Hermione asked, confused. "She was too hung up on Cedric last time," Harry shrugged. "I'll be your shoulder to cry on. Try to use Quidditch as a way to get closer to her. Ron, you might have to help me with that." "Deal," Ron said happily. Hermione huffed, but she begrudgingly put away her pile of hand-written notes. "You two are going to bungle this if you try to woo Cho together," she sighed. "She's very fragile right now. I guess I'll help, too." As they began talking strategy, the compartment door slid open, and a sneering Draco Malfoy poked his head in. "Heard you got passed over for prefect, Potter," he sneered, flashing his own badge at Harry. "What's the matter? Is Dumbledore's golden boy on the rocks with his hero?" "Piss off, Malfoy," Harry growled. "I'd be a bit nicer to me if I were you," Draco leered. "My father told me who the new Dada professor is this year, and she won't take too kindly to you bad-mouthing me like that." "Who, Umbridge?" Harry said coolly, causing Draco's sneer to drop in surprise. "She's a sweetheart. I'm sure we'll be best of friends by the end of the term." Draco didn't have a good response to that. He simply made a sour face and shut the compartment door, leaving the trio alone once more. "Who's Umbridge?" asked Ron aloud. "Oh, just you wait," Harry chuckled hollowly. "She's the best teacher we've ever had. September 2nd, 1995, death counter equals 2. You have all been told a story this summer." Umbridge addressed her classroom, a sickening smile on her face. "A story that the Dark Lord has returned to terrorize the wizarding world anew. You all must understand that this is a lie. A nasty, filthy lie designed to scare you." Umbridge gave a pointed look at Harry as she said this. To her surprise, he was giving her a polite smile and did not appear distressed by her words in the slightest. Confused, she turned to face him. "Did you hear what I just said, Mr. Potter?" she asked, her smile widening. "Loud and clear," Harry replied. "A nasty, filthy lie. I couldn't agree more." Umbridge faltered, but her smile returned in a flash. "And do you acknowledge your own part in spreading this lie last spring, Mr. Potter?" "Oh, I was just joking around," Harry smiled. "I didn't mean any of it. Don't pay attention to Dumbledore. He's off his rocker." Umbridge clearly hadn't expected this. She looked torn between giving Harry detention and awarding him 50 points to Gryffindor. Eventually, she cleared her throat with a small hem, and turned to the blackboard. "Very well, let's go over this term's course requirements," she said. "What was that about?" Ron hissed at Harry under his breath. "You're not going to tell her off about you-know-who?" "Who cares?" Harry whispered back. "I've got more important things to worry about." Indeed, he was already thinking ahead to that evening's Quidditch practice and formulating a plan to talk to Cho Chang. He had no intention of getting kicked off the Gryffindor team again, nor of giving Cho a reason to keep her distance from him. Getting on Umbridge's bad side would be counterproductive to both of those goals. Once classes concluded for the day, Harry excitedly rushed down the castle steps towards the Quidditch pitch, but he was intercepted along the way. "Harry, a word, please?" said Dumbledore, stepping out into the entrance hall to block Harry's path. Harry sighed dramatically, but slowed his pace and stopped to speak with the headmaster. "What is it now?" he whined. "I wondered what your plans for this cycle are," Dumbledore said politely. "How you plan on fighting the Dark Lord this time?" "Oh, actually I've been meaning to talk to you about that," said Harry. "I'm going to try out for a professional Quidditch team, but I have to be 17 to get signed, so it'll take a couple years. I'll also need help inviting scouts to my matches next year if you don't mind." "I don't understand," Dumbledore frowned. "How will this help you defeat Voldemort?" "It won't," Harry shrugged. "I just want to do it, okay? Can't you at least tell me where the 3 missing Horcruxes are so I can collect them myself?" Dumbledore sighed. "Nope," Harry shook his head. "If Tommy knows you found them, he'll move on Hogwarts for sure, and that will seriously hamper my career aspirations. This is not a laughing matter, Dumbledore said sternly. I did not create this loop for you to abuse it and waste time. I know. You created it so your chosen one can blindly follow the path you set for him, Harry scoffed. Maybe I don't want to follow your plan? Old man. Maybe I want to enjoy the childhood that was stolen from me. Is that so hard to accept? Dumbledore sighed. Harry did have a point. The boy hadn't yet told Dumbledore what he had to go through during his quest to defeat Voldemort the first time, but judging by the achievements he got after Dumbledore's death, he had gone through the ringer. The boy had earned the chance to live his life and pursue the things he wanted to pursue. Who was he to stand in Harry's way of that? Besides, Dumbledore knew that the more he resisted Harry's efforts, the longer it would take before the boy decided to complete his journey. Very well, Dumbledore sighed after much deliberation. I will look into inviting scouts to the Gryffindor Quidditch matches if that is what you wish. Brilliant. Thanks, Albus, Harry grinned, giving the headmaster a genial pat on the shoulder. Then before Dumbledore could wonder aloud when they got on a first-name basis, Harry was off, skipping across the Hogwarts grounds towards the Quidditch pitch. October 22nd, 1995, death counter equals 2. The first Hogsmeade visit of the year could not come soon enough for Harry. He had successfully asked Cho to accompany him to the village, and he, Ron, and Hermione were hard at work preparing for the date. It was a shame that the three of them could not all go on the date with Cho together, because the three of them combined made for a formidable machine. Fortunately, Hermione had the perfect solution. They're called earworms, Hermione explained as a grossed-out Harry and Ron looked down at the two wriggling pink blobs in the sealed jar. They pick mates for life, and the mates develop a telepathic connection with one another. Wizards have used them as communication devices for centuries. So, how do we use them? Harry asked, apprehensive as Hermione unscrewed the lid and dumped the worms into her palm. Easy, Hermione explained. Each of you take one and put it into your ear. It'll settle into your canal naturally. Cho won't notice a thing. Are you mental? Ron demanded. I'm not putting that thing in my ear, that's disgusting. Oh, honestly, Ron. And you call yourself a Gryffindor? Hermione rolled her eyes. I'll do it. And she tilted her head, plopping one of the worms directly into her ear. She handed the other to Harry, who eyed her suspiciously as though her brain was about to be hijacked by a parasite, then shrugged and dropped the other worm into his own ear. It wriggled uncomfortably for a few seconds, then finally settled, until he could barely feel it at all. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, Hermione said, and to Harry's surprise, her voice was amplified in his right ear as the earworm transmitted her words directly into his eardrum. Wicked, Harry said. You should be able to hear us from anywhere, so we'll keep our distance, said Hermione. If you need assistance, just cough, and we'll feed you a line or something. Perfect, said Harry. If she uses some vague emotional girl language, Hermione can translate for me. And if she brings up the Pro Quidditch League, Ron can feed me player names and statistics so I don't sound like a total idiot. It's a plan, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Harry met Cho in the entrance hall and offered his arm, and they walked together down to Hogsmeade Village. They chatted easily about the Hogwarts Quidditch teams, and Harry shared his plans to go pro once he became of age. Cho was excited about this, and began rattling off a list of teams she thought he would be a good fit for. Harry coughed, and soon Ron was relaying him names of seekers he could replace in the Pro League. Harry felt a chill of foreboding run down his spine as they walked into Madame Putafoot's tea shop, the site of their disastrous first and only date during his original run. Just relax, Hermione whispered into his ear, as though sensing Harry's anxiety. Smile, loosen up, pay attention to her. You're doing great so far. Harry nodded at the reassurance, hastening over to an empty table to pull out Cho's chair for her. He then sat in the chair opposite her. Mate, scoot your chair over next to hers, Ron said hastily. Girls prefer to sit next to their bloke, not across from them. That's true, actually, Hermione admitted with a surprised tone. How did you know that, Ron? Read it in a book my brothers gave me, Ron shrugged. 12 fail-safe ways to charm witches. Harry hastily scooted his chair over beside Cho's. She looked surprised, but gave a pleased little smile as they looked down at the menu together. I came here last year, Cho hummed. With Cedric. Oh, Harry said quietly. An awkward silence fell between them. Ask her about it, you idiot, Hermione hissed. She wouldn't have brought it up if she didn't want to talk about it. Right, Harry thought. That sounds nice, he offered. Was it a good time? It was wonderful, Cho sighed dreamily. Cedric was so kind, so thoughtful. You were with him when he died, weren't you? Harry startled at the mention of Cedric's death. Even though it felt like a lifetime ago, he still didn't like to reminisce on the events of that evening. But he could feel Cho's searching eyes on his face, so he cleared his throat. Yes, I was, he said. Good man, that's Cedric. He tried to let me take the cup by myself, even though he would have lost the tournament. So selfless, Cho muttered under her breath. She sniffled a little, and Harry knew she was on the verge of tears. And you know what? Harry said, improvising now. He mentioned you in the graveyard. Cho gasped in shock, wide eyes meeting his. He did, she demanded. Uh-huh, Harry said in what he hoped was a forlorn tone. We both realized we had walked into a trap. He looked at me and he told me, Harry, if anything happens to me, take care of Cho, will you? Tell her I loved her. Oh, honestly, Hermione said in a scandalized tone, just as Cho burst into sobs. For a moment, Harry thought he'd said something wrong. But then Cho threw her arms around Harry's neck, crying openly into his shoulder as the entire tea shop stared at the two of them. Thank you, Harry, she said between choked sobs. Thank you. Absolutely shameless, mate, Ron said, though Harry could hear the amused tone in his voice. Harry heard a faint ping come from his pocket. He surreptitiously pulled out his handheld device and glanced at it behind Cho's back. His relationship score with Cho had just gone up from a 6 to a 7. So far, so good, he thought to himself as he gave her a gentle pat on the back and continued to console her. December 21st, 1995, death counter equals 2. Harry discovered 2 important facts over the coming months. 1. Wooing Cho Chang was a much easier task than he once believed. And 2. Dating Cho Chang was an absolute nightmare. Cho was a talker. Whenever Harry spent time with Cho, she was content to prattle on and on about whatever struck her fancy. All Harry had to do was nod politely and hum thoughtfully whenever she paused for breath. It didn't help that 90% of the time she wanted to talk about Cedric, to ask if he'd said anything else about her to Harry. Harry had invented at least 4 separate occasions when he and Cedric had talked about how wonderful Cho was, and each time it reduced Cho to a puddle of tears. You can't keep abusing the Cedric card to keep her interest, Hermione admonished Harry one afternoon. For one thing, it's immoral. And for another, you'll never win her heart if you keep her wallowing in the past. Harry knew she was right. He had achieved a relationship status of 9 with Cho within the first week of dating, but it had annoyingly stayed at that figure ever since. He didn't know the exact requirements for getting it up to a 10, but he had to presume it would never happen if Cho was only using Harry as a rebound from Cedric rather than viewing him as a legitimate partner. Say, Harry, are you going to visit Cho over Christmas break? Asked Ron, after he had bid his girlfriend farewell as she joined the departing students to board the Hogwarts Express for the holidays. Nah, her parents are taking her to France, Harry said. Besides, I could use the break. Cho is a nice girl and all, but dating her is absolutely exhausting. He ranted to Ron about their romance all the way back up to the Gryffindor common room, where he flopped onto the sofa in front of the fireplace beside Hermione, massaging his temple. Girl problems giving you a headache, mate? Ron asked with a knowing smirk. Nah, it's stupid Voldemort trying to break into my head, Harry muttered. His scar had begun prickling uncomfortably a few months back. He'd forgotten just how curious Voldemort was about their connection in his 5th year and his relentless attempts to break through into his mind. He had already warned Dumbledore about the snake attack on Arthur Weasley the night before it was due to occur, but it did not ease the assaults on his mental barriers. You should learn a clemency, Hermione offered. I read about it in a book the other day, I know what a clemency is, Harry snapped. The last thing I need is Snape digging around in my brain again. Maybe I'll ask Dumbledore for some lessons. The relentless intrusions did not cease for the rest of the night. Harry tossed and turned in bed, willing Voldemort to leave him alone for once. Finally, fed up with the distraction, Harry dropped his trousers and lowered his mental barriers, letting Voldemort into his mind completely. This what you wanted to see, you pervert? Harry thought, feeling the Dark Lord's probing eyes until they landed on where Harry was looking. Harry felt Voldemort's emotions switch from curiosity to shock and disgust, and he abruptly pulled back out of Harry's mind. "That's what I thought," Harry smirked to himself, pulling his pants back up and drifting off to a restful sleep. Voldemort did not bother him again for the rest of winter break. February 14th, 1996. Death counter equals 2. In any other circumstance, Harry would have broken things off with Cho weeks ago, but he kept going steady with her in pursuit of the elusive 10 score. Hermione had long since stopped providing advice in protest of Harry, taking advantage of that poor girl, while Ron was eager to help his friend push the relationship to the next level. Problem was, Ron's advice did more harm than good. Anytime Harry felt like they were on the verge of a breakthrough, he would say the wrong thing again and send Cho on yet another sojourn into tearful memory. Valentine's Day happened to coincide with another Hogsmeade weekend. Harry and Ron meticulously planned out the trip together, creating the best romantic excursion that two 15-year-old boys could come up with. It involved a spontaneous snowball fight with a few Gryffindor fourth-year recruits, a detour through the secret passageway into the Shrieking Shack, and finally a candlelit dinner at the Hog's Head in a private room set aside for them by Aberforth. Harry wasn't super confident in the plan. If Hermione's quiet snickers while he read the itinerary aloud in the common room were any indication. But he felt he was close to getting over the hump with Cho, and knew he had to make this weekend count. Things immediately went south the moment he met with Cho outside Ravenclaw Tower, and they walked down to the entrance hall. First, they were confronted by Angelina Johnson, who was annoyed that Harry was skipping today's Quidditch practice for a date, with their upcoming opponent, no less. Harry was forced to take Cho's side in the argument, even though he knew he would have to smooth it over with his team later. Next, they bumped into a patrolling group of the Inquisitorial squad, handpicked by Umbridge. Harry had been very careful to walk on eggshells around Umbridge this year, but she still clearly distrusted him and took every opportunity to dock house points from him or assign him detention for minor infractions. The sixth-year Slytherins on patrol clearly knew this because they proceeded to mock and belittle Harry on their way through the castle, since he could not retaliate. Harry grabbed Cho's hand and guided her quickly down the steps to the entrance hall until the patrol let them be. Finally, there was Dumbledore, standing in the entrance hall, waiting for them. "Ah, Harry," he said jovially when he saw them approach, as Harry groaned internally. "A quick word, if you don't mind?" Harry had been pointedly ignoring every memo sent his way from the headmaster's office, requesting his presence, no doubt still seeking information for his ongoing Horcrux hunt. "Sorry, Professor Dumbledore, but we're already running late," Harry said with his politest smile as he could muster, again guiding Cho forward past the headmaster and out onto the frigid grounds. Harry couldn't understand why Dumbledore was so dead set on continuing his hunt when they wouldn't be attempting to kill Voldemort this cycle. Besides, he still held a grudge against the man for forcing him to do the hunt on his own as a 17-year-old, while giving him the barest amount of information possible. "Your turn to be in the dark for a while, old man," he thought bitterly as he and Cho boarded a thestral-drawn carriage to whisk them down to Hogsmeade. Things did not improve once they got into the village. Unbeknownst to Harry, the Gryffindor fourth years they conscripted to start a snowball fight had received attention from Umbridge, so instead Ron tried to mount a solo attack on Harry, Cho, and a group of Hufflepuffs. This resulted in Cho receiving a direct shot to the eyeball, screaming expletives at an apologetic Ron, and Harry accompanying her to the washroom of the Three Broomsticks to wash the dirt out of her eye for the next 45 minutes. The Shrieking Shack visit was also scrapped as Cho was unwilling to spend any more time outdoors in the frigid cold. Harry still had 2 hours to kill before their reservation at the Hog's Head, so they loitered around Honeydukes and sat awkwardly in Madame Putafoot's again. This is a disaster, Harry thought. He kept checking his handheld device, half expecting his relationship score with Cho to drop at any moment, but fortunately, miraculously, it remained at a 9. When the time finally came, Harry led Cho to the Hog's Head for their private meal. But yet again, they did not reach their destination before someone called after them. "Oh, Potter," sneered a familiar voice. "Taking your date to the Hog's Head for dinner? What's the matter? Was the Shrieking Shack all booked?" Harry turned to see Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson, eyes alight with malice. "Not now, Malfoy," Harry muttered. He knew all four of them were members of the Inquisitorial squad and didn't want to make trouble. "I don't know what you see in him, Chang," Pansy Parkinson said with a sickening grin. "He's a talentless liar with no future. Harry has more integrity in his little finger than the four of you have combined," Cho said bitterly. "Don't encourage them," Harry muttered, but it was too late. Malfoy advanced on them, eyes narrowing. He'd been looking for a fight with Harry all year long, and he had found it. "Call off your woman, Potter," he spat, "or I'll be having some choice words with Umbridge when we get back to the castle." Harry had a split decision to make. He could either defend Cho's honor and tell off Malfoy, or protect his standing with Umbridge and salvage his status with the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This date was going so poorly that he was beginning to believe that achieving a 10 with Cho was impossible. Maybe he should just focus on Quidditch and let this doomed romance die. No, Harry thought. I'm not a quitter. Besides, Umbridge will find another reason to kick me off the team sooner or later. No half measures. Harry whipped out his wand before Malfoy could blink and bellowed, "Vespernasis!" A flurry of dark black creatures exploded from his wand tip and shoved themselves up Malfoy's nose. He fell to the ground, crying out in pain from the bat bogey hex. Before the other three Slytherins could react, Harry flicked his wand at them. Crabbe was yanked off the ground by his scarf and suspended comically in midair. Goyle's pants fell to his ankles and caused him to trip, and Pansy's lower lip began to sag, drooping like melted wax past her chin. Harry grabbed Cho's hand and forcefully guided her the rest of the way to the Hog's Head, as their four tormentors struggled with their newfound ailments. This stunt would likely cost him the remainder of the Quidditch season, but oh well. Umbridge would be gone by the summer, and he could resume his campaign in his 6th year. Cho said nothing about the encounter, though that probably had to do with the overwhelmingly pungent smell that hit them when they entered Aberforth's pub. It smelled like a rotting goat had crawled into the stove and died, which probably wasn't far from the truth when Harry saw the meat Aberforth was preparing for them. "I aged some cheese just for you two." Aberforth greeted them cheerily, brandishing a wheel of cheese that somehow smelled even stronger than the meat. Harry pulled out Cho's seat for her at their private table, and she promptly fell to the floor when one of the chair legs collapsed. Harry offered his own and balanced precariously on the now broken one, wondering how this day could possibly get any worse. Cho was staring pensively at her shoes, no doubt formulating her breakup speech once this disastrous date was over. She was the first to break the silence as they sipped on butterbeer from dusty glasses a few minutes later. "Harry," she said tentatively, "I need to tell you something, dash." "No, wait. Let me go first," Harry said hurriedly. "I'm sorry. I had this whole day planned, and none of it worked out like I wanted it to. The truth is, Cho, I'm not Cedric. He was better than me in every way. I've fancied you for a long time and never knew how to make myself desirable to you like he could. Parkinson's right. I'm a screw-up, and you deserve better than me." He looked dejectedly at Cho, ready for her to agree to sever ties with him. "I don't think you're a screw-up, Harry," said Cho softly. "It was very noble of you to stick up for me with Malfoy. And you've been there for me during this horrible time with Cedric. I know it hasn't been easy for you." "Oh," said Harry. "It's nothing, honestly, dash. And I think," Cho said hesitantly. She looked up from the floor and directly into his eyes, tears welling up in the corners of her own. "I think I'm in love with you." Harry's eyes widened. His heart skipped a beat. Had he heard her correctly? A warm sensation bubbled up from his chest, filling him with a sensation he hadn't truly felt before. He felt wanted. He felt loved. He'd craved that feeling for his entire life, and Cho had given that to him. He felt lighter than he had in months, no, in years. A moment later, there was a loud ding from his pocket. He jumped. He had momentarily forgotten all about the handheld device. When he powered on his screen, a new notification had popped up. "See Cho Chang. Relationship status equals 10. "Woohoo!" Harry exclaimed, startling Cho, who had been leaning in for a kiss. "Sorry, Cho. You're a nice girl, but I don't feel the same way about you," he said, standing to leave. "I think we should see other people." "Wait, what?" said a stunned Cho, watching in disbelief as Harry skipped out of the pub, off to find his next conquest. Up next, Harry pursues his Quidditch dreams and teammates, as an annoyed Dumbledore continues the Horcrux hunt that Harry already completed. P.S. Please continue with the suggestions for improvements and/or future storylines I can explore with this premise. I'm thrilled with the positive reception to the FIC so far, and the last thing I want is to take it down a path that people find boring and/or unsatisfying. Trouble Seeker, March 29th, 1996. Death counter equals 2. And the poor girl can barely hold it together in classes. She makes it through all of about 30 minutes before she's off to the loo to bawl her eyes out. And who can blame her? Rumor has it Potter is off gallivanting with his Quidditch teammates. Does he have no shame? Do these girls even realize what a womanizer he is? But I mean, it's entirely out of character for him, wouldn't you say, Albus? Muttered Dumbledore noncommittally. He was used to this routine. Every Friday evening, he had a standing meeting with his deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, during which they were supposed to be discussing school matters. But it usually amounted to McGonagall letting him in on the latest teen gossip around the castle, which was a subject Dumbledore was proud to keep himself out of. That said, he was interested in the activities of his new immortal tormentor, Harry Potter. So he set aside his journal filled with incoherent notes about possible Horcrux locations and gave McGonagall his full attention. And have you noticed how strangely Dolores has been acting lately? McGonagall asked him. She seems completely out of it whenever I speak to her. Even when I bring up Potter around her, she doesn't fly into a fevered rage like she normally does. That is odd, Dumbledore mused. He had noticed Umbridge's odd behavior himself lately. For the past month or so, she had taken to muttering to herself and wandering the castle halls in her free time. It was behavior Dumbledore had only seen in one other person before, Gilderoy Lockhart, shortly after his memory charm backfired and addled his mind permanently. He suspected Harry had something to do with this, but whenever he cornered Harry and asked, the boy just gave him an infuriating smile and wink before slipping off after his newest female pursuits of the week. Normally, I would report it to someone at the Ministry, McGonagall huffed. But considering she's been gunning for your job all term, and Fudge would probably replace her with somebody nastier, I say we keep our mouths shut. I quite agree, said Dumbledore. He too was glad to be rid of the threat of expulsion, though it would not do well if the Ministry started asking questions. The students seemed happy enough. They had even taken to greeting her kindly in the halls, to which she always jumped in surprise and hurried in the opposite direction. Besides, the problem would resolve itself by the end of the year one way or another, thanks to Tom Riddle's curse on the dad position. It was a constant source of amusement for the headmaster, predicting what awful happenstance would render this year's teacher unable to continue next year. I'm also worried about Potter's grades, Albus, McGonagall went on. He knows the material just fine, but he refuses to do his homework no matter how many house points I dock from him. I'm not even sure he plans on sitting his OWLS. It seems that Mr. Potter has set his sights beyond these academic halls and onto the Quidditch pitch, Dumbledore sighed. I fear his taste for knowledge may have evaporated with the specter of Voldemort looming overhead. I can only look the other way for so long, Albus, McGonagall said warningly. As his head of house, I am supposed to kick him off the Quidditch team if his grades are too poor, and I happen to know that he's pulling a dreadful in at least 3 other classes at the moment. I'm sure Harry will find a way to solve that problem one way or another, Dumbledore smiled. Perhaps with another memory charm, he thought to himself, though he did not share this suspicion with McGonagall. He had a feeling he would have to cover many more of Harry's tracks over the next year and a half before the boy achieved his goal of professional recruitment. Just then, they were interrupted by the arrival of a spectral figure, the fat friar, who lazily floated up through the floor between them. Headmaster, Mr. Filch is looking for you on the 2nd floor, said the friar. Something about a group of students out of bed after hours. Thank you, Bartholomew, Dumbledore said politely, getting to his feet as the friar continued to drift upwards through the ceiling and out of sight. My apologies, Minerva, but perhaps we can continue this another night. Oh no, I'm coming with you, McGonagall insisted, rising to her feet as well. I have a very good feeling who this might involve, and she was absolutely correct. An apoplectic Filch was waiting for them outside an empty classroom, and when he opened the door, Dumbledore and McGonagall were met with the sight of Harry Potter, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, and Angelina Johnson sitting on an enlarged mattress in various states of undress. Dumbledore took in the scene, soothing music wafting from some unseen device. a sloshing cauldron full of something that reeked of alcohol, and the biggest shit-eating grin he'd ever seen on a teenage boy. Harry James Potter. McGonagall gasped in a scandalized tone. I have never, in all my years, such a disgusting display of immodesty dash. Evening, Professor, said Harry brightly, not sharing a trace of the fear his female counterparts wore on their faces. Care to join us? This is highly disturbing, Potter. McGonagall shrieked. First your poor grades, now your outrageous behavior with your female classmates, and you three. Katie, Alicia, Angelina, what has gotten into you? Sorry, Professor, the three girls mumbled, eyes cast down in shame. Katie, the nearest to Harry, hastily shuffled out of his grasp when he boldly wrapped an arm around her torso, making direct eye contact with Dumbledore as he did so. Say something. He seemed to be daring the headmaster with his eyes. This is grounds to have all four of you removed from the Quidditch team, at the very least, said McGonagall. And 50 house points from each of you. Make it 100, Harry muttered under his breath. But luckily McGonagall didn't hear him over the protests of the other three. Professor, no you can't. We have Ravenclaw in the final next Saturday. It's my final match before I graduate. You should have thought of that earlier, McGonagall said coldly. This is highly irresponsible and unbecoming of all four of you. Now, Minerva, I think that may be a bit harsh, Dumbledore cut in. Did you never once break a school rule or two in your teenage years? Things may have gotten out of hand, but it's just a bit of harmless fun. Harmless fun, McGonagall shrieked, rounding on the headmaster. They could be expelled for half of what we've caught them doing. The lewd activity being out of bounds, the alco dash. McGonagall stopped, frowning at the now empty cauldron in the corner. Dumbledore had swiftly vanished the offending beverage when she wasn't looking. I see no evidence of alcohol, Dumbledore mused. And whatever these four were doing before we arrived, we cannot prove that they did anything unbecoming. It is rather warm in here, after all. I could do with shedding a few layers myself. You cannot be serious, McGonagall said, aghast. Albus, we cannot let this slide dash. Then by all means, dock them house points and assign them detentions, said Dumbledore. I see no reason to disrupt the Quidditch season for such innocent transgressions. McGonagall looked like she had a thing or two more to say about these innocent transgressions, but she held her tongue. Perhaps she too was considering the impact that removing four of Gryffindor's best players would have on the upcoming Quidditch final. Very well, she sighed. Detentions for all four of you. And if I see any one of you anywhere besides a classroom or the Quidditch pitch, there will be hell to pay. Minerva, why don't you escort these three ladies back to their common room? Dumbledore said kindly. I'd like to speak privately with Harry man-to-man. He politely averted his eyes as the three chasers gathered their belongings scattered about the room and hustled to the door, each giving a furtive smile to Harry on their way out. Man-to-man, sneered Harry once he was alone with the headmaster. What sage wisdom do you have for me, Professor? I didn't even think you swung this way dash. Harry, you are making things extremely difficult for both of us, Dumbledore said warningly. I'm doing my best to cover for you, but your reckless behavior could jeopardize your goals completely. So what if it does? Harry shrugged. I have infinite tries to get it right. Might as well take the most fun path as far as it will take me. I am merely asking you to get your act together and make my life a little easier, Dumbledore sighed. And why would I care about making your life easier? Harry demanded. You did nothing but make my life hell for 17 years. And now you're getting a taste of your own medicine. Once again, Harry had a point. Dumbledore had been awfully manipulative of the boy in their first life. And now he saw no other alternative but to do the same again to get the results he wanted. Very well, Dumbledore sighed. But if you do manage to fail all of your classes this term, I might just make a trip to Gringotts this summer. I bet there are some interesting artifacts in the Lestrange vault if someone had the nerve to break in. By the frozen look on Harry's face, Dumbledore knew his hunch had been correct. He long suspected that Voldemort had entrusted one of his Horcruxes with his most loyal servant, and Bellatrix was a prime candidate. Why would you do that? Harry demanded. Just to see what would happen, Dumbledore shrugged. I imagine our friend Tom Riddle won't be very happy once he finds out. He might even make a move on Hogwarts and attempt to take both of our lives prematurely. Surely that would hinder your career aspirations. You would ruin all my hard work for no reason? Harry said hotly. What's in it for you? You aren't the only one who wants to make full use of their newfound immortality, Dumbledore grinned. I am an old man with few romantic prospects like yourself. I have to find my fun wherever I can take it. And like it or not, you're stuck in this loop with me. So we ought to start respecting one another's wishes. I'll help you with your goals if you'll give me a bit of respect when I ask for it. Harry scowled, but he did not immediately retort. He considered Dumbledore's proposal for a moment. So you just wanted to get my grades up? And we're even? He asked. And stop wiping your professor's memories, Dumbledore said knowingly. I'd also use more caution if you're going to be sneaking around the castle. Poor Professor McGonagall looked about ready to castrate you tonight, and I'm not sure I could stop her again if I tried. We would have gotten away with it if not for Peeves, Harry muttered bitterly. He found us and started screaming and making balloon animals out of our con dash. I don't need to know the details, Dumbledore said hastily. I will speak with Peeves about giving you more privacy, and you'll get your act together. Deal? Deal, Harry sighed. And do you really think it wise to pursue so many women at one time? Dumbledore couldn't help but ask. As expected, Harry just rolled his eyes. What are you, my dad? Harry smirked, turning to exit the classroom. Besides, the worse Cho feels, the better our chances against Ravenclaw next week. April 3rd, 1996, death counter equals 2. The Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw final was one of the most packed Hogwarts Quidditch matches Dumbledore could remember attending. It was common for most of the school to turn out for the match regardless of house loyalty, but it seemed every single student in the school was in the stands. Even the students who normally didn't care about sports wanted to see the showdown between Harry and Cho, as the whole castle was abuzz with gossip about their high-profile breakup and Harry's philandering ways. But there also seemed to be a lot of non-students in attendance as well. Dumbledore had sent out a few letters to prospective Quidditch teams about recruitment, and it was as if every team in the Pro League had sent a scout to have a look at the boy who lived. Dumbledore had no doubt that Harry would find a spot on a team, if only because some desperate team would hire him just to boost ticket sales even if he was rubbish. Still, Dumbledore found himself nervous for Harry to perform in front of all these judgmental eyes. But Harry didn't look nervous at all. He played into the crowd's energy, soaring around the pitch, not even paying attention to the match happening around him. The Gryffindors cheered their approval to him, but the other three houses seemed to be rooting against him. The whole school had heard what he had done to Cho Chang and seemed determined to watch him lose. To her credit, Cho did not look put off by her ex-boyfriend's boorish behavior. She remained laser-focused on the match, zooming around the pitch in search of the snitch. Gryffindor leads 30-10, bellowed Lee Jordan, commentating the match. It's Davies with the quaffle now. He passed to Bradley. Bradley dodges a nice bludger from Weasley there. Or was that Weasley? It's hard to tell. Back to Davies. He shoots. My word, what is Potter doing? Even Lee couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the play in progress, as all eyes were on Harry at the other end of the pitch. He was currently doing outrageous stunts on his broom, performing backflips, barrel rolls, even jumping from his broom before catching it again. The Gryffindors oohed and awed their appreciation, while the rest of the student body groaned at the arrogant behavior. Focus on the game, you idiot boy. Dumbledore heard McGonagall shout from down the row. Then, a great roar built up from the southern end of the pitch as Cho Chang streaked past Ron Weasley towards the base of the goalposts. She had seen the snitch. Harry was too busy showboating to even notice. By the time he finally heard the crowd react and turned to look, Cho already had an arm outstretched, fingertips grasping for the tiny, fluttering golden ball darting away from her. She was about to win the game. For a brief moment, Dumbledore felt a great sense of satisfaction. Harry had been behaving like a right ass for weeks, months even, and to see him embarrassed by the very person he'd humiliated felt like poetic justice. And one look at McGonagall told Dumbledore that, despite her house loyalties, she was very much of the same mind. But then he realized what a bad look it would be for Harry to be showed up like this in front of the scouts. This high-profile defeat could very well spell the end of his professional Quidditch aspirations. So, with a scowl, Dumbledore begrudgingly drew his wand. Depulso, he muttered under his breath, careful not to let his wand peek out too much from the sleeve of his long robes. Just as Cho lunged for the snitch, It inexplicably shifted a full meter upwards so that she was grasping at thin air. The crowd groaned in disappointment as the snitch put some distance between itself and Cho, giving Harry time to catch up. It would still be close. Cho was converging on the snitch from below as Harry streaked through the air from the opposite end of the pitch. Dumbledore silently willed Harry to go faster, for Cho's trajectory to be wrong. But the girl's seeker skills did not fail her, and perhaps her animosity towards her opponent only strengthened her resolve to win. She again closed in on the snitch, fingers outstretched once more, milliseconds away from securing victory for Ravenclaw. "Accelerus," Dumbledore whispered. Harry's broom lurched forward with a sudden great burst of speed that should have been impossible, even for a firebolt. He rocketed forward, a red and gold blur, towards the snitch. He didn't so much catch the thing as collide with it, catching it full on with his chest and cupping it with his free hand, looking surprised at his own accomplishment. The Gryffindor section burst out in cheers as the Ravenclaws and Slytherins and Hufflepuffs groaned with disgust. Harry landed cleanly on the ground, pumping his fists in the air wildly, before he was tackled by his three chasers, Angelina, Katie, and Alicia. They rolled around on the ground together for an uncomfortably long time, laughing and kissing one another, as their three teammates, Fred, George, and Ron Weasley, awkwardly landed nearby and waited for them to get back up. "Magnificent," said a familiar voice nearby. "Never seen a young talent like him." Dumbledore turned to see Ed Fawcett, manager of the Appleby Arrows, clapping wildly and looking awestruck at Harry's incredible display. The other scouts in attendance looked similarly stunned. Several were jotting wildly in their notepads, no doubt planning to run back to their bosses and demand that they sign Potter the second he turned 17. "I can introduce you to the boy if you'd like," Dumbledore whispered, leaning over towards Ed Fawcett's ear. "Would you?" said Ed, delighted. "I would be honored." They waited for Harry outside the guy's locker room, but he emerged half an hour later from the girl's side, flanked on both sides by his female teammates. "Harry, a quick word," said Dumbledore. "No thanks, old man. We're off to celebrate," Harry said, not even bothering to look in Dumbledore's direction. "I'd like to introduce you to the manager of the Appleby Arrows," Dumbledore said quite loudly. That finally got Harry's attention. He reluctantly bid his companions goodbye and came over to shake Ed Fawcett's hand. "A great honor, Mr. Potter," said Ed. "What a remarkable victory that was." "Thanks, but it was pretty standard stuff for me, you know," Harry said with a cocky grin. "I was never worried it would go any other way." Dumbledore badly wanted to blurt out that he would have been humiliated if not for his headmasters cheating on his behalf, but he held his tongue. "I must say, the Arrows would be thrilled to have someone like you someday," said Ed eagerly. "You turn 17 next summer, correct? We will most definitely be giving you a call at that time." "I look forward to that day," Harry smiled. "Pardon me, Ed, but what's stopping you from waiting?" Dumbledore cut in. "Why not offer the boy a position today?" Surely you know the rules, Albus," Ed said slowly, looking confused. "We can't hire children, as you know. But as soon as he is of age, dash." "Of course you can't sign the paperwork now," Dumbledore said quickly. "But surely a verbal agreement isn't against the laws? A sign of commitment to Harry?" "That seems a bit premature," Ed chuckled uncomfortably. "A lot can change between now and next July dash." "Indeed," said Dumbledore, "including a dozen other teams making their own offers to Harry. I wouldn't want to see you miss your opportunity to snag the boy who lived for your team because you waited too long." Ed considered this. He looked slightly suspicious, as though the vague reasoning was a thinly veiled threat, and it definitely was. But he eventually decided that Dumbledore had a good point. "Quite right, Albus," he finally said. "Mr. Potter, I would like to extend an informal offer for you to join the Appleby Arrows upon your 17th birthday. Would that be agreeable for you?" "Hell yeah, it is," Harry exclaimed, eagerly shaking Ed's hand again. "You've got a deal." "Excellent," Ed said. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have a few owls to send." And then he was off, hustling down the path to Hogsmeade, looking as though he'd been cornered and couldn't wait to be out of the situation. A moment later, Harry's pocket dinged. He pulled out the handheld device and powered it on. "Yes," he said with a fist pump. "Albus, you're a genius. Quest completed. Seeker sought. Get recruited by a professional Quidditch team." "Congratulations, my boy," Dumbledore said dryly. Now that you've gotten your wish, can we please devote our attention back towards the threat of Lord Voldemort? Are you joking? Harry laughed in disbelief. I just became a professional Quidditch player. Why would I care about Voldemort now? I've got to prepare for league play, try out for the national team. There's an achievement for winning the World Cup. I bet I could do it in 2 years. And I'd be the youngest to ever win. Take that, Victor Crumb. A horrified Dumbledore followed Harry back up to the castle, listening to him ramble on about his plans for the next 2 years. The headmaster now realized that his act of sabotage in today's match might only be the tip of the iceberg. Harry intended to take his Quidditch career as far as he could, and if he failed, he would only try again in the next cycle. Dumbledore would have to be there at every step of the way, manipulating things behind the scenes as he had today, ensuring Harry succeeded. How did I get myself into this mess? Dumbledore thought bitterly to himself. He already knew the next 2 years would feel like a lifetime. August 5th, 1998, death counter equals 2. In hindsight, Harry couldn't believe he'd made it this far. Playing professional Quidditch was a dream come true. Harry had never felt more like he belonged anywhere. He dropped out of Hogwarts without hesitation the moment he turned 17. And traveling the nation with the Appleby Arrows was everything he hoped it would be. He single-handedly led them to the playoff as a rookie, all while fielding death threats from Voldemort's goons as the Dark Lord made moves to take control of the Ministry. He hadn't asserted full control yet, but his presence was a daily source of annoyance, and Harry was relieved that the team was still succeeding in spite of this specter hanging over him. Representing England on the national team was an even greater joy. To know that the team manager believed him to be the best seeker in the country was a tremendous honor, and the thought of leading his countrymen to the world's biggest stage filled him with immense pride. Ever since Harry had watched Ireland versus Bulgaria in the '94 World Cup, he dreamed of leading a team to the final just like Crumb had. But unlike Crumb, he had no intention of losing. He would be the one hoisting that trophy, and more importantly, hearing the ding of the handheld device confirming his victory. Harry felt confident. He was at the peak of his abilities. His handheld device confirmed it after a particularly good national team practice, when it informed him that his flying stat had risen to a maximum score of 100. The team was playing well around him, and they stomped through the qualifying rounds en route to a finals matchup with Senegal, whom they were projected to crush. Nothing could stop them now. They were going to win, and Harry had to begrudgingly give Dumbledore credit. He had pulled out all the stops to make this possible. He persuaded all the Ministry officials he could and obliviated the ones he couldn't, to keep the league open and the World Cup on track, despite Voldemort's ongoing reign of terror. Dumbledore had even abandoned Hogwarts and allowed Voldemort to take over the school in order to focus his efforts on Harry, a move that had made him an international pariah, but allowed Harry to continue playing. He diverted all Order of the Phoenix resources to protecting Harry's matches, and they'd already thwarted at least half a dozen assassination attempts. Harry saw them lining the top row of the stadium as he and his teammates filed onto the pitch before a roaring crowd of over 100,000. Hundreds of guards standing watch, anticipating some display of terror from Voldemort against his arch-nemesis on such a grand scale. Just get me through one more match, Harry willed Dumbledore, spotting him in the minister's box high above. He saw the tense look on Dumbledore's face, clearly thinking the same thing. One more match, and all this trouble would have been worth it. One less cycle, he would have to babysit Harry through this ordeal. Senegal was no match for the English team. The Brits were ahead 80-0 within the first hour, and the team showed no signs of slowing down. But Harry was nervous all the same, devoting all his energy into locating the snitch. Nothing else mattered but spotting that little golden ball and snatching victory for England. He dedicated the last 2 years of his life to nothing else, even eschewing relationships in favor of pushing himself to his limits. Nothing would distract him now. Something dark and very fast streaked at Harry, who swerved out of the way. He assumed it was a bludger, but a split second later, 2 more dark streaks hurtled towards him from different angles, forcing him to dive and roll away. He realized with horror that these were not balls, but spells, aimed at him from figures descending upon the stadium on broomsticks. Nearly 100 figures clad in all black, wearing menacing silver masks. Death Eaters. The match dissolved into chaos as both teams scattered, desperate to get out of the way of spellfire. The only reason Harry wasn't dead yet was the attackers weren't sure which red and gold-clad flyer was Harry, and they pursued all 7 English players in clusters. Harry saw Aurors and Order of the Phoenix members mounting brooms of their own from the stands and launching into the air to join the fight. Spells of all different colors were whizzing about in all directions. It was only a matter of time before everyone spotted Harry and went after him all at once. Harry drew his wand, which he kept on him per Dumbledore's request, and began firing off shield charms and stunners. His eyes scanned the skies for Dumbledore, who had told Harry to find him in the event of such an attack. He located his old headmaster within seconds, streaking out of the minister's box on a broomstick, firing powerful hexes out of his own wand. Harry turned to meet him and formulate a plan of escape. Then he saw it, hovering just inches off the grass, directly in the center of the pitch, oblivious to the chaos happening in the stadium around it. The golden snitch. Harry hesitated. He could go with Dumbledore to safety, live to see another day. But he'd have to wait at least 4 more years for another chance at the World Cup. Besides, who cares if he died? As long as he caught the snitch first, it would all be worth it. With an apologetic look at Dumbledore, Harry pointed his firebolt at the ground and shot after the snitch. Harry had never traveled so fast on a broomstick before. He could feel the heat of spellfire rushing past his head, but nothing could hit him. He didn't even bother planning a pull-out strategy. He was going to crash into the ground at breakneck speed, literally, with or without that snitch in his palm. He was going to win the World Cup right now, or die trying. Possibly both. A blurry streak emerged to his right, also diving for the ground. For a mad second, Harry thought the Senegalese seeker had joined him in the hunt for the snitch. But then he realized it was not someone on a broomstick at all. It was a twisted black mass of smoke and dark energy, aiming not at the snitch, but at Harry himself. Voldemort. Harry's stomach lurched. The Dark Lord was traveling much faster than even his top-of-the-line firebolt could carry him. But Harry had a head start. Would he reach the snitch before Voldemort reached him? Time slowed to a crawl. He was milliseconds away. He extended his hand towards the snitch, felt its fluttering wings brush his fingertips. He began to close his palm, saw the streak of green light aimed directly at his heart, saw each individual blade of grass as he rocketed into the earth. June 24th, 1995, death counter equals 3. Harry didn't even wait for Dumbledore to speak. He lunged for the headmaster's desk, grabbed the handheld device, and pressed the button on the side. His heart thumped madly as it took a few seconds to power on. What he saw made him feel physically ill. Quest failed. King of the world. Win the Quidditch World Cup. No. Harry screamed with all his might. He threw the device as hard as he could against the wall, shattering it into a million pieces. Damn it. I was right there. It was incredibly close, Dumbledore said with a patronizing smile. Instant replay confirmed that the snitch's shell avoided flesh contact before you died. I tried to petition the International Federation to award you the win posthumously, but they wouldn't allow it. Harry continued to spout every curse word he knew, throwing objects around the office as hard as he could. He hadn't even been this mad the last time he trashed Dumbledore's office during his first life. Right now, he legitimately wanted to break everything in sight. He ripped books from their bindings, smashed sneakoscopes like brittle candy, upended Dumbledore's desk like a flimsy toy. He even yanked the sword of Gryffindor out of his glass case and began stabbing portraits of the highly affronted former headmasters. Dumbledore calmly waited until Harry had run out of objects to destroy and energy to continue his rampage. I don't want to say I told you so, Harry, he said cautiously, but you would have had a much easier time winning the World Cup if we'd defeated Voldemort first. Harry looked up at Dumbledore with a disgusted look. He did not want to hear this right now. Avada Kedavra, he said in an annoyed tone, pointing his wand at the headmaster. Dumbledore didn't even bother to defend himself, allowing the jet of green light to consume him. Quest completed. Manifest destiny. Kill the owner of the Elder Wand. June 24th, 1995. Death counter equals 4. Feel better now? Dumbledore asked calmly when they both came to in the freshly repaired office. Not really, Harry muttered. He stood and grabbed the handheld device on the desk, before striding over to the door. See you in September. Up next, Harry feels underleveled and begins grinding his combat level up to 100. Umbridge's Army, September 1st, 1995, death counter equals 4. Normally, Harry dreaded the compulsory wait at Privet Drive for the next year's term to begin, but this time around, it was a welcome reprieve. After 2 straight years of being on the run from Voldemort and chasing perfection on the Quidditch pitch, plus a brutal defeat that still stung to his core, Harry needed time to decompress. He barely left his bedroom, getting up only to eat, use the bathroom, and warn Mundungus Fletcher about the 2 incoming Dementors so he could dispatch them on his behalf. By the time summer had ended, he had reached an important conclusion about what needed to be done. "I've been looking at this thing all wrong," Harry sighed, flopping into his seat on the Hogwarts Express besides Ron and Hermione. "I'm handicapping myself by ignoring my defense and attack stats. No point in pursuing other quests until I've leveled those skills up to the max." "That sounds wise, Harry," said Hermione, a confused look on her face. "But what exactly are you talking about?" Harry sighed. He'd completely forgotten. Normally, his first order of business in a new cycle was to fill in Ron and Hermione about the time loop on the train ride home to London. But he'd been so upset by the World Cup loss that he operated straight to London rather than face his classmates. He would have to do so now, and it was always an arduous process. The sky was already darkening by the time his 2 friends stopped asking questions and finally understood his situation. "Sounds like you really scuffed it by doing things out of order, mate," said Ron. "Why would you try to win the World Cup before defeating you-know-who?" "I didn't need to defeat him," Harry said bitterly. "I just needed to buy myself a few more seconds to catch the snitch. If I'd had more spells at my disposal than just Expelliarmus, I would have won." "Well, you're already top of the class in defense," Hermione said thoughtfully. "And I doubt our new Dada teacher will be much help to you. Not if Fudge's appointment is as bad as the prophet makes her sound. So what are you suggesting?" "That's where you come in, Hermione," Harry grinned. "We have some library reading to do." He pulled out his handheld device and showed her the 2 quests he'd highlighted. Quest in progress. Into the Light, learn all light combat spells. 180/777 complete. Quest in progress. The Dark Side, learn all dark combat spells. 13/666 complete. "I never knew there were that many spells," Hermione breathed. "But I'm sure there are plenty of books in the library about it. The dark ones will be in the restricted section, of course, but I know McGonagall will approve me if I asked. She owes me a couple favors." All Harry had to do now was sit back and let Hermione plan out a study course for him. He knew all he had to do was mention the library, and she would spring into action. "That all sounds great, Hermione," said Harry, cutting her off after letting her ramble for 15 minutes. "But at some point I'll have to practice these spells, not just read about them. Maybe we can use the Room of Requirement," Ron suggested. "Or," Harry said, thinking hard, "Flitwick used to be a dueling champion, didn't he? I wonder if we can convince him to restart the dueling club? That would be a good way to practice some new spells. Not the dark ones, I hope." Hermione implored him. "Most of them are probably illegal." "Nah, I'll save those for Malfoy," Harry said bitterly. "And maybe Umbridge if she doesn't behave. But I have a plan for her." September 2nd, 1995, death counter equals 4. "You have all been told a story this summer." Umbridge addressed her classroom, a sickening smile on her face. "A story that the Dark Lord has returned to terrorize the wizarding world anew. You all must understand that this is a lie. A nasty, filthy lie designed to scare you." "Hear, hear!" Harry exclaimed from his seat, making several students jump. Umbridge rounded on Harry, eyes narrowing. "What did you say, my dear?" she asked softly. "I agree completely," Harry said, standing from his seat to face his classmates. "Guys, don't listen to Dumbledore's lies. He wouldn't listen when I told him Voldemort wasn't back and made up this crackpot story about me and some graveyard." Umbridge looked completely taken aback by this statement. You are calling Albus Dumbledore a liar?" she clarified. "About you. Know whose return?" "Absolutely," Harry shouted, banging a fist down on his desk in a show of resolve. "And I'm not going to stand for it anymore. I say we band together and get him chucked from the headmaster's office." "Hear, hear," said Ron and Hermione, who were in on the ruse. The entire class was staring at them, slack-jawed, not believing their ears. The Golden Trio, Dumbledore's biggest advocates among the student body, suddenly gung-ho about getting him fired? It made little sense, but Umbridge was intrigued nonetheless. "You would be willing to make a public statement against your headmaster then, Mr. Potter?" she inquired softly. "Already have," Harry said proudly. "Should be in the Prophet tomorrow morning." "I see," said Umbridge. She clearly didn't know how to proceed with this new information. "In any case, let's go over this year's curriculum dash." "Professor Umbridge," said Hermione, raising her hand. "What should we do if Dumbledore attacks one of us? You know, for opposing his lies?" "I strongly doubt Albus Dumbledore would attack one of his own students," Umbridge scoffed. "And if he did, you wouldn't stand a chance anyway." "But surely there are some spells that could help us," Hermione pleaded with her. "You wouldn't leave us vulnerable to that madman, would you?" "You are perfectly safe here, my dear," Umbridge said, looking torn between consoling the girl and chastising her for suggesting practical magic in her classroom. "If he indicates that he wishes to harm any one of you, come directly to me and I can have him removed from his post. Now, let us go over this year's curriculum." Harry gave an appreciative look at Hermione. Tricking Umbridge would be harder than he thought, but he had a few more ideas up his sleeve. September 3rd, 1995, death counter equals 4. "Say, Harry," said Dean Thomas, approaching Harry in the common room. "What the hell was that business in Umbridge class yesterday?" Harry looked up from his copy of 200 defensive spells to learn before you die and saw that Dean was not the only Gryffindor who was wondering the same thing. Seamus Finnegan and Neville Longbottom also looked apprehensive, as did the Weasley twins, who had paused their trial session of feigning fancies to hear what Harry had to say. "Umbridge is a moron who doesn't want us to learn magic," Harry replied calmly. "If she thinks we're all loyal to Dumbledore, she and Fudge will never let us practice spells in the castle. We have to make her think we're worried about him, so she won't be as suspicious." "Why wouldn't she want us practicing magic?" asked Neville, confused. "Isn't she the Dada professor?" "All our Dada professors have encouraged us to learn how to defend ourselves dash." "Not her," Harry said bitterly. "In fact, she wants us as weak as possible in case Dumbledore tries to build a student army against the Ministry." "So that's what that was about," exclaimed George Weasley. "She gave Angelina detention today for asking how we're supposed to study for our practical NEWT. She really reckons Dumbledore is recruiting child soldiers?" "Like I said, the Ministry aren't the sharpest bunch," said Harry. "But if we make them believe we're on their side and willing to fight against Dumbledore, maybe we'll actually learn something." "And you agree with this logic?" Dean asked Ron and Hermione, who had just entered the common room. Hermione looked particularly sour, carrying a stack of heavy library books that Ron was not helping her with. "It's worth a shot," Ron shrugged. "I'm sure Dumbledore would understand we're only doing it to make sure we get a proper education." Hermione walked over to Harry's table and dumped her books onto it. "This is all I could find on dark magic," she sighed. "Even in the restricted section, the selection isn't great. Most of them just vaguely describe what the spells do without actually tell you the incantations." "Freaking Dumbledore," Harry groaned, flipping through some of the books. "Such a noble prat, not letting us learn half the magic we're capable of. If only we had Karkaroff." "Sorry, hang on," said Dean, still listening in on the conversation. "You're trying to learn arc magic?" "No, Dean. I'm trying to handicap myself, so my enemies have twice as many options as I do," Harry said sarcastically. Dean clearly wasn't sure whether this was a joke or not, so he just walked up to the dorms, looking more confused than before he'd started asking questions. September 16th, 1995, death counter equals 4. "Professor Umbridge," said Harry timidly, approaching her desk after class. "Could I have a word, please?" "In private." Umbridge narrowed her beady little eyes at him. She clearly had a grudge against him since he was still officially considered an enemy of the Ministry, but he had been nothing but polite and agreeable to her toxic teachings thus far. "Very well, dear," she relented, beckoning him back into her office. Harry blanched at the shockingly pink wallpaper and mewing kittens in the photographs, but sat quietly in an armchair without complaint. "Professor, I had a worrying conversation with the headmaster yesterday," Harry said, doing his best to sound concerned. "Oh," said Umbridge. "Worrying in what way?" He was trying to recruit me," Harry said. He said he's putting together a group of students for some extracurricular activities. Umbridge's eyes widened. She suddenly looked very interested in what Harry had to say. "What kind of activities, dear?" she asked, voice quivering with excitement. "Please be as specific as you can." He didn't really say, Harry muttered, scratching his head. All he said was that it was a club for students to learn special skills directly from him, just in case. "How fascinating," said Umbridge, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. "And you suspect he is recruiting students to learn how to fight?" "I do," said Harry. "I told him no, of course. I have no interest in getting into trouble on his account." Of course, Umbridge muttered. "Well, this is highly distressing news indeed. Can you name any other students who have already joined?" "He didn't name any names," Harry said quickly, "though I think a few of the Slytherins might have joined him." Malfoy sounded pretty interested. "I see," said Umbridge, and Harry silently prayed she would believe his tall tale about the Slytherins and start to distrust them. "Thank you for telling me this, Mr. Potter. I must send off a letter to the minister immediately. Professor, I would like to volunteer to try and infiltrate this club," said Harry. "I can find out where they meet and who is in it. I imagine it will be difficult to prove Dumbledore's guilt otherwise." Umbridge gulped. Clearly she hadn't considered this herself. "Very wise, Mr. Potter," she said thoughtfully. "He would certainly find a way to wriggle out of punishment if we had no proof. If you are indeed willing, I would be eager to hear weekly reports on the whereabouts of these meetings so that we can catch them in the act." "A fabulous idea, Professor," said Harry, jumping to his feet. He turned towards the door, then paused and turned back towards her. "And what should I do if I get caught snooping and one of his recruits attacks me?" "I trust you can defend yourself if such an occasion arises," Umbridge said dismissively. "But how?" Harry pleaded. "I don't know any defensive magic, considering Hogwarts doesn't teach it anymore and all. I'm sure Dumbledore's soldiers will know all the strongest light spells to take me out, and I don't know any dark magic to counteract it." Harry saw the wheels turning in Umbridge's mind. She again looked torn between reprimanding him and acknowledging the risk of Harry being intercepted before he could report his findings. "Mr. Potter, I will give you permission to study combat magic on your own time," she finally sighed. "But this will be a strict secret between you and me. Do not tell anyone I am allowing you to do this." "Thank you, Professor," said Harry, relieved. "The only thing is I don't think the school library carries any books on dark magic. I'm pretty sure Dumbledore removed them all to leave us vulnerable." "Ah, of course he would have." Umbridge frowned. "I have some books in my personal collection I can retrieve for you, my dear. Keep an eye on the owl post for any packages from Dottie. Just be sure not to open it in front of the headmaster." "Naturally," said Harry with a smile. "I will report back as soon as I hear anything." And he left the office, noting the wicked smile on Umbridge's face. She truly believed she now had a spy against Dumbledore, and Harry would have to play the part convincingly to buy himself as much time to learn as possible. October 13th, 1995. Death counter equals 4. "Wow, some of these spells are downright nasty," Ron exclaimed as Harry and Hermione leafed through the books Umbridge had sent him. Harry had expected a small handful of tomes, but that morning at breakfast, no fewer than 5 owls had arrived, dragging a massive package between them, sending food flying everywhere when they dropped it in front of Harry. There were nearly 24 books on dark magic here, and Ron was right. They were vicious bits of magic. No wonder Dumbledore removed these from the library. Hermione breathed as she skimmed through 50 curses to make your enemies wish they were dead. I mean, bonebreaker curses? A blood-boiling curse? This one collapses the lungs so you suffocate to death. What a horrible way to go. There's one in here that gives the target terminal pancreatic cancer, huffed Ron, flipping through hexes your grandma would disapprove of. Kills in 18 to 24 months. Downright evil. That is, well, it's called dark magic for a reason, Harry reasoned, closing his own copy of banned spells you shouldn't cast near ministry officials. "Do you reckon all 666 dark spells are in these books? These should at least get you most of the way there," Hermione reasoned. "Maybe Dumbledore will know where we can find the rest." "He won't be any help," Harry scoffed. "Shame Karkaroff is on the run. He'd probably be able to help us." "Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Harry," exclaimed Hermione. "I should write to Victor. Maybe he can locate some books in the Durmstrang library for us." Oh, you're still writing to Victor, are you? Ron said mockingly. How is Victor doing? Still sending you love letters from Bulgaria. Don't be jealous, Ron. It's unbecoming, Harry chastised his friend, standing to leave the common room. I'm going to visit the room of requirement. Maybe it can procure some helpful text for us. Harry should have expected as much, but he was still surprised when Dumbledore stepped out of a secret passageway and intercepted him on his way to the 7th-floor corridor. Good evening, Harry, he said politely. A word. We should be careful Umbridge doesn't see us talking, Harry said, glancing around nervously. That's what I hope to talk to you about, Dumbledore sighed. Are my sources correct that you are conspiring with Dolores to have me removed from office? Yeah, but that's just what she thinks, Harry said dismissively. I'll keep feeding her enough juicy lies about you, so she looks the other way when we start practicing spells. I don't suppose she had something to do with the massive package you received by Al this morning? Dumbledore asked. It hadn't exactly been subtle. The thing made such a noise when it landed on the Gryffindor table that the entire Great Hall looked up for the source of the commotion. Just a bit of light reading, Harry smiled. If you'll excuse me, Headmaster, I've got your downfall to plan. And I don't suppose I can convince you to tell me where the remaining Horcruxes are first? Dumbledore called after Harry. Not a chance. December 16th, 1995, death counter equals 4. Say, Ron, Harry asked as they walked into the Great Hall for dinner. Would you be mad if I let your dad die tonight? Say what? Ron exclaimed, looking appalled. Never mind, Harry groaned. He had thought that maybe if Arthur was killed by Nagini, it would cause the other Order members to put pressure on Dumbledore to leave the castle. Harry was having increasing trouble convincing Umbridge that he was making progress on infiltrating Dumbledore's imaginary army, and it would buy him time if the headmaster was away from the castle more often. Umbridge had insisted on regular meetings with Harry every Monday after Dad class. At first they were easy, as Harry made up stories about just missing students sneaking into or out of hidden classrooms. But the more he admitted his own lack of progress, the more suspicious Umbridge got. Harry had managed to convince her to let Flitwick start up the dueling club again, and even got 2 extra books she'd borrowed from the Ministry's vault of banned materials. But before long, she would be demanding real proof, and he'd have to find ways of giving it to her. Luckily, he had a plan. He'd put up a flyer outside the Slytherin common room advertising a secret dueling club for practicing dark magic only. Under normal circumstances, Harry might have actually followed through on forming such a club, but he needed a cover to buy himself more time with Umbridge. He kept a close eye on the Slytherin table throughout dinner, and as he'd hoped, a good number of Slytherin students, including Malfoy, crept off just before 7 p.m. for the dungeons. So far, so good. Harry waited until a few minutes past the hour to give the last few stragglers a chance to reach the designated meeting place. Then he beelined for the head table and screeched to a halt in front of Umbridge. Professor, a word please, he huffed. It's urgent. Umbridge silently stood and followed Harry to a quiet corner to talk. What do you need, dear? She snapped, looking impatient. I don't think the headmaster will take kindly to us speaking in front of him, But don't you see, Professor? He's not here, Harry exclaimed, indicating the empty chair at the head table. He actually had no idea where Dumbledore was at that moment, probably off in some Albanian forest on a wild Horcrux chase, which played right into his hands. I just got a private message that he's gathering students for a secret training session. He's gathering students to train to fight? Now, Umbridge repeated, eyes wide. Yes, Harry nodded vigorously. We have to go now, Professor, and catch them in the act. Umbridge gulped and looked around the room, noting the sparsely populated Slytherin table. Very well, she said. You come with me, Mr. Potter. This may be dangerous, so I suggest being ready to defend yourself. Can we help, Professor? Asked Hermione, as she and Ron bounded up to them. We got invited as well, and we'd like to help see Dumbledore off. All right, Umbridge huffed. Quickly now, children, and she indicated for Harry to lead the way down into the dungeons. Harry noted how she kept herself at the back of the line, allowing the 3 students to face the brunt of the assault should a fight break out. Clearly, she wasn't a Gryffindor, Harry thought bitterly. But he couldn't care less. She had given him the green light to use dark magic to defend himself, and he was itching to try out some of the cool new curses he'd been reading about over the past few weeks. They reached the classroom in question, where they could hear dozens of voices chattering excitedly inside. "Sounds like there are a lot of them, Professor," Harry groaned, feigning nerves. "We might be overwhelmed if we take a defensive stance. Shall we take the initiative and ensure that the students cannot harm us?" Umbridge considered this. "I think that might be necessary," she said, also looking nervous now at the sheer number of voices she could hear behind the closed door. "But be judicious in your magic, and only aim to incapacitate, not to maim or otherwise dash." "Got it," Harry interrupted her, bracing himself against the door. "Ready, go." He thrust open the door, and the Slytherins looked up in anticipation, expecting their dueling instructor to arrive. Instead, they were about to be served a massive can of whoop-ass. "Bachau Diui," Harry bellowed. "Incendio malos. Digitus ein terridus." Sickening jets of light burst from his wand as beside him. Ron and Hermione cast spells of their own. Harry's Bonebreaker curse hit Crabbe in the shoulder with a satisfying crack. His cursed fire wrapped around Theodore, Knott's ankles with a gleeful crackle. His finger-melting curse sent a shrieking Pansy Parkinson to her knees in agony. He also sent a wordless spell at Malfoy, hitting him in the stomach with a dull thud and leaving him looking dazed and shocked at the surprise attack. The Slytherins who weren't immediately in the line of fire panicked and scrambled for the exit, bottlenecking at the door on the opposite side of the dungeon. None even bothered to fight. Some managed to get off hasty shield charms, but they looked like they wanted no part in whatever Hellfire Harry and company were raining down upon them. "Stop, stop!" Umbridge shrieked, making her way into the room, a look of horror on her face. "Mr. Potter, this is unacceptable behavior." Harry, Ron, and Hermione stopped casting spells to look at her. The latter two looked nervous, but Harry was unperturbed. "These traitors deserved it," Harry snarled. "They were conspiring against you, and fudge, Professor. Their wounds will heal, but their treachery might have done true, lasting damage against this school." "Treachery?" demanded Blaise Zabini, making his way towards the front of the room. "What is this nonsense? We came here for dueling lessons. I have the flyer right here." He waved the pink piece of parchment in the air, the one Harry had posted outside the common room. Umbridge snatched it from him and read it quickly. When she finished reading, her anger at Harry had subsided and been replaced by pure rage at a new target. Ron and Hermione inched closer to read the flyer for themselves, which Harry had charmed to change its message at exactly 7 p.m. to Dumbledore's army. "Learn combat magic from the headmaster himself. Stand up against the tyranny of the Ministry. Interested students should arrive at classroom 4C at 7 p.m. sharp, prepared to swear an oath of loyalty to Albus Dumbledore." "I you this?" Umbridge stammered, looking incredulous. "This is outrageous. Miss Granger, make a note of every student you saw here this evening. They will be made an example of. In the meantime, up to Madame Pomfrey. All of you." The unharmed Slytherins helped their injured classmates to their feet and began to escort them up to the hospital wing. "Nice tickling spell, Potter." Malfoy sneered as he assisted Goyle from the room. "I hardly felt a thing." "He won't be laughing in 18 to 24 months, Harry smirked to himself as he watched the Slytherins go. January 27th, 1996. Death counter equals 4. Harry had to wait until after Christmas break to see the full ramifications of his staged attack against the Slytherins. And the results were even better than he'd imagined. Of course, Umbridge refused to believe any of the Slytherins in attendance, even after administering Veritaserum, which she assumed Snape had tampered with to protect his house. Better yet, thanks to Harry's intentionally vague wording on the flyer, Dumbledore was able to avoid punishment, as he could easily claim that he had not been the one to write the flyer himself, and he was never spotted at the scene of the crime. But the best outcome of all was the creation of the Inquisitorial Squad, which once upon a time had empowered Malfoy and his cronies to bully Harry and his friends with the full backing of the Ministry. But now the script was flipped, and it was Harry and company who had Fudge and Umbridge's blessing to roam the halls in packs and dole out unfair punishments to the Slytherins. Harry even managed to convince Umbridge to deputize some of his fellow Gryffindors, like Dean and Seamus and the Weasley twins, who all looked perplexed to be in her good graces, but certainly wouldn't complain about their newfound powers to make the Slytherins' lives hell. Harry had a new problem, however. Hermione had been hard at work combing through every book of dark magic they'd accumulated. Most from Umbridge, but a few from the Room of Requirement and 2 from Crumb, stolen from Karkaroff's personal library. They had spent all of Christmas break practicing these spells in the Room of Requirement, which now looked even more battered than it had when Crabbe cast his uncontrollable fiend fire. And now, Harry's handheld device displayed the sum of his hard work. Quest in progress. The Dark Side. Learn all dark combat spells. 665/666 complete. One spell. One freaking spell short of completing his goal. Ron and Hermione double and triple checked through their books to ensure that they hadn't missed any, but Hermione's diligence had not erred. Whatever the missing curse was, it must be something truly vicious if it was not contained here in some of the most foul and barbaric books Harry had ever laid eyes on. There was only the suggestion of such a spell even existing, with one book referring to a dark spell, so terrible that none should ever seek to witness it. And if Ivan the Terrible considered a spell too terrible for even himself, Harry didn't dare to imagine what it might do. How are we supposed to know which spell we're missing if we don't even know what it does? Hermione groaned in frustration after yet another failed search of the forbidden section in the library. We could ask Dumbledore, Ron said helpfully. Surely he's dabbled in some dark magic before. Not since he was a teenager, Harry said sullenly. And even if he did know, he'd never tell us, believe me. Perhaps Professor Snape then? Hermione offered. I could ask him, as a purely hypothetical matter of course, if he's heard of any such powerful curses. As if he'd help us in a million years, Harry scoffed. He didn't have any better ideas, though. He'd even considered paging Voldemort via their shared connection and asking for a helpful tip or two. The Dark Lord had been pestering him again late at night, and Harry could only keep him away for so long via his preferred salacious means. In fact, given the increased frequency of these late-night intrusions, he was beginning to suspect that Voldemort actually enjoyed the unwanted images, as sickening a thought as it was. His last resort was Umbridge, who had demonstrated a frightening capacity for darkness and knowledge of nasty spells. Either she knew the final spell herself, or would know how to find out. He wasn't sure how to ask exactly, but he figured she was the only person who could, or would, help him. And if she wouldn't, perhaps he could find an alternative way to convince her. Harry's first idea was to steal some Veritaserum from Snape's stores, but it turned out that Umbridge had exhausted all of it interrogating the Slytherins. He briefly considered an Imperius or Cruciatus curse to extract the information from her, but if anyone knew how to counteract an Unforgivable, it was the witch who was so adept at using them herself. His last idea was perhaps the most outlandish, but the more he talked it over with Ron and Hermione, the more he thought it might work. Hermione refused to participate in protest of the harebrained scheme, so that evening at dinner, Harry and Ron decided to put their plan into motion. Dumbledore had rejoined the head table after an extended period away, which he had been taking many of lately. Umbridge eyed him suspiciously from the end of the table, but eventually resumed pecking at her own plate and glaring in the direction of the Slytherin table. As soon as she was distracted, Harry slipped underneath his invisibility cloak and began to tiptoe up to the front of the hall. Meanwhile, Ron stood from his seat and casually walked up to the head table, stopping directly in front of the headmaster's chair. I just wanted to say we're onto your schemes, Professor Dumbledore, Ron said, loudly enough that the surrounding teachers and students could hear him. Watch your back, old man, if you know what's good for you. Dumbledore blinked down at Ron, perplexed. Sorry you feel that way, Mr. Weasley, he muttered politely. Ron turned to walk back to his seat. Then Harry, who had circled around behind Dumbledore under the cloak, pointed his wand over the headmaster's shoulder and whispered, Periculum! A flurry of red sparks burst from his wand, shooting directly at Ron's back and exploding on contact with a loud bang that made everyone in the hall flinch. Ron shrieked with pain, clawing at the scorched hole burned into his shirt. Every eye in the great hall was upon Ron as he scrambled to his feet and pointed an accusatory finger at Dumbledore. He's hexed me, he shouted. Professor Dumbledore just hexed me. There was a general murmur of confusion as a bewildered Dumbledore stood to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Harry, who had slipped back to his seat and removed his cloak amidst the confusion, rushed to Ron's side. We can't let him get away with this, Harry bellowed, aiming his wand at the headmaster. Stupefy! Dumbledore blocked the incoming spell with a flick of his wand, as chaos descended upon the hall. Panicked students fled for cover as Harry and Dumbledore exchanged spellfire. Or more accurately, Harry hurled spells at Dumbledore while the headmaster could only take defensive action for fear of hitting a student. Eventually, Dumbledore launched a powerful banishing charm that caused everyone in the vicinity to stumble backwards, fleeing for the back exit. Professor Umbridge! Harry shouted at once, as she peeked her frightened head out from under her chair. We can't let him get away. We must go after him. Yes. Of course, Umbridge muttered, regaining her composure and standing to her feet, which only made her a couple of inches taller than when she'd been cowering on her knees. Inquisitorial squad, follow Mr. Potter at once. And so a bewildered Dean, Seamus, and the Weasley twins followed Harry and Ron after Dumbledore. What the hell's going on, mate? Dean demanded as soon as they'd left the hall. Is this for real? Just play along, Harry snapped. We're gonna get Umbridge fired tonight. Well, that's all you had to say, mate, laughed George Weasley as the six of them sprinted down corridors and up stairwells towards the headmaster's office. They knew Dumbledore had been here because the two stone gargoyles, which normally sat passively off to either side of the entrance, now prowled menacingly in front of it, growling at the oncomers and forcing them to stop short. Umbridge came running after them a few minutes later, huffing and puffing. We've got him cornered in his office, Professor, Harry said in a jubilant tone. We need only find a way past his guards to apprehend him. Good, good, Umbridge panted. I have notified the minister. He has ordered the Flynn network to be sealed, and officials are on their way as we speak. Shouldn't we wait for the officials to arrive then? Asked Dean, right before Harry intentionally trod on his foot to shut him up. I think Cornelius would be rather pleased if we managed to have him in shackles before the ministry arrives, Harry said hastily. Wouldn't want him to think we're incapable of taking care of this ourselves. No, quite right. Umbridge quickly agreed with Harry, who knew just how much Fudge's opinion meant to her. We can handle this without their help, and I'm sure the minister will reward all of us handsomely for it. But this is Dumbledore we're talking about, Seamus interjected nervously, earning yet another bruised toe from Harry. Fortunately, Umbridge hadn't noticed, formulating a plan in her head. Once we found a way past the gargoyles, Mr. Potter will lead the way up the stairs and attempt to incapacitate him, Umbridge instructed. I give you full permission to use any spell you need to defeat him. I will be right behind you. But Professor, Harry implored her, he's the most skilled light wizard of all time, and we're just children. You must know something we do not. Surely only the darkest of magic will be able to stop him. This seemed to have an impact on Umbridge as she considered the gravity of what he'd said. She must have reached a similar conclusion herself, and was now grappling internally with how to proceed. Surely nothing that drastic is necessary, Umbridge muttered, more to herself than anyone else. But then again, Dumbledore is exceptionally dangerous, and I'm sure Cornelius will understand. Oh, very well. And she strode forward, brandishing her wand. Harry and Ron exchanged a look, anticipating what was coming next. Infurious Ordo S. Umbridge bellowed. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, a thrill of excitement as she uttered the very dark incantation he'd been searching for, the missing number 666. He had no idea what it would do, and he eagerly waited to see what would happen. But nothing did. The Inquisitorial squad stood there lamely, watching as Umbridge kept her wand trained at the entrance to the headmaster's office, a look of determination on her face. Then Harry heard it, or rather, smelled it, a putrid, rotting smell that began to overwhelm his senses, along with a guttural groaning sound and the sloshing of something very wet. Whatever it was coming this way. You all may want to stand over there, Umbridge said sweetly, and the students were quick to comply. They could hear the sound of students screaming in the distance now as they scrambled to escape whatever it was moving through the halls of the castle. Then Harry saw them, inferi, hundreds of them, thousands even, pouring out of a nearby stairwell in a single horrifying mass, dripping with water and rotting flesh, clambering over one another, clawing their way through the corridors towards their target. Umbridge directed the undead army up the stairwell, overwhelming the two stone gargoyles with ease. pounding upon the wooden door at the top of the staircase. Harry decided he didn't need to stick around any further. "Best of luck, Professor," he said cheerfully. "I'll just be off to the Ollery then." "Where are you going, Potter?" Umbridge snapped. "The moment is at hand. We must finish Dumbledore now, while we have the upper hand." "Nah, I'm good actually," Harry yawned. "I think I'll drop a letter to the Daily Prophet, though. I don't know if parents will take kindly to the news that a Hogwarts professor summoned a horde of inferi to the castle where their children reside. Cheers, Dottie." And Harry and Ron strode away from the scene as quickly as possible, struggling to breathe in the stench of the decaying bodies, leaving a stunned Umbridge, Dean, Seamus, Fred, and George behind. Harry heard a ding in his pocket as they rounded the corner, and he checked his device for the good news. Quest completed. The Dark Side. Learn all dark combat spells. 666/666 complete. Thank God, Harry thought to himself. He'd seen enough messed up dark magic for one lifetime. Up next, Harry Potter has been unusually quiet since Umbridge's arrest. And for some reason, that terrifies Dumbledore more than anything else. Newt Scamander, February 20th, 1996. Death counter equals 4. Dumbledore sighed heavily as he plopped himself into his chair at the head table, surveying the great hall before him. It was the first time students were back in the castle, as Umbridge's inferi debacle had taken nearly a month to resolve. It took an army of Ministry witches and wizards to track down and dispatch the thousands of reanimated corpses roaming the castle once Umbridge had been apprehended. Not to mention the massive problem of dealing with the many nearly Muggle villages whose entire graveyards had been emptied overnight. The memory alteration department had been working overtime to deal with them. And then there was the stench, a putrid smell permeating the entire school, making anyone without a bubblehead charm gag within seconds. The students had been sent home not only for their own safety, but to give the castle time to air out. Even still, there was a faint scent of rotten flesh lingering in the air, and judging by the pinched looks on students' faces, Dumbledore wasn't the only one who noticed. Dumbledore had worked hard to restore order in the wake of the incident, and he had a hell of a time convincing the governors that he was not to blame for the incident. A couple of times he'd considered pointing his wand under his chin and resetting the cycle, but figured it wasn't worth the hassle of disrupting whatever Harry had planned. And speaking of which, he had yet to find a quiet moment to speak to the boy about his plans. He assumed he was behind Umbridge's meltdown somehow, and could only hope it was the least of his worries moving forward. "Minerva, have you seen Mr. Potter this evening?" Dumbledore asked, leaning over to McGonagall. He had been scanning the Gryffindor table up and down for the boy, with no luck. "You might try the library," said McGonagall. "He and Miss Granger have spent a good deal of time there this term. I might be impressed with his renewed work ethic if I wasn't so concerned for what he's scheming." Dumbledore couldn't blame her. He was beginning to wonder that himself. So after a quick meal, he excused himself and hustled off to the school library, the last place he would have thought to look for Harry. The boy hadn't shown much interest in studying up to this point. What could he be up to now? What could he be researching? Dumbledore nodded politely to Madame Pants as he strolled into the library. The place appeared empty, but as he approached the back annals of the room, a faint buzzing noise gave away the presence of a muffling charm on the back row of shelves. Dumbledore wordlessly canceled the spell and crept towards a nearby shelf to listen in on the conversation happening nearby. And each diagnostic rune must be matched to the corresponding rune sign, Hermione was saying in an academic tone. It's a common mistake for translators to ignore the rising house. This table explains how to identify the correct house and pair it to the appropriate rune sign before attempting a proper diagnosis. Dumbledore frowned. Ancient runes? He didn't remember Harry ever taking the subject. He peered around the corner, where he could see Harry and Hermione seated side by side at a study table. Hermione was reading from a worn and earmarked copy of rudimentary runes as Harry intently listened, staring at her face. "You're really making this so much easier to learn," Harry sighed in admiration. "I don't know what I'd do without you, Mione, seriously." Hermione blushed. "I'm not as good as Professor Babbling," she muttered. "And you're an excellent learner. You're picking this up fast. You've got a great speaking voice, too," Harry said softly, and he lightly brushed Hermione's exposed arm with a finger. "Very sexy." Hermione turned a deep shade of red and giggled nervously. You're just being polite, she said. There's nothing sexy about reading. I can't think of anything sexier, Harry said in a low growl. His finger traced up Hermione's shoulder to the side of her face. Hermione looked up at him, wide-eyed. Dumbledore slipped, putting too much weight on the shelf in front of him and causing several books to shift loudly. Hermione jumped about a mile as he stepped out into the open. Good evening, headmaster, Hermione said in a falsely high tone. We were just studying. Sup, Al? Asked Harry, who looked nonplussed by Dumbledore's sudden appearance, lounging in the same relaxed pose he had while flirting with Hermione moments ago. Good evening, Dumbledore greeted them both. Miss Granger, may I have a word alone with Mr. Potter, please? Hermione was all too happy to oblige, gathering her things and hastening from the area, face still beet red with embarrassment. Always got to find the perfect times to cockblock me, Professor? Harry smirked at him. I have no interest in your romantic endeavors, Dumbledore said mildly, though in truth he was a bit perturbed by how quickly Harry was running through the female population of the castle. I must ask why. However, you are studying a subject you are not currently enrolled in? Hermione reckons I can sit the OWL anyway, Harry shrugged. I only need an acceptable to qualify for the NEWT level. But why are you dash? Oh, Dumbledore sighed, realizing now what Harry's intentions were. Harry confirmed this by pulling out his handheld device and showing Dumbledore the highlighted quest. Quest in progress. Academia. Obtain all 13 outstanding NEWTs. 0/13 complete. I figure I can knock out as many as I can this cycle and go from there, said Harry. Hermione's coaching me on runes and arithmancy, and I should breeze through data. Charms, creatures, divination, transfiguration, and potions. Maybe I'll take a crack at Muggle studies and history of magic while I'm at it. Wouldn't it be wiser to break it up to a few subjects at a time? Dumbledore asked wearily. Perhaps focus on the more difficult subjects on a future cycle, when you can actually sit your fifth-year lessons? Waste of time if you ask me, Harry shrugged. One session with Hermione is worth 20 lessons with Professor Mumbling or whoever. She's amazing, isn't she? Dumbledore decided not to comment, unsure of what qualities of Miss Granger's that Harry was referring to. You are aware that you cannot sit your NEWTs until the end of your 7th year, he sighed. And Voldemort intends to move on Hogwarts well before then. Well, yeah, that's where you come in. Harry rolled his eyes, as though this were a given. You can find a way to keep him occupied for an extra year, so I can stay here and study. Alternatively, Dumbledore grumbled, though he knew it was fruitless. We could destroy the Horcruxes now and confront Voldemort directly, and then you can study for your NEWTs. I've got way too much to learn between now and then, Harry protested. I can't be bothered to break into Gringotts and the Ministry again when I could be here learning the difference between it was and I was. Dumbledore fumed silently, not seeing how he could change Harry's mind. Miss Granger seems like a nice girl, he eventually said. It would be a shame to see her get hurt. She's not as innocent as she seems, Harry winked. I'll be the best thing that ever happened to her. Now if you'll excuse me, Al, I want to finish memorizing this rune sign chart before bed. And Harry buried his nose into rudimentary runes, indicating that the conversation was over. Dumbledore considered one last reproach, but decided it would do more harm than good, and swept from the library. September 21st, 1996. Death counter equals 4. The Dark Lord intends for the Malfoy boy to murder you, said Severus Snape, pacing back and forth in the headmaster's office. He does not expect Malfoy to succeed, and I suspect he will turn to me if he fails. I am aware, Dumbledore said tiredly. Obviously, we cannot have this. Then how do you intend to stop him? Snape inquired. The boy is a danger to himself and those around him. I do not doubt it, Dumbledore muttered. As regrettable as it is, we may have to dispose of the boy, discreetly of course, before he can do any serious damage. I was afraid you might say that, muttered Snape. You should know that over the summer, I made an unbreakable vow with Narcissa to keep her son safe and finish the job if he cannot. Dumbledore groaned with dismay. Why would you do such a thing, he said, rolling his eyes. And why would you not tell me this the first time around? The first time around, sir? Snape stammered, confused. I don't know what you mean, Dash. Naturally, it it would not have changed the course of things on our original path, Dumbledore muttered to himself. But now that poses a problem. You were an important piece of this puzzle, Severus, and now this jeopardizes things. The school must stay open for 2 more years. Why 2 more years? Asked Snape. Surely you know the Dark Lord will not wait that long to make his move on the Ministry dash. Potter must complete his NEWT exams at all costs, said Dumbledore. Voldemort cannot be allowed to take control until after he has received his grades. Why would his grades matter if the Dark Lord takes over? Asked a baffled Snape. I doubt Potter will be brought on as a Ministry employee under his regime. Never mind the reason, Dumbledore snapped. We will simply have to delay the Malfoy boy, that is all. You can sabotage the Vanishing Cabinet to make sure it is never fully repaired. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to deliver some, teaching materials to Minerva. Dumbledore stood to go, grabbing a stack of handwritten notes from his desk, but Snape stood to block his path. I can take them, he said. I'm headed to the staff lounge anyway. I'm afraid these are for her eyes only, Dumbledore winked. Good evening, Severus. And he brushed past a befuddled Snape, hastening down the spiral steps. He headed not for the staff lounge, but the library, where the true recipient of his notes undoubtedly sat waiting for him. Buried under a mountain of textbooks, studying, he turned out to be half right. When he rounded the corner in the back annals of the library and undid the muffling charm, he indeed saw the study table covered with textbooks. But Harry and Hermione were not seated at the table, but underneath it, intertwined together in a mess of entangled limbs. Dumbledore cleared his throat, and Hermione predictably panicked once again, banging her head on the underside of the table in her haste to stand upright. Evening, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said mildly. May I have a moment alone with Dash? But Hermione was already gone, hurrying away from the table, face bright red with shame. Harry casually pulled himself back up into his seat, a sly grin on his face. Here for another lecture? He asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. No, said Dumbledore curtly, choosing not to fight this losing battle. I'm ready to give you this. He tossed his stack of handwritten notes onto the table. Harry casually picked them up and flipped through them. What's this? He drawled. Assigning me homework? I took the liberty of making customized study notes for you, said Dumbledore. That is everything you'll need to know for your arithmancy in EWT. It was something of a favorite subject of mine back in the day. Whoa, wicked, said Harry, leafing through the notes with renewed appreciation. Thanks, Al. To what do I owe the favor? Just make sure you do get those outstanding grades, Dumbledore sighed. And while I have you here, do you have any intentions to sabotage Mr. Malfoy's assassination plots this term? Don't worry. That problem will take care of itself, Harry dismissed. He's got maybe a year left to live. I don't doubt that, with Voldemort breathing down his neck dash. No, nothing like that, Harry interrupted. He's gonna start complaining of stomach pains to Madame Pomfrey soon. I reckon he'll be sent home for bed rest by Easter. Dumbledore didn't know how Harry knew this, but decided it best not to ask too many questions. He turned and left the library. February 21st, 1997. Death counter equals 4. We suspect that Voldemort intends to move on the Ministry soon, said Kingsley Shacklebolt in a dire tone. Pius Thickness has emerged as a strong candidate to replace Fudge, and we have reason to believe he's under the Imperious curse. I see, Dumbledore mused, tapping his fingers thoughtfully together. He considered the assorted Order members seated around his office. Shacklebolt, Tonks, Arthur Weasley, McGonagall, Snape, and Lupin, all looking far more worried than he did. We may want to consider diverting resources to protecting the Minister, spoke up Lupin. If Fudge is replaced by Thickness, Voldemort will have shadow control of the government. Fudge is not long for the post, I'm afraid, Dumbledore sighed. It is more important that we maintain enough guards at Hogwarts to intimidate Voldemort from trying to make a move on the school. Surely the government is more important to defend than our school. McGonagall bristled. I appreciate your concern for our students, Albus, but this is war dash. As long as Harry Potter remains enrolled at Hogwarts, we must keep him safe, Dumbledore said simply. One thing we may want to do is secure control of the Department of Magical Education. What do we know of Griselda Marchbanks? She has remained loyal to each of the previous ministers, said Arthur. We expect she'd follow suit with thickness and not ruffle any feathers. We may need to place her under the Imperious Curse, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, drawing incredulous looks from all around him, to ensure that she does not become another puppet for Voldemort and sabotage our curriculum. The Imperious Curse. I mean, really, Albus? McGonagall snapped angrily. How can you suggest such underhanded tactics? This is war, Minerva, Dumbledore smiled, throwing her own words back at her. The only thing that matters, and I mean the only thing, is that Harry completes his education at this school. Do you all understand me? There were muttered groans of reluctant assent. Good. And what news do you bring, Severus? How is our friend, Mr. Malfoy, progressing in his plot? Not well, Snape sighed. I have kept the cabinet in disrepair as you asked, but the boy has taken ill lately. A stomach flu most likely. I will keep an eye on him. Very well, Dumbledore said. He had an inkling of what exactly Harry had done to the boy over a year ago. And if his disturbing hunch was correct, Draco Malfoy was rapidly approaching his 18 to 24-month expiration date. September 1st, 1997, death counter equals 4. Albus Dumbledore. By order of Minister of Magic, Pious Thickness, you are ordered to surrender yourself for arrest immediately. Students up and down the Great Hall murmured nervously to one another. 10 imposing figures stood before the head table, and while they might have been wearing purple ministry robes, there was no mistaking them as Death Eaters. The speaker, Corbin Yaxley, stood at the head of the group, flanked on either side by sneering guards, wands drawn. Teachers and students alike watched with bated breath, curious to see what would happen next. Dumbledore casually stood from his seat, feeling every eye in the room on him. He cleared his throat. No, he said calmly. Yaxley's eyes widened. No, he repeated. This is a direct order, Dumbledore. You have been removed from your post as headmaster and are to turn yourself in at once. No, Dumbledore said calmly. Both parties stared each other down, Dumbledore betraying no fear, the Death Eaters looking increasingly nervous. Be reasonable, Dumbledore, came the sneering voice of Lucius Malfoy from Yaxley's right. We will take you by force if necessary. You wouldn't want to make a scene in front of all your students, would you? At this, the students nearest the front of the hall began to scoot nervously away from the action, as if anticipating a firefight. The only student who looked nonplussed was Harry, who lounged with his feet kicked up on the Gryffindor table, twirling his wand between his fingers. There will be no need for force, Dumbledore said without missing a beat. You will leave here quietly without posing a threat to my students, or I will be forced to neutralize that threat. There are 10 of us and 1 of you, shouted Mulciber. Don't be daft, Dumbledore. Dumbledore cleared his throat. 2 doors open on either side of the hall, and Shacklebolt, Tonks, Lupin, and Bill Weasley entered, flanking either side of the head table. The great oak doors at the other end of the hall also opened, and Mad-Eye Moody, Arthur Weasley, and Mundungus Fletcher slipped in, standing guard at the exit. McGonagall and Snape also stood from their seats and drew their wands. If it's a fight you want, you'll have it, Dumbledore said calmly. I assure you that you will lose. So this is where all your people went. Yaxley sneered. It's no wonder we were able to waltz into the ministry, old man. You think you can hold this castle hostage forever? You can tell your boss that if he wants the school, he can come and take it from me himself, said Dumbledore. And I'm not talking about thickness. Again, there was a tense standoff. The Death Eaters looked at each other, no longer as confident as they were before. We will be back, Dumbledore, Yaxley growled. This was a huge mistake. He snapped his fingers, and the group turned to exit the Great Hall. September 6th, 1997, death counter equals 4. It's not looking good, Albus, a fretful McGonagall said during their next Friday meeting. We've lost over 100 students in just the first week. Parents are coming every day, no, every hour to take their children home. They seem to believe that Voldemort himself will attack the castle any day now. And truthfully, I'm inclined to agree. He won't attack us directly, Dumbledore mused. Not yet, anyway. He is too cautious to risk his plans by engaging me in one-on-one combat. He might send some more goons to scare us into submission, but the castle is the most heavily guarded place in the world at the moment. Was it really wise to divert all of the Order's resources to Hogwarts? McGonagall asked, exasperated. Surely we could have delayed the takeover of the Ministry dash. We have been over this, Dumbledore sighed. The only thing that matters is Harry completing his education. You must trust me on this. At this rate, I'm not sure Potter will survive the year, McGonagall huffed. He's been ambushed at least 3 times by Slytherin students. He's gotten the better of them so far, but I worry that he may crack under the pressure. Yes, I have heard of Madame Pomfrey's increased workload this term, Dumbledore chuckled. So far, at least 7 Slytherins have been sent to the hospital wing, having been on the receiving end of some nasty hexes and curses from Harry and his friends. I think it might be wise to send all of the Slytherins home. What? McGonagall gasped. That's nearly half of remaining students, Albus. You can't seriously consider disrupting so many educations. The only thing that matters, Dumbledore repeated in a sharp tone, is Harry completing his education. Anything that disrupts that plan must be eliminated. But even if he does survive the year, McGonagall groaned, the Ministry wouldn't even recognize his NEWTS. He is public enemy number 2, after only yourself. Then when the time comes, Dumbledore said calmly, we may need to assault the Ministry to ensure that his test results are scored accurately. McGonagall looked quite like she believed Dumbledore had lost her mind. What you intend to do after he graduates is beyond me, she sighed. This will destroy our remaining resources, and you know it. So be it then, Dumbledore thought to himself. Would you please fetch Severus and have him escort his house out of the castle, he said instead. McGonagall gave Dumbledore her most severe look of disappointment before standing and sweeping out of the room. Dumbledore massaged his throbbing temple, unsure if he could keep up this charade for an entire school year. That boy had better be studying as hard as he can, he thought bitterly to himself. October 21st, 1997, death counter equals 4. Hey Al, I need your help with something, said Harry, walking into the headmaster's office unannounced. Dumbledore woke with a start, having dozed off in his chair after hours of dealing with Ministry turmoil, looking up at his pupil who had just sat in the chair opposite him. Anything, my boy, Dumbledore said tiredly. Do you require more study materials? No, Hermione's got that covered, Harry said dismissively. It's about her. Actually, my relationship with her is stuck at a 9, and I'm struggling to get it up to a 10. Surely that isn't as important as passing your exams? Dumbledore groaned. He had spent months of meticulous planning to give the boy the chance to complete his quest, and this was what he chose to focus on? Oh, please, Harry smirked. If Hermione doesn't want me when I'm studying my ass off, I can't see any other timeline in which she will. I have to do it now. I thought you didn't want me interfering in your love life? Dumbledore asked, bemused. Yeah, but I figured you and her are pretty alike, said Harry. You were probably a pretentious know-it-all in your teenage years too, weren't you? I'm flattered you think so highly of me, Dumbledore said sardonically. Oh, come on, it's just a joke, old man. Harry rolled his eyes. Now you must have some ideas. How can I get her to really fall in love with me? Well, as you have surely deduced, my experience with women is minimal at best, Dumbledore smiled. But I do vaguely remember my own teenage years, the days in which all I cared about was amassing more and more knowledge. At the time, I couldn't see anything or anyone getting in the way of that pursuit. And what changed? Asked Harry. Gellert, said Dumbledore wistfully. He was everything I wasn't. Confident, athletic, powerful. I surrounded myself with plenty of bookworms in school, Harry, but none of them appealed to me as a partner because there were 2 like myself. I suggest you find ways to highlight the things that make you different from Miss Granger if you wish to woo her. What, like be a dumb jock? Harry scoffed. Though on second thought, it could work. That's how Ron got her after all. I suspect that right now she views you more as a pupil than an equal, Dumbledore remarked. Perhaps your dynamic needs to change so that she sees you as more of an equal than someone in need of her support. You have to show her you can support her needs as well. I've been trying to hint at my skills in bed, Harry groaned, but she doesn't seem that interested in getting physical. There are other kinds of needs, Harry, Dumbledore said, cringing at the thought. Emotional needs, for one. Do you ever ask her about how she's feeling? Not much time for that these days, Harry shrugged. Never had to do that with my past girlfriends. Cho always told me whatever she was feeling, and the Quidditch girls preferred to get physical over talking about feelings. You think Hermione might like that? I think it's worth a try, said Dumbledore, internally shaking his head at how naive Harry was. He may technically be older than 17 due to the time loop, but his inexperience with women was still apparent. Cool. Thanks, Al, said Harry, standing to go. Oh, and I've decided to take every NEWT this spring. So if you have any more cheat sheets, I'm all ears. Is that really wise? Dumbledore asked weakly, but Harry was already gone. January 3rd, 1998. Death counter equals 4. Albus! Come quickly, shrieked McGonagall, knocking urgently on the door to Dumbledore's private quarters. The castle is under attack. Dumbledore got to his feet with a start and reached for his wand. In the distance, he could hear distant booms, indicating that an assault had begun on the wards around the castle. He flung open the door to see McGonagall, Snape, and a handful of Order members waiting for him. Gather the students and the other Order members in the Great Hall at once, Dumbledore instructed. I will defend the grounds. Wait for my signal. Alone? McGonagall cried, but Dumbledore was already off to his office. He approached the corner where Fawkes the Phoenix sat sleeping on his perch, stroking the great bird gently on the beak until it awoke. Fawkes, my dear boy, it is time, Dumbledore said softly. Are you ready to defend your home? Fawkes gave a muted squawk and shook his feathers in response. Good, Dumbledore nodded. Let's go. Fawkes spread his wings and did a single lap around the office, then flew over Dumbledore's head. Dumbledore clapped his hands over his head, and he and the bird disappeared. They were streaking through the cold night air now as one, a flaming blur against the pitch-black sky. Dumbledore saw streaks of light in the distance, indicating that whoever was assaulting the grounds was doing so from the south, near the Hogsmeade entrance. He directed Fawkes towards the area, and from high above he could see nearly 24 hooded figures with their wands aimed at the castle, assaulting the wards with powerful curses. Down! Dumbledore ordered, and Fawkes swooped low, diving towards the clustered group. Dumbledore let go a second before she reached the ground, landing deftly on his feet, wand drawn as Fawkes blazed a fiery trail through the heart of the gathered Death Eaters. Dumbledore did not waste time, throwing powerful spells through the darkness to take advantage of the element of surprise. The Death Eaters were no match, falling one after another to his flurry of powerful magic. Dumbledore could have taken them single-handedly back in September, but wanted to avoid such a show of force then. Now it was unavoidable. Within minutes, he had the entire attack force rounded up and incapacitated before him. Dumbledore stood over the assembled Death Eaters, considering what to do with them. He couldn't call the Ministry. They would just set them free. He could call the Order to bring them to a safe location to keep an eye on them, but that would mean diverting resources away from the castle. None of his options much appealed to him. "Aw man, you already took care of them," came a whiny voice from behind Dumbledore. He wheeled around to see Harry, sprinting through the darkness towards the action from the castle. "I was hoping for some action tonight." "Harry, it isn't safe out here," Dumbledore said. "Return to the school immediately." "Nah, I'm kinda hoping our friend Tommy shows up," Harry yawned, stretching. "Feels like I haven't used my wand in months. Anyway, what are you gonna do with them?" "Not sure," Dumbledore mumbled. "We may need to bring them to the castle with us. Hold them hostage dash. Why bother?" Harry sneered. "Here, let me." Then before Dumbledore could protest, Harry drew his wand. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Dumbledore watched in horror as Harry took the lives of each of the assailants, the jets of green light sending them sprawling to the ground. "Harry, this was needless loss of life," Dumbledore said, shocked. "Who cares? They'll be alive again once we reset," said Harry. "Now, if you don't mind, I have to finish memorizing names and dates from the Goblin Rebellion of 1755. And Harry turned, marching back up to the castle, as Dumbledore gawked at the pile of dead bodies gathered at his feet. March 22nd, 1998, death counter equals 4. "I can't do this anymore. I can't. I can't." Harry's cries of despair echoed throughout the cavernous hall. Every student turned towards him, which wasn't many considering only a dozen or so Gryffindors and a handful of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws remained at the school. Dumbledore stood to see what the commotion was about, Harry was on the floor, curled in a ball and rocking back and forth, as Hermione and Ron tried to console him. "I know it's a lot, Harry, but you're doing so well," Hermione reassured him. "We're almost there, Dash. Just take a break, mate. You're overworking yourself," Ron said. "I can't," Harry groaned. "Too much to do. Too much to learn." Dumbledore hurried over to the trio. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, why don't you assist Mr. Potter to the dungeons with me?" he said. He beckoned for Snape to follow them as Harry's two best friends hoisted his arms over their shoulders and half-carried him down towards Snape's office. "Severus, I think a calming draft is in order," Dumbledore said as soon as the group entered the space and Harry had been deposited into an armchair. "Perhaps a few pain relievers as well." Snape hustled to his storage room as Dumbledore surveyed Harry. He looked terrible. Heavy bags underlined his eyes, betraying a lack of sleep, and he appeared thinner than usual. Dumbledore had noticed that the boy had missed several meals lately, no doubt spending that extra time in the library studying. "Harry, you can't sustain this," Dumbledore said in as polite a tone as he could muster. 12 NEWTs in 1 year is too many. "Have to," Harry muttered, delirious. "Come this far. Can't turn back now." Snape returned with several vials of murky liquid. He handed them to Harry, who threw them back into his throat without question. After a few moments, an expression of calm overcame him, and his body visibly relaxed, the tense muscles in his shoulders and chest unclenching at last. "I hate seeing you like this, Harry," Hermione cooed, stroking his forehead gently. "You have to take better care of yourself." "I know," Harry sighed. "This hasn't been fair on you, Hermione." "How are you holding up?" "Me?" Hermione asked in surprise. "Just worried about you. I know how important this is to you." "You don't have to worry on my account," Harry grinned up at her. "You're too good to me, Hermione. It's not fair how much I depend on you." "I don't mind it," Hermione said quickly. "You're sweet for asking about me. You're a really special woman. You know that?" Harry said, a serious look in his eye now. "I'd be lost without you, Mione. I love you." Dumbledore and Ron exchanged an awkward look, both feeling like perhaps they shouldn't be intruding on this conversation. Snape had long ago retreated to his quarters, clearly well ahead of the curve in that regard. I love you too, Harry," said Hermione. From the way her face flushed as she said this, Dumbledore gathered that it was her first time admitting it aloud. There was a faint ding, and Harry fished something from his pocket. It had been so long since Dumbledore heard it that he almost forgot about the handheld device entirely. He glanced over Harry's shoulder to see the new message. "Hermione Granger. Relationship status equals 10. "Thank Merlin," Harry muttered tiredly. "Now piss off, all of you. I'm going to take a nap." And he shut his eyes at once, falling into a deep sleep before any of the three could process what he had just said. June 18th, 1998. Death counter equals 4. 30 minutes remaining. Griselda Marchbanks announced to the Great Hall. Only around 10 students were present for their NEWTS this afternoon, spaced out evenly throughout the cavernous space, writing diligently at their desks. Dumbledore watched nervously from his seat at the high table, focused especially on Harry, whom he had force-fed countless calming drafts and pain relievers over the past few months just to get him through. He looked exhausted and twitchy, but focused all the same. Dumbledore knew Harry recognized the gravity of the situation as well as he did. The silence in the room was suddenly broken by a distant boom. The students and test proctors alike looked up, startled, and gazed out the windows towards the grounds. "Keep working, everyone," said Marchbanks in a lazy, dreamlike tone. Dumbledore had placed the imperious curse on her himself and trusted that it would hold, even if chaos erupted around them. But he had to ensure that would not happen. He quietly stood and strode from the hall, already dreading whatever had caused the commotion. Snape and McGonagall were there to meet him in the entrance hall, grim expressions on their faces. "An army of Voldemort supporters is at the gates," McGonagall said, voice quivering. "They are assaulting the wards as we speak." "The Dark Lord is among them," Snape said, his wide eyes betraying the facade of calm he wore on his face. "We have no hope of victory, Headmaster." Dumbledore pondered the conundrum, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Severus, perhaps you can go and reason with him," he said. "Convince him that a peace can be brokered between us. Surely he no longer trusts me." Snape protested. I have made no contact with the Dark Lord all term. He knows where my true loyalties lie. Don't be so sure, Dumbledore winked. You are a clever man, Severus. I know you can talk your way through this. Go quickly now. Harry's life depends on it. Snape looked like this was the last thing he wanted to do, but he could not disobey such an order. He turned on the spot and transformed into a bat, flapping out the front doors and off towards Hogsmeade. You truly believe Severus can convince him? McGonagall asked. Oh no, he's a dead man, Dumbledore said grimly. But he may be able to buy us a few minutes. Minerva, round up the order and launch an assault on their position from the east. Take brooms over the forest and surprise them from the rear. I will follow your lead from the front. Is it wise to leave the fortifications of the castle? McGonagall fretted. Clearly, she had little faith in this plan. There is no time, Dumbledore roared. We must act decisively, Minerva. I promise you there is a plan. McGonagall looked cowed by this show of dominance, and she begrudgingly trotted off to locate the other Order members. Dumbledore watched her go, knowing that she too would be on a suicide mission. But he only had to buy himself about an hour. The final NEWT exam was almost over. Dumbledore stood nervously at the front doors of the castle, listening intently. After a few minutes, he could hear a fierce battle cry from the dozen or so defenders the castle had left, attacking the enemy encampment. The sounds of fierce spellfire and echoing explosions rent the air as the two sides met in combat. Dumbledore knew the Order would lose, but how quickly? How much time would they be able to buy them? Time's up, came the voice of Griselda Marchbanks from the Great Hall, and Dumbledore sighed a breath of relief. One obstacle down, the tests were complete. Now, there was the matter of grading them. Dumbledore strode back into the hall as the test proctors walked around to collect the papers from students. Dumbledore saw Harry scribbling right up until the last second, a pout on his face when his test was snatched from him by a sour-faced wizard. We must evacuate at once, Albus, came the squeaky voice of Professor Tofty, who came running up to him. Do you have a safe place for us to hide? Nonsense, said Marchbanks in the same light and dreamy tone. We must grade these tests at once. Right you are, Griselda. Dumbledore beamed as the color drained from Tofty's face. We shall evacuate once the tests are done. Why don't you use the head table over there? Oh, and do start with Mr. Potter's exams. Won't you kindly? Certainly, smiled Marchbanks, as she motioned for the other proctors to take their seats. They nervously did as instructed, as Harry came marching up to Dumbledore. What's the plan? He asked in a whisper. You think you can buy enough time? In my experience, it takes about half an hour to grade an exam thoroughly, Dumbledore said. I could try to push them for 20 minutes. That means you'll need to buy us some time. You're allowing me to fight? Harry asked, a twinkle of joy in his eye. Yes, said Dumbledore. Don't hold back. Oh, and if you are unable to save yourself, do try and use your last breaths to keep Tom occupied for a bit. Won't you? Say no more, Harry grinned. He turned to his fellow Gryffindors, who stood waiting expectantly nearby. We fight, he announced jubilantly, and to Dumbledore's shock, they whooped with joy. What kind of child soldiers have I created? He thought to himself, a pit in his stomach. But he couldn't ruminate on that now. He turned his attention back to the proctors as Harry and his friends rushed out to the grounds. Come now, folks. Time is of the essence. Dumbledore implored them as each began grading a different test of Harry's. I've left my blue inkpot in the back chambers, Tofty muttered, getting to his feet. I'll just quickly go and grab Dash. Dumbledore whipped his wand towards the wizard, and he was forced back into his chair. Grade, he said in a harsh tone, and the frightened-looking little man did as he was told, using his standard black inkpot to begin his work. Dumbledore craned his neck towards the windows to see if he could tell what was happening on the grounds. Mayhem reigned. He could hear the telltale sizzle of fiend fire, along with plenty of other nasty sounds he could only imagine the origin of. He had never delved as deep into dark magics as Harry clearly had, and he shuddered to think of the damage he was wreaking on an unsuspecting army. It wouldn't be enough to win the battle, but perhaps the shock and awe approach would delay Voldemort long enough. Defense against the dark arts complete, announced a surly witch at the end of the table. Outstanding. Verified, said Marchbanks airily. 1 down, 11 to go, Dumbledore thought to himself. Screams tore through the air as the sky darkened outside. Dumbledore's heart dropped as he saw thousands upon thousands of Dementors descending upon the grounds. Patron uses were shot into the air, but they were quickly overpowered by the sheer mass of darkness bearing down on them. Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring enchanted blinds to cover the windows and muffle the sounds of struggle outside. It would not do well for the proctors to become distracted by their impending demise. "I have an outstanding in potions here," said Tofty, waving his completed test in the air. "Another in charms," said another voice. One by one the test results came in, and Marchbanks validated the results one by one. As long as she confirmed the result, Dumbledore figured that counted as an official grade. Roughly half the exams were done now. Could they finish the rest? Then the smell returned. The one that had been seared into Dumbledore's brain for 2 years, ever since the Umbridge incident. Not again, he thought, groaning internally. On the bright side, he wouldn't be around for the cleanup this time. But an army of Inferi was near impossible to control, and if Harry had indeed summoned it, they would all be overwhelmed eventually. And if Voldemort had been the one to summon it, the castle was doomed for certain. "Quickly now, quickly," Dumbledore growled as 2 more tests were validated. 2 exam results left. 2 jittery wizards working feverishly to complete their work, believing that Dumbledore would save them once they were through. He had no such intention. He just needed them to finish, so he could let them all die. The castle walls began to rumble. The Inferi army was at the doors and windows now, and the rest of Voldemort's forces would soon follow. Dumbledore waved his wand once more, and every unused chair and table flew through the air to barricade the doors and windows. It would not hold them for long. "Hurry," he bellowed. "Astronomy complete," said one of the wizards, as Marchbanks swooped over to record the result. 1 exam left now. The sound of shattering glass broke the illusion of silence outside as a cacophony of noise erupted into the hall. A mass of rotting bodies poured through one of the great windows at the other end of the hall. Dumbledore twirled his wand to conjure a wall of flame between them. It would buy them perhaps 10 seconds. "Arithmancy complete," said the last wizard, frantically waving his test in the air. Marchbanks turned towards him, walking far too slowly. The mass of Inferi burst through the wall of flames. Dumbledore began blasting individual bodies away from him, but there were far too many of them. "Griselda," he bellowed. "Verified," said Marchbanks in her dreamy tone. "Thank Merlin," said Professor Tofty. "What now, Albus?" The proctors watched in horror as Dumbledore, surrounded by Inferi, pointed his wand under his chin and said, "Avada Kedavra," leaving the great hall to be consumed by the undead. June 24th, 1995, death counter equals 5. Dumbledore came to in his office, inhaling deeply at the peaceful silence and clean air that met him here. "Sorry about that," Harry said sheepishly from across the room. "Couldn't hold him off any longer, so I had to take drastic measures." "You did splendidly," Dumbledore reassured him. "Have you got the achievement?" Harry had almost forgotten in all the mayhem. He excitedly reached for the handheld device on the desk and powered it on. He navigated to the appropriate section, and to Dumbledore's horror, Harry's face fell. "Quest in progress. Academia. Obtain all 13 outstanding in EWTS. 4/13ths complete. Only 4 stinking outstandings," Harry said in protest. "I only got exceeds expectations in half my subjects and a poor in history of magic. I worked hard for that one. 11 in EWTS is still something to be proud of," Dumbledore offered diplomatically. "I still have 8 outstandings left to unlock the achievement." Harry groaned. "That'll take so many more cycles." "Ugh, what a waste." Harry stood and chucked the device against the wall in anger. It shattered into 1,000 pieces as Harry trudged towards the door, looking defeated. "I cannot repair the device, Harry," Dumbledore called after him. "This cycle won't count for any achievements." "I know," Harry muttered. "I'm going to jump off the astronomy tower. Feel free to reset." Up next, Harry vows to never pick up a book again and starts to see the merit in defeating the main boss before grinding side quests. Speedrun any % WR. June 25th, 1995, death counter equals 6. Dumbledore strode back and forth across his office, packing his belongings for the summer break. The students would soon be aboard the Hogwarts Express for yet another uneventful holiday. And once the castle was empty, the headmaster would be expected to vacate as well. Dumbledore planned to spend his summer as he had for the past few cycles, hunting aimlessly for the remaining Horcruxes, with little to no idea of where to begin looking. It was a wonder Harry had gotten so far on his first try with such minimal information. "Sir? A moment, please." Dumbledore looked up, and to his surprise, Harry stood in the doorway, looking contrite. "Harry," Dumbledore blinked. "Shouldn't you be on the train with your classmates?" "Yeah, but I've got some time," Harry shrugged. "I wanted to give you something first." And to Dumbledore's absolute astonishment, Harry approached the desk and placed a silver object upon it. He didn't recognize it at first, but after a moment, he realized it could only be one thing: the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. "The Horcrux," he breathed. "How, where?" "It was in the room of requirement," Harry yawned. "Went and grabbed it just now. Would you like to do the honors?" Dumbledore wasn't sure what he meant by this at first, but Harry strode across the room towards the sword of Gryffindor and removed it from its case. He gingerly handed the sword to Dumbledore, who considered the valuable artifact for a moment, before plunging the tip of the sword at it and penetrating its crown. There was an ear-splitting sound of something screaming distantly, and a burst of black smoke dissipating from the diadem, before it fell silent once more. "I'm getting pretty tired of Voldemort trying to break into my head every 2 hours," Harry sighed. "Plus, he's really been impeding a lot of my quest progress as of late." "Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, unable to mask the hope in his voice. "Yep," Harry confirmed. "Let's take him out this summer. You go get the ring from the Gaunt Shack, and I'll look for the locket at Sirius Place. Then we can figure out a plan for the cup and the snake." "Sounds like a plan," Dumbledore agreed. "Shall we meet at Grimmauld Place this time next week?" "There's one problem, though. How are we going to deal with this?" "Horcrux?" Harry asked, pointing to the scar on his forehead. "Me dying doesn't seem to be a solution, seeing as it would just reset the cycle." "Yes, I've been putting some thought into that recently," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "I think I have a solution that might work. It will require the assistance of your friends Weasley and Granger, and we'll have to wait until August." "I'm down to try anything," Harry shrugged. "The thing is," Dumbledore said with a pitying look at Harry, "you're not going to like it one bit." "July 8th, 1995, death counter equals 6. It should be in here somewhere," Harry muttered. They were standing in the drawing room of number 12, Grimmauld Place, which was cluttered with random heirlooms and priceless artifacts. Dumbledore was surprised that Harry had remembered the locket amidst such a mess. Looking around at the hundreds of scattered trinkets, half of them probably cursed somehow. "We were cleaning out the closet, I think," said Harry, retracing his steps across the room. "I want to say it was Ron who found it first, somewhere over." He emerged triumphantly from the closet, holding the locket delicately from its golden chain. "Good work, Harry," Dumbledore beamed. "Shall we bring it back to Hogwarts and use the sword on it?" "No need. I've got this," Harry said, placing the locket on the ground in the center of the room. He drew his wand and said, "Flagrate Sinistris." Dumbledore's eyes widened as fiend fire burst from Harry's wand, consuming the locket. A second later, Harry muttered the counter curse, and the fire dissipated, leaving a smoldering, disintegrating golden husk on the ground. "So that's 4 down," Harry said nonchalantly. "We've got the diary, the ring, the diadem, and the locket. Just need the cup and the snake now." Footsteps came bounding up the stairs behind them, and Sirius appeared on the landing behind them. "Thought I smelled fiend fire," he panted, examining the charred remains of the locket on the floor. "What are you?" "Sirius," Harry exclaimed, giving his godfather an excited hug. "Just who I was hoping to see. Do you have a minute to chat?" "Of course, pup. Anything for you," Sirius grinned at Harry. "What's up?" "Well, I was thinking about what you said to me a year ago," Harry said. "About me coming to live with you. Is that offer still on the table?" "What? Of course it is," Sirius blurted in surprise. "You'll always be welcome here." Dumbledore began to open his mouth in protest, but Harry shot him a stern look before continuing. "I was just thinking, though," Harry muttered, a sad puppy dog look on his face. "What if something happened to you? Would I be forced to go back to those wretched relatives of mine?" Nonsense, Sirius said. Here, let me show you. And he strode across the room towards a painting on the wall, which swung aside to reveal a hidden safe in the wall. Sirius opened it and withdrew a small stack of documents. As you know, I have no children of my own, Sirius explained. You're the closest thing to family I have, Harry. If I were to die, everything I own would pass on to you. I've named you as my legal heir, so you'll never have to worry about having a place to live ever again. Sirius handed the documents to Harry, who began to skim through the legalese. Why you mean it? Harry asked, a note of hope in his tone. I would inherit your belongings? It's all in there, pup. Sirius beamed as Harry stared at the document in wonder. The house, the money, even creature. It's all yours. Gosh. Thanks so much, Sirius, Harry smiled. Then, without warning, he whipped out his wand and pointed it at his godfather. Dumbledore watched in horror as Sirius, still beaming at his godson, was consumed by the jet of green light and crumpled dead to the floor. Harry, he gasped. What are you dash? See, I've been doing some reading, Harry explained nonchalantly, pocketing Sirius' will. Since Bellatrix Lestrange is in Azkaban and she has no legal heirs, control of her Gringotts vault reverts back to the Black Family Trust, which means technically, as her cousin, Sirius has access to it. And as Sirius' legal heir, that access passes on to me. But why did you have to kill him? Dumbledore protested. Couldn't Sirius have retrieved it himself? You mean wanted outlaw Sirius Black? Harry laughed. Just march into Gringotts and hand over his ID? Yeah, I don't think so. This was the only way to access the vault without breaking into it, which would definitely attract old Tommy's attention. But you've forgotten one thing, Harry, Dumbledore groaned. You still have the trace on you. As if on cue, there was a pounding on the front door of floor below them. Ministry hit wizards, a voice bellowed. We have detected an unforgivable curse on the premises. Open up immediately. Yeah, but you can cover for me, right? Harry beamed. Just tell them we apprehended the dangerous criminal Sirius Black, and he tried to kill me like everyone suspected. Easy peasy. Surely there was a cleaner way to do this, Harry. Dumbledore muttered, massaging his temple in frustration. Yeah, but what have we got to lose? Harry grinned as he headed downstairs to answer the door. Now come on, let's get this done quickly. Lord Potterblack has to get to Gringotts and Mayday. Withdrawal. August 4th, 1995. Death counter equals 6. Harry lounged under a tree in the park, twiddling his wand between his fingers. What was taking them so long? If Dumbledore didn't hurry now, the Dementors would arrive, and whatever the headmaster had planned would be for naught. He didn't even know why he had agreed to this stupid plan in the first place. Not only did it sound unpleasant as hell, he wasn't even sure if it would work. But he forced himself to sit still and wait anyway. His scar had been prickling for the past month straight, and he was eager to get Voldemort out of his head at any cost. There was a faint rustling across the park, and Harry stood, wand at the ready in case of Dementors. But instead he was greeted by the sight of Dumbledore, who had operated there with Ron and Hermione on either side of him. Both of Harry's friends immediately doubling over, retching. Harry had forgotten they'd never operated before in this timeline. Took you long enough, Harry groaned as they approached. Mum wouldn't stop asking Dumbledore questions, Ron muttered bitterly. Yes, Molly can be quite protective of her kin, Dumbledore agreed, not masking the hint of annoyance in his tone. Now, let's go over the plan once more, to ensure that everybody understands their role dash. Can we not? Harry groaned. I'm already dreading this enough. Hearing it all laid out again might make me want to back out. And are we sure this is really the only way? It's the simplest solution I can think of right now, Dumbledore shrugged. Detaching a Horcrux from its living host isn't exactly a simple matter. Couldn't I just sacrifice myself to Voldemort like I was supposed to the first time around? Harry asked. Didn't you say that I could come back? Unfortunately, that will no longer work, Dumbledore frowned. It wouldn't be a true sacrifice if you believed you were going to survive. It only could have worked the first time. Superb, Harry muttered bitterly to himself. I'm actually not super clear on what we're trying to accomplish. Here, Ron piped in, clutching a small glass jar in his shaking hands. We're willingly sacrificing Harry to the Dementors YEA I? No time to explain now, Harry muttered. The air was growing icy cold around them, and a feeling of dread was permeating them all. The four of them turned to see the two Dementors enter the park, swooping low, zeroing in on their target. Expecto Patronum, Dumbledore muttered, and a silvery phoenix shot out from the tip of his wand. It shot directly at the Dementor on the left, which turned and fled from the scene, leaving the other to continue gliding forward towards Harry alone. "I don't like this one bit," Harry muttered, his breathing growing shallow. "This had better work, old man." Quickly, behind the tree, Dumbledore ordered Ron and Hermione, who did not hesitate to comply. Harry was left to quiver in fear on the ground as the headmaster backed away, leaving the Dementor a clear path to him. Harry's eyes went wide as the Dementor hovered directly over him. It lowered its hood, exposing its horrifying face composed of only a gaping, scabbed mouth. Harry began to moan with fear as it approached to perform the kiss. His body convulsed and shuddered involuntarily as it drew closer and closer, mouths inching toward one another. "It's going to take his soul," Hermione wailed, looking horrified. "That is the idea," Dumbledore mused. "Give it a moment." They watched on, horrified, as Harry's body suddenly went limp and a glowing, golden bead slowly rose from his mouth. His soul, ascending in the air for the Dementor's eager mouth to consume. "Now!" Dumbledore bellowed, and he, Ron, and Hermione sprang into action. Expecto Patronum, Avada Kedavra. A silver otter burst from Hermione's wand, just as a green jet of light flew from Dumbledore's. The latter struck Harry in the chest as the otter drove the Dementor back, denying it the soul it so craved. Ron leapt forward and clamped the jar shut around the glowing bead dangling in midair. The three of them then stood there, panting, over Harry's lifeless body. You've killed him," Hermione cried in shock, gazing down at Harry in horror. "Only his body," Dumbledore mused, taking Lord Voldemort's soul fragment with it. "Harry's soul is still very much alive." He indicated the glowing bead in the jar clenched in Ron's shaking hands, who suddenly looked terrified by what he was holding. What now?" Ron stammered. "We return the soul to its host," Dumbledore said mildly, as though explaining a simple potion recipe. "His body should regain function immediately." Ron's hands were shaking far too much to open the jar lid, so Dumbledore gently took it from him and unscrewed it. The glowing bead gently floated back to Earth, directly into Harry's mouth. As soon as it passed his parted lips, Harry took a shuddering breath, and his eyes flew open in terror. He flailed and shouted wildly. Dumbledore had to briefly silence him in order not to draw suspicion from the neighbors. "That was horrible." Harry quivered as soon as the charm was lifted. "I was in a dark void. It felt like eternity. I thought my soul was lost forever. A common reaction to being briefly separated from your body," Dumbledore explained calmly. "But the operation was a success. The Horcrux is gone." "Don't just brush this off, man," Harry bellowed. "That was worse than dying, and I would know. We are never doing that again." He stood and marched back to Privet Drive, leaving Dumbledore and a horrified Ron and Hermione behind. August 17th, 1995, death counter equals 6. Harry and Dumbledore crouched behind a low wall, peering down at the lavish building at the center of the lush grounds. Malfoy Manor looked dark and decrepit from this distance, but Harry suspected it was an enchanted mirage. In reality, it could be bustling with dozens of Death Eaters, having just been newly minted as the headquarters for the reborn Lord Voldemort. "You are quite sure that Tom has established a residence here?" Dumbledore asked Harry. "For the 100th time, yes," Harry scoffed, rolling his eyes. "I double-checked on him through our shared connection before we got rid of it. The snake Nagini is the last remaining Horcrux," Dumbledore said as a reminder. "I fear that Voldemort will be on high alert, as he may have sensed the severed connection between you. Even with the element of surprise on our side, we could be walking into a trap." "Good. I'm itching for a fight," Harry growled menacingly, flexing his fingers on his drawn wand. "The more Death Eaters that try to stop us, the better." "Let's go over the plan once more," Dumbledore said. "I will cause a diversion for you to sneak onto the premises under your cloak. You will locate Nagini and dispose of her, while I confront Voldemort directly. Then if I am unable to defeat him myself, we can duel him together." But I want to duel Voldemort. Harry whined like a toddler being denied a lollipop. Why can't you go after the snake and I fight Tommy? The Dark Lord possesses many fearsome tools that he can use in combat against you, Dumbledore said. I fear you will be no match for him. Come on. I almost wiped out his whole army single-handedly in the last cycle. Harry protested. It was the stupid Dementors that did me in, not him. Besides, what if Nagini is heavily protected by enchantments? You know way more about ward breaking than I do. Harry did have a point there. If Voldemort was indeed on high alert as Dumbledore feared, he would have placed Nagini under the strongest protections he could manage. As helpless as Harry might be in one-to-one combat against Voldemort, he'd be even more helpless at getting to Nagini. Fine, Dumbledore grumbled. But listen, we have to go about this cautiously. Cool. Good luck then, Harry said, leaping over the wall before Dumbledore could protest. Harry slashed his wand through the air, sending a flurry of spells at the manor, which collided with the outer walls and exploded on impact. Dumbledore sighed in frustration before casting a disillusionment charm on himself and stealing onto the grounds himself, looking for an alternate way into the besieged building. The scene was already in chaos as Dumbledore located a back entrance and slipped into the kitchens of the manor. House elves were running in all directions, torn between their self-preservation instinct and their duty to their masters. Against his better judgment, Dumbledore paused to stun the house elves and placed them under a protective enchantment dome so they would not be killed. No reason for needless death. Things were no less chaotic in the main hall, where half the building was already on fire and Death Eaters flooded out of every room, looking for an escape route. Though invisible, Dumbledore stuck to the walls and crept cautiously through the building, on the lookout for Voldemort. The battle seemed to be raging outside the front doors, as he could hear the sound of fierce spell fire ricocheting off the southern walls. He would join the fight soon enough. But first, the snake. Where would Voldemort keep such a valuable possession? Near himself, undoubtedly. In knowing Voldemort's penchant for status and elitism, he would accept nothing less than the master bedroom for his own quarters. Dumbledore stole up the marble staircase, already chipped and crumbling from errant spells through the windows, and quickly located the main bedrooms. He steeled himself before blasting down the door and bursting into the room. Voldemort was not there, no doubt having rushed out to join the fight against the intruder. But Dumbledore's hunch was correct. Suspended in a floating golden cage was Nagini, a glowing orb of webbed enchantments encircling the great snake. Dumbledore quickly cast diagnostic charms, hoping to identify the wards used as quickly as possible. To his horror, they were far more complex than he anticipated. A richly layered tapestry of dark and protective magics in an ever-shifting pattern that was not difficult to discern. Untangling these will take far too long, Dumbledore muttered to himself. But perhaps certainly he would not have made the simple mistake. Verdness, Dumbledore muttered, pointing his wand at the enchanted web, and to his delight, it changed color from gold to bright green. He chuckled to himself at the rudimentary spell, taught to first years in their first week of charms lessons. Tom, Dumbledore clicked his tongue in disappointment. You've protected yourself against advanced ward breaking, but never considered the most basic of spells that could alter the properties of the cage. Part of him was disappointed in the simple mistake, but then he wasn't entirely surprised. Voldemort had proven time and again that he disrespected the ability of those less talented to himself, and never once considered that such simple magic could undo his most carefully laid plans. Reductio, Dumbledore said, pointing his wand at the cage once more. It began to contract in size, forcing the snake into a more cramped position within its shrinking confines. Dumbledore kept the shrinking spell going, hearing the snake hiss angrily as the enchanted cage began to press against its scales. The force continued to build, and the snake was contorted further and further into a tight ball. The pressure built, the cage digging deeper and deeper into its body, until, crunch! With a sickening finality, the snake's body burst, the cage collapsing in on itself. Warm blood seeped out of the webbed walls, and Dumbledore again heard the telltale distant scream that told him the Horcrux had been destroyed. His work done, Dumbledore turned to join the fight and aid Harry in completing the final task. In his concentration with Nagini, Dumbledore had not noticed that the spell fire had ceased. That was either a very good or a very bad sign. He rushed down the marble steps again, bursting through the great front doors of the manor, and was met with a fearsome sight. Lord Voldemort, standing at the center of a ring of his gathered Death Eaters, pointing his wand at the ground. There lay Harry, face bloodied but nonetheless defiant, staring up at his nemesis. "You've lost, Harry Potter," Voldemort said softly. "You will not be running away again this time. Now my followers will see just how powerless you truly are." He began to raise his wand at his defenseless opponent. Dumbledore sprung into action. He magically lifted one of the great stone statues decorating the Malfoy's garden and launched it at Voldemort, who noticed at the last second and conjured a shield to block the incoming projectile. All eyes whipped around towards Dumbledore, who had removed the disillusionment charm and now strode casually towards the circle. "Good evening, Tom," he said calmly. Pop, pop, pop. At the sight of Dumbledore, Death Eaters around the circle began to disapparate, clearly wanting no part in whatever was about to happen. Voldemort looked around angrily as his followers deserted him, leaving him standing alone in the circle with Harry. He backed away slightly as Dumbledore strode over to Harry, concerned. "Are you all right, Harry?" he asked in a low tone. "Course I am," Harry said, rolling his eyes. Tommy here can never resist the opportunity to monologue. I probably had another minute or two of leeway there. "Come to rescue your poor pupil, Albus?" Voldemort sneered. "You should have let him die. Now it will be both of you meeting your ends tonight." "Only one will die tonight, Tom, and it won't be either of us," Dumbledore said, stepping in front of Harry, who had apparently lost his wand. "So be it then," Voldemort sneered. Then, without warning, he began hurtling spells at Dumbledore, fierce bouts of magic that threatened to overwhelm him. Dumbledore began summoning nearby objects and statues to block the incoming spell fire, debris flying in all directions. "Get to cover, Harry," Dumbledore ordered, and Harry obliged, scrambling backwards to find cover anywhere he could. Dumbledore waited for an opening in Voldemort's opening salvo and began returning fire, launching his own varied assortment of spells at his opponent, forcing him on the back foot. They continued to trade combinations back and forth, the terrible magic whipping back and forth through the night sky. Dumbledore was already feeling fatigue from the battle. There was no denying his age, and while his mental acuity was intact, his body might not be able to withstand much more intense concentration and willpower. He had to find a way to end this battle quickly. He tried to study Voldemort's attack patterns, but like the enchanted cage, it was ever-shifting and difficult to identify. It was as if Voldemort knew Dumbledore would be trying to expose weaknesses in his strategy and was continually changing things up, not sticking to one magical style or spell selection in his offense or defense. But Dumbledore did notice one potential weakness. Voldemort preferred to keep his feet firmly rooted to the ground, summoning objects to block incoming spells rather than sidestep them or shift positions. He could exploit that. He waited for an opening, for Voldemort's latest barrage of attacking magic to cease, before launching his trap. Dumbledore whipped his wand around, and all around him dozens of heavy objects lifted high into the air, spinning around violently in the air above their heads. Then, with a mighty swipe of his wand, he sent all of these objects flying at Voldemort's head from all directions. The Dark Lord directed his attention upwards, blocking and destroying the incoming objects, leaving him with one weak point. "Terrace Mobilis," Dumbledore shouted, directing his wand at Voldemort's feet. The ground beneath the Dark Lord began to shift and contort as a massive chasm opened up beneath him. But Voldemort appeared ready. Just as the earth opened up to swallow him whole, he operated on the spot, allowing debris to rain down on his previous position. Dumbledore spun around wildly, looking for Voldemort, and barely managed to conjure a shield in time to block an incoming killing curse from behind as the Dark Lord reappeared in a new position. They stood staring at one another, panting, each waiting for the other to make their next move. "You think you can outsmart me, Dumbledore?" Voldemort sneered, face alight with malice, eyes glowing red with the thrill of battle. You are no match for me. I have studied magic that would make your toes curl. I have traveled far and wide in my travels to become the most powerful wizard who ever lived. And once I have finished with you, I will ensure that all will know that I have returned and will rule over the wizarding world with an iron dash. Bang! Without warning, Voldemort crumpled to the ground, landing face first in the dirt. Confused, Dumbledore inched forward to see what had caused this. He hadn't heard Harry cast a spell, and he was fairly certain he didn't have his wand. A pool of blood was forming around Voldemort's head, and a small hole was bored into the back of his head. Dumbledore was puzzled. He wasn't sure what kind of spell could cause such a precise incision. Then he looked up at Harry, who held a smoking object in his hand. Pretty cool, huh? Harry grinned wickedly. It's called a Glock. I bought it from a muggle gun shop. Is he dead? Dumbledore leaned in closer. Voldemort did not appear to be moving. Avada Kedavra, he said, directing a jet of green light into the Dark Lord's body, but nothing happened. He was dead, and not to any kind of powerful magic, but rather a crude muggle tool. Somehow Dumbledore found that quite the fitting end for Tom Riddle. Just then, there was a light ding sound from Harry's pocket. He withdrew the handheld device, which now read, "Quest completed. The boy who won. Defeat Lord Voldemort for good." Excellent work, Harry, Dumbledore sighed. In spite of his annoyance at the botched plan, his chest was swelling with pride, knowing their journey was complete. The most fearsome Dark Lord of all time was dead at their feet, no possibility of return. Harry had survived, and best of all, they had completely avoided the outbreak of another wizarding war, all in roughly a month's work. So what now? Harry grinned, also rather excited at the successful mission. Call the Ministry? No use, Dumbledore muttered. The Ministry denies that Voldemort exists. Remember? They wouldn't even acknowledge that we managed to kill him. But his body is right there, Harry protested, gesturing to the lifeless Voldemort on the ground. They can't deny it's him. Unfortunately, they can, Dumbledore muttered sadly. With one foot, he gently flipped Voldemort's body over, and Harry cringed at the sight. Voldemort's face had been torn apart by the exiting bullet, rendering him unrecognizable, a bloody mess of flesh and bone. Damn, Harry muttered. Knew I shouldn't have splurged on the hollow point bullets. The Death Eaters will all deny any involvement, of course, Dumbledore sighed. It's probably best that we dispose of the body discreetly, so they are left to wonder what became of their master. So that's it then? Harry groaned in disappointment. After all that effort, we aren't getting recognized for our efforts? We defeated the most dangerous Dark Lord in history, and nobody will ever know. But we will know, Harry, and that's most important, Dumbledore said with a wry smile. Pride in one's own accomplishments is the greatest reward life can offer us. Like hell it is? Harry protested. I'm a Quidditch player, man. You think I don't enjoy the cheering crowds and the recognition? Now you're going to make me be the boy who lived that everyone gawks at with none of the rewards that come along with it. War is not supposed to be fair, Harry, Dumbledore chastised him. But you have saved many lives tonight. Your true friends will recognize your efforts and celebrate with you. I guess, Harry grumbled, not looking entirely happy with the situation still. Now come, let us return to my Hogwarts office, Dumbledore said, offering an arm for them to apparate away together. We can begin the process of reversing the time loop enchantment. What? Harry exclaimed. We can't do that. Dumbledore stared at him, dumbfounded. Why ever not? He asked. The entire point of the loop was to ensure you had enough chances to defeat Voldemort. Yeah, but I would have done things way differently if I knew this was the last cycle. Harry whined. I just got majorly embarrassed in front of all the Death Eaters, and I'm not even getting credit for the kill shot. Plus, I killed my own godfather. Lupin won't even look me in the eye anymore. You're going to make me live with that for the rest of my life. War requires us to make sacrifices, Dumbledore shrugged. We did what we had to do to defeat Voldemort dash. Nah, I'm calling BS on that one, Harry argued. We could have found a bunch of other ways to win. And what, you expect me to go back to? Regular life like nothing happened? No way, man. So, what do you suggest we do now? Dumbledore demanded. Reset and try again with different methods? Hell no. I'm finally free, Harry exclaimed, a smirk spreading across his face. Old Tommy isn't trying to break into my head 24/7 anymore, and he sure as hell isn't going to be plotting to kill me either. I can finally live as a free man, and you can too. By the way, isn't that what you wanted? Harry, I'm 113 years old. Dumbledore sighed tiredly. I hardly have my golden years ahead of me. What am I to do with myself now? I don't know, man. Take up crocheting or something, Harry shrugged. Not my problem. I'm going back to Hogwarts and enjoying my life however I want. You're free to join me, or reset yourself if you want to save time. But I've got so much more I want to do. Harry turned and began to walk away from Malfoy Manor. Just promise me one thing, Harry, Dumbledore called after him. Promise you're not just stalling until you complete every side quest on that device of yours. Harry laughed heartily at this, but he did not answer the question. Up next, growing tired of his pool of romantic options at Hogwarts, Harry begins pursuing partners who bat for the opposing team. Snake Charmer, September 1st, 1995, death counter equals 6. Say Albus, whispered Minerva McGonagall, leaning across the head table towards the headmaster. Has there been a resorting recently that I was not aware of? Whatever do you mean, Minerva? Dumbledore asked absent-mindedly, taking a deep swill from his third goblet of honey mead of the evening. It appears Mr. Potter is cavorting with an enemy house, McGonagall pointed out. Dumbledore looked up at the students before him. Sure enough, Harry Potter was seated not amongst his fellow Gryffindors, but across the Great Hall amongst the green-clad Slytherins. He appeared to be having a hushed conversation with several other fifth years, including Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson. Frowning, Dumbledore stood to investigate. Harry, a word? He announced as he approached the group. Harry looked up at him, a look of utmost disdain on his face. But he relented, standing from the Slytherin table to speak to Dumbledore privately. Yo, he said, may I ask why you are not seated at your assigned table? Dumbledore inquired. May I ask what business it is of yours? Harry shot back. As headmaster of this school, I imagine this does indeed fall under my jurisdiction, Dumbledore deadpanned. What were you just discussing with your classmates? Oh, I was just showing them my new toy, Harry beamed, spinning a silvery object in his palm. Dumbledore realized with a jolt that it was a handgun. I was just explaining to them how I took down their parents' old boss. Harry, Dumbledore hissed, affronted. You cannot carry a gun on school property. Ugh. Don't be such an American, Harry scoffed. I know how to handle it. Vernon made me clean his shotgun every night. Might have shot myself in the leg a couple times, but my accidental magic always patched it right up. All the same, I would ask that you keep it stowed away, Dumbledore grumbled. And why do your classmates not appear angry at your victory? Indeed, the four students were eyeing Harry not with malice, but a look of genuine curiosity. Oh, you know how these things go, Albus, Harry shrugged. One dark wizard goes down, another one pops up to take his place. I'm just making sure nobody else gets to the old Death Eaters before I do. So, Dumbledore said, trying to piece together what Harry had just suggested. You're recruiting? Whoa, I never said that. Harry chuckled unconvincingly. Just making some new friends, that's all. Twisting a few arms that need twisting, maybe, but I'm just a harmless 15-year-old boy. How dangerous could I be? I'd like you to return to your fellow Gryffindors now, Dumbledore growled, dropping his pleasant airs to show Harry that he was serious. You know, I don't think that house suits me much anymore, said Harry. Think I'll spend some time with the house that I was always destined for. So, request denied. Oh, and do you think you could? Maybe slap me or something. It would go a long way if the Slytherins thought you and I hated each other. What dash? Dumbledore spluttered. I would never strike a student of mine. Ugh, never mind, Harry groaned. He turned to return to his seat beside Malfoy. And make it 2 detentions, Harry said loudly over his shoulder, drawing the attention of nearby students. From the look on Malfoy's face, Dumbledore surmised that Harry was correct. His antagonism of the headmaster would go a long way with the Slytherins. September 2nd, 1995, death counter equals 6. You have all been told a story this summer. Umbridge addressed her classroom, a sickening smile on her face. A story that the Dark Lord has returned to terrorize the wizarding world anew. You all must understand that this is a lie. A nasty, filthy lie designed to scare you. Harry rolled his eyes in his seat. Not only would he have to sit through another entire year of Umbridge, she actually had a point this time. Voldemort was not around to terrorize the wizarding world anew. He was currently rotting in an unmarked grave somewhere on the Malfoy property, face mangled and unrecognizable. There was no way to prove this, however, and no way to refute the Ministry's claims that Voldemort never returned to begin with. Umbridge seemed to sense his frustration, because her smile widened as she continued her speech to the class. Any student who is caught spreading this vicious rumor will be punished, and I encourage anyone with information about such students to come directly to me. Or to me, Harry announced, standing from his seat. I will be starting a task force to interrogate and punish anyone who spreads these lies. Before Umbridge could chastise Harry for his outburst, four more people stood from their seats. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson, joining Harry at his side. You can report to us directly, and we will see that these liars are properly punished, said Malfoy. An enemy of the Ministry is an enemy to the school, and they will not be tolerated. Hear, hear, Pansy sneered. Crabbe and Goyle cracked their knuckles in solidarity. Umbridge looked floored by this aggressive display, as did the Gryffindors, who eyed Harry with shock and confusion. Umbridge stammered, unsure of how to proceed. Does this mean you five are volunteering to report to me? Yes, ma'am, Harry confirmed. All wrongdoers will be brought directly to your office for punishment. But not before we've made our displeasure clear to them. Ourselves, Draco grinned. Crabbe and Goyle cracked their knuckles even louder. Seriously, Harry thought with concern, those two are going to develop arthritis by their 7th year at this rate. Very good, then, Umbridge huffed, still looking bewildered but wanting to keep the situation under control. Let's go over the curriculum for this term. What the hell, Harry? Hissed Dean Thomas from across the row once Harry had retaken his seat. We thought you were on our side. Yeah, well, your side is boring, Harry hissed back. He'd grown tired of the doting Gryffindors by now after so many years of unquestioning loyalty. What use was their adulation now, when nobody would believe what Harry had accomplished last summer? Nobody except the children of Death Eaters, of course, who had been the only witnesses to his deed. They were exactly the type to respect such a display of power properly, and Harry had no intention of letting his grand accomplishment go unrewarded. September 13th, 1995, death counter equals 6. Severus Snape swept into the Slytherin dorms, flicking on the lights with a swish of his wand. Everyone out of bed, he demanded at once. Crabbe, Goyle, Blaise Zabini, and Theodore Nott staggered to their feet, blinking sleepily in the blinding light, looking confused. Snape turned his attention to the 5th four-poster bed, whose curtains remained closed. Snape strode over to it and pulled back the blinds. Potter, he sneered. I heard there was an intruder in our midst. Evening, Professor, Harry grinned, stretching sleepily in the bed. Explain yourself, Snape growled. Well, you see, sir, Harry yawned. My housemates don't really get along with me anymore. They seem to think I'm out to get them for some reason. For the life of him, Harry could not determine why this was. Sure, he may have gotten 14 of his fellow Gryffindors' detention with Umbridge over the past week and a half for spouting pro-Dumbledore sentiment in the common room. But it was their own faults for disregarding the rules so clearly outlined by Educational Decree Number 15. Your relationship with your housemates does not give you permission to sleep in other houses' dorms, Snape snarled. But we invited him, sir, protested Theodore Nott. That does not excuse Mr. Potter from breaking school rules, Snape snapped at Nott. 50 points from GRYFF-. But Professor Snape, Blaise Zabini cut in, brandishing a small paperback tome. According to the Hogwarts Student Handbook, Article 71C, students are permitted to visit other dorms if they have the express permission of everyone in the dorm. Snape's glare swept the room. Crabbe, Goyle, and Nott were nodding in agreement with this. And what about Mr. Malfoy? He asked, gaze returning to Harry lounging in bed. Isn't this supposed to be his four-poster? Malfoy gave me his bed, said Harry. Awfully nice of him. I think he's bunked up with Pansy Parkinson. You might go look for him there. Snape scowled. He had suffered the misfortune of attempting to enter the girls' dorms once before in his 6th year, and he had no intention of repeating that embarrassment. Very well, he sighed in defeat, glaring down at Harry. But if I hear that any one of your new dorm mates disapproves of your new arrangement, I will have you serving detentions every night until you graduate. and Snape swept from the room, extinguishing the lights behind him. Phew, that was close, Harry exhaled, looking down to the foot of his bed. You can come out now. Malfoy's head peeked out from beneath the invisibility cloak, sweat peppering his brow. Can I please stop now? He pleaded with Harry. My hands are getting sore. You can keep massaging my feet, or I'll just have to find a new. Second in command, Harry ordered, nestling his head back into his pillow to go back to sleep. November 22nd, 1995, death counter equals 6. Educational Decree Number 16. All members of the Inquisitorial Squad are exempt from punishment by any faculty members aside from Dolores Umbridge. Dumbledore watched on with concern as the latest decree was nailed to the entrance hall by Filch. He suspected he knew what had prompted the latest ruling from the Ministry, and it was confirmed later that evening when McGonagall came up to his office for their weekly meeting. He could tell how frustrated she was because she went straight into his cabinet for the fire whiskey rather than accept the cup of tea he had set out for her. That Dolores woman is incorrigible, she muttered after downing 2 shots of the flaming liquid. Protecting those horrible Slytherin bullies who walk around like they own the castle. I heard rumors of a confrontation yesterday afternoon. Dumbledore chuckled. You tried to give Harry detention, did you not? You should have seen them, Albus. McGonagall huffed, carrying Potter around on a throne through the halls, hexing anybody who gets in their way. How he crowned himself the leader of his old enemies is far beyond my comprehension. Dumbledore had to admit he was begrudgingly impressed by it himself. Harry seemingly had all of Slytherin House at his beck and call, tending to his every need and whim, acting out on his behalf whenever anyone glanced sideways at him. Snape had already been up to his office multiple times this term complaining of the carousel of women and men rotating through the fifth-year Slytherin dorms every night. It seems Harry has finally cashed in on his fame and status as the chosen one, Dumbledore mused. But why the Slytherins? McGonagall asked, exasperated. I know for a fact his fellow Gryffindors would not hesitate to worship him either if asked. I wouldn't be so sure. Dumbledore smiled in spite of himself. The Gryffindors are wise enough to spot a charlatan in their midst. Harry has found a group of followers who are more than willing to debase themselves for a taste of power, and he has that in spades. Followers? McGonagall gasped. You don't think he is preparing for a career in politics? Something like that, Dumbledore muttered, though he doubted bureaucracy was high on Harry's priority list at the moment. Well, so long as he isn't hurting anyone, I see no issues with his behavior. But he's got half of the castle doing detentions with Umbridge every night. McGonagall protested. And at least 2 students turn up in the hospital wing with mysterious dark injuries every day, too afraid to say who did it to them. We have no evidence that is Harry's doing, Dumbledore said innocently, though he and McGonagall both knew perfectly well who was responsible. And if my sources are correct, these injuries only occur if the student in question is in the way of the procession when it passes through the halls. It's frankly an embarrassing look for the school, McGonagall sighed, pouring herself another tall shot of fire whiskey. We haven't seen such an arrogant display since James Potter himself. Yes, he is taking after his father rather closely, Dumbledore smiled, reminiscing on the golden days of the 70s when he had the Marauders to contend with. And frankly, compared to the hijinks that menacing foursome could get up to, Harry's recent behavior was downright tame. I suggest we just stay out of his way and let him flame out on his own. Flame out? McGonagall inquired, curious. You think the Slytherins will turn on him? Oh, undoubtedly, Dumbledore smiled knowingly. Harry may be uncommonly devious and cunning, but he is not evil. He doesn't have the psychosis necessary to rule with an iron fist like Voldemort did. They will recognize this and overthrow him eventually. Let's hope it's sooner than later, McGonagall muttered, now choosing to abandon the shot glass in favor of taking deep swills from the bottle itself. I don't know if I can handle an entire school year of Umbridge. I suspect she'll be gone by the end of term, Dumbledore winked. But as soon as he said this, a feeling of dread crept through him. Oh, Merlin, he realized, Tom Riddle is dead. That means the curse on the Dada position died with him. He might have more of a problem on his hands than he realized. January 20th, 1996. Death counter equals 6. Dumbledore had only stepped foot in the Slytherin common room twice in his life. The first was 53 years ago, when he was investigating the identity of the heir of Slytherin when the Chamber of Secrets was first opened. The second was 19 years ago, when he had been summoned to rescue a certain greasy-haired sixth year who had been trapped naked in the stairwell to the girls' dorms. Neither occasion had been particularly pleasant, and he had a feeling this one wouldn't be either. It wasn't difficult to locate his target when he entered the chilly dungeon. Harry was lounged on a couch beside the fire, feet propped up on a couple of first years on their hands and knees. Malfoy was fanning him with a folded copy of the Daily Prophet, and two girls sat on either side of Harry holding bunches of grapes, which they held out intermittently for him to take bites from. "Good evening, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him. "A word." "Leave us," Harry barked to his attendants, and they all got up to vacate the common room. Looking rather relieved, Dumbledore noted, "Although I disapprove of such behavior, I would like to point out that Hogwarts employs dozens of house elves who would be happy to service you," Dumbledore offered. "It's not about the service," Harry muttered, though Dumbledore could see from the way he licked his lips that he wished he hadn't dismissed as grape bearers. "It's about letting them know who is in charge at all times." "Very prudent and wise," Dumbledore lied. "Now, I have come to ask you about Umbridge. Do you have a plan for her removal?" "Removal?" Harry gasped. "Why on earth would I do that? Umbridge is the best thing that ever happened to this castle. As long as I feed her damaging information about you, she and Fudge will let me get away with anything." "Yes, well, there lies the issue," Dumbledore sighed. "There are rumblings that the Board of Governors will seek my resignation soon. I will not be able to hold my post here for much longer if she is given free rein to prosecute me." "Sounds like a you problem to me," Harry shrugged, uncaring. "Besides, what are you doing hanging around here for? Why don't you retire and go see the countryside? Old Tommy isn't around to threaten the castle anymore." Dumbledore began to argue, but he realized that Harry had a point. Why was he still at Hogwarts? He could have been retired long ago, or even been Minister of Magic, had he not decided to stay and protect the students from the threat of Voldemort. With that threat removed, what was he sticking around for? He hadn't had a vacation in over 100 years, and the idea of seeing the world and getting some sunshine sounded pretty appealing. "You won't come looking for me if I leave?" Dumbledore asked, a tone of hope in his voice. "You won't ask me to help you with any more ridiculous quests?" "Oh, please. I have an entire army to help me now." Harry grinned, gesturing around the room to the many Slytherins peering at them from afar. "Did I tell you I'm going for every NEWT again this year? Really? I haven't seen you studying," Dumbledore noted. "Why should I?" Harry laughed. "Zabini and Nott are doing all my homework for me, and Daphne Greengrass has an aunt in the Department of Magical Education, so she got a copy of the answer sheets for every final exam. It'll be the easiest outstandings I'll ever get." "That doesn't seem like something you should be admitting to your headmaster," Dumbledore frowned. "Well, if the prophet is to be believed, you won't be headmaster for much longer," Harry shrugged. "Why not save yourself the trouble and just leave now? Would make things a lot simpler for everyone else, I'll tell you that." "You know what?" Dumbledore said. "I think I will. Best of luck to you, Mr. Potter. I will see you for the next reset." And he strode out of the common room, intending to march straight up to his office and pack his things. "I think I will take that vacation," he thought to himself. "And when things inevitably go wrong for Harry, I'm going to make sure he can't find me and has to deal with the consequences himself." April 3rd, 1996. Death counter equals 6. Dumbledore sat nervously at the bar, eyeing the many attractive men milling about the room. It had been over a century since he dipped his feet into the dating pool, and he had no idea what to expect. But his research had told him that Miami, Florida had an accepting gay community, so he figured he ought to try his luck here. "Hey, sexy," came a deep voice from his left. Dumbledore was startled. Clearly, it could not have been addressing him. But sure enough, the chiseled man was looking directly at him. Dumbledore had to remind himself that he currently had the appearance of a 25-year-old man, having plucked the hairs from a passing muggle and brewed polyjuice potion for the occasion. "Who, me?" Dumbledore asked timidly. "Yeah, you," the man laughed. "I like your getup." Dumbledore looked down at his dress robes. He wasn't sure if they were out of style in the 20th century, but judging by the distinct lack of turquoise among the crowd, he had probably chosen the wrong attire. "Thank you," he said uncertainly. But the man looked unbothered by his outdated fashion sense. Can I buy you a drink? Yes, I suppose, Dumbledore stammered. The unreasonably attractive man sidled up next to him, getting the attention of the bartender and ordering 2 drinks. Name's Nathan, said the man. What's yours? Al, said Dumbledore. Nice to meet you, Al, said Nathan. You sound British. What brings you to Florida? Business, Dumbledore lied. Cool, very cool, Nathan nodded. What do you do for a living? I'm a wizard, Dumbledore said without thinking. Come again? I'm a teacher. Dumbledore quickly corrected himself. Oh, right on, said Nathan. I'm into teachers, you know. I was always a very bad student. You probably should have studied harder, Dumbledore said blankly. No, I mean I was very naughty, Nathan continued, a sly grin on his face. I bet you got a lot of detentions, Dumbledore said, still thinking they were making small talk. Damn right I did, Nathan purred. Their drinks arrived, but suddenly Nathan didn't seem as interested in them. Care for a dance? Oh, okay, Dumbledore stammered, and a moment later he found himself being dragged onto the dance floor. The Muggle music was pounding incessantly in his ears, causing him a splitting headache. But once he began moving to the beat, he started to actually see the appeal. It didn't hurt that Nathan was moving very close to him, breathing sensually down his neck. Dumbledore was feeling emotions he hadn't felt in many long decades. Not since Gelly. I could get used to this, Dumbledore thought to himself as he lost himself to the rhythm. November 13th, 1996. Death counter equals 6. Damn it, Zabini! Harry roared, throwing his potions essay down on the table. A large, red D was scrawled across the top of it. Why, does Snape keep failing my essays? I thought you were good at potions. Sorry, Harry, said Blaise Zabini, looking frazzled. I ran out of time from working on your arithmancy homework and had to turn it in half completed. Why were you doing my arithmancy homework? Harry demanded. I thought Nott was doing that. Nott decided he didn't want to do it anymore, Malfoy said timidly, pausing from his foot rubs underneath the table. Said he's out of the group. Harry turned to the end of the Slytherin table, where he indeed saw Nott sitting alone, eating his breakfast quietly. Good riddance to him then, Harry snorted. We'll just have to find somebody else to do my arithmancy. Daphne, you're taking it this year, right? Daphne Greengrass' face flushed red. Actually, Harry, I don't think I'm comfortable doing that either, she stammered. Millicent Bulstrode already got expelled for getting caught forging your charms quizzes. My mother would kill me if I didn't finish my education. Harry looked around the table aghast. What was the point of having followers if they didn't do your bidding? For once he wished he hadn't killed Voldemort, so that he could ask him how he managed to keep everyone in line. Fine, I'll do my own arithmancy homework, he grumbled. And did I say you could stop rubbing my feet, Draco? Malfoy yelped and resumed his work in earnest. I can't believe I have to do my own stupid homework, Harry fumed silently. If only he hadn't gotten Hermione expelled for putting up free Albus Dumbledore posters in the corridors last month, she would have let him copy off of her. He considered asking Dumbledore for another study sheet, but he remembered with a pang that the headmaster was no longer at the school. He would have come in handy right about now. No, Harry chastised himself. I don't need that old geezer. I can solve my own problems. February 23rd, 1997. Death counter equals 6. Dumbledore stood on the balcony overlooking the Miami skyline. He could not believe his good fortune. A year ago, he had been a miserable old man wasting away in a crumbling castle, dealing with immature teenagers. Now he felt young and alive again for the first time in his whole life. He felt wanted, he felt loved, and he couldn't be happier. Something the matter, babe? Came a familiar voice behind him. Dumbledore turned to see Nathan approaching from the bedroom, joining him on the balcony and wrapping him in his arms. Everything's fine, Dumbledore sighed contentedly. Better than fine, actually. I'm great. Never been happier. You always look so troubled, Nathan frowned. Was life really that difficult for you back in Britain? I wish you would tell me about it. Sometime. It's nothing, Dumbledore muttered. But he realized that Nathan was someone he could trust completely, and him being a Muggle meant that he had the liberty to speak freely for once. Just a boy I had trouble with back home. Harry was his name. Anaton Sigid. Ex-boyfriend? Yeah, sure, Dumbledore muttered. Real demanding bloke. Always take, but never gave anything in return. I know the type, Nathan said ruefully. Did you have a falling out? Well, he changed a lot recently, Dumbledore sighed. He used to be so innocent, so carefree. But then he got a little taste of power, and it went to his head. Now he's just a monster who uses everyone around him. I thought I could fix him, make him see the error of his ways. But I'm afraid he will never understand. A small chiming noise emitted from Dumbledore's pocket. He withdrew a small pocket watch, which he had charmed to warn him 5 minutes before his polyjuice potion was due to wear off. He gently extracted himself from Nathan's grasp and excused himself to the bathroom, where he had hidden his stores underneath the sink. He had a brief pang of guilt as he downed another vial and considered telling Nathan the truth. No, he thought to himself, we're so happy together now. Why ruin such a good thing with the truth? October 13th, 1997, death counter equals 6. No, Harry, I won't. The entire Slytherin common room froze at these words. It was the first time anyone had dared defy a direct order from Harry before. Harry stood, aghast, gaping at the insolent third-year boy before him, whom he had just ordered to sing him a lullaby. What did you just say to me? Harry asked quietly. I said no, the boy repeated, face set with grim determination. I don't want to. You dare to go against Lord Hadrian Potterblack, young man? Harry asked in what he hoped was an intimidating voice. Do you know what I do to people who disobey me? No, I don't, the boy stammered. Actually, Potter, none of us do. Piped in not from the other side of the room, clearly unafraid to be the antagonist in this situation. You've always made vague threats, but never followed through on them. Harry looked around the room, and to his horror, the other Slytherins seemed to realize this as well. They watched on with high interest to see how Harry would deal with this challenge to his authority. You don't want to know what I'll do to you if you refuse, he said, pointing a threatening finger in the third year's face. Yes, I do actually, the boy said, looking emboldened by the room around him now. I want to know what my punishment will be. Your punishment? Harry asked. Oh, I'll tell you what it is, all right. He stood there awkwardly, racking his brain for an appropriate one to dole out. He'd never actually had to consider this before. Usually just suggesting there may be a punishment was enough for these simpletons. He hemmed and hawed for a while before settling on something particularly devious. If you don't sing for me right now, he growled in a low tone, I will make you do my laundry for a month. The entire common room looked puzzled by this. And what if I refuse to do that too? The boy asked. Then I will have no choice but to force you to read me the prophet every morning. You can't just punish us by threatening us with more punishments. Not laughed. We can just refuse to do them. You'll rue the day you ever refuse them then. Harry roared, but it seemed that his bravado no longer impressed the other Slytherins. They began to slowly trickle up towards the dorms, leaving Harry all alone. Wait, where are you all going? I need my nightly massages. Who's going to read me my bedtime story? Malfoy? Crabgoyle? Guys. Harry watched them all go, dread slowly creeping in. This may prove to be a problem, he thought to himself. March 3rd, 1998, death counter equals 6. I don't understand, Al. Nathan pleaded with Dumbledore as he frantically paced about the apartment. What's gotten you so worked up? Dumbledore was tearing the place apart in his desperation. He was certain, quite certain that he'd had more vials of polyjuice potion hidden away somewhere. Yet the harder he looked, the more he became convinced he was mistaken. He had run out of potions. An icy cold was creeping down his spine. He'd known this day was coming, but he thought he had more time. The day of reckoning was upon them. Nathan, he said, a desperate look in his eye. I'm so sorry, but I have to confess something to you. Why you cheated on me? Nathan stammered, a look of betrayal across his face. No, never, Dumbledore cried. I love you, Nathan, with all my heart. I love you too, Ally Pooh, Nathan crooned. Whatever it is you have to tell me, I'll accept it, I promise. Dumbledore took a deep breath. I'm not who I said I was, he admitted with a heavy heart. I'm not a 25-year-old schoolteacher. I'm actually nearly 150 years old. Come on, stop messing with me, Nathan laughed. What's really the matter? But to Nathan's horror, the polyjuice potion had already begun to wear off. Dumbledore fell to his knees as the grotesque transformation began to take place, his face contorting and warping back to its normal state. Dumbledore felt his long white beard shoot back out of his chin, felt his wrinkled lines return to his brow, his drooping skin loosen from his bones. He stood shamefully before his lover, a tired old man. A fraud. Al, what is this? Nathan asked, examining his new appearance. I know it's a shock, Dumbledore said, cringing at how badly his voice croaked. But this is who I truly am, who I've always been. I know you could never love somebody as hideous and old as myself. He stared dejectedly at the ground, waiting for Nathan to throw him out. Al, said Nathan, slowly approaching him. I fell in love with you for your mind, for your bright personality, for the way you make me feel seen. I never cared about what you looked like. And honestly, if this is the big secret you've been keeping from me all this time, I feel like the luckiest man in the world. Because I don't see anything about you I don't like. Why you mean it? Dumbledore stammered, looking up wide-eyed at Nathan. Ido, natan smiled warmly. Come to me, my love. Dumbledore's heart swelled with happiness. He stepped forward to embrace his lover, feeling like he was walking on air. Only, now that he thought about it, he was walking on air. He looked down, confused, and realized that he was zooming through the night sky very fast. He felt the wind whipping through his hair as he zipped across coastlines, over vast stretches of oceans, over soaring cliffs. A moment later, he felt himself crash violently through a window, landing in a heap in a very familiar room. What on earth? Dumbledore groaned, picking himself up. To his astonishment, he was back in his old office at Hogwarts. How did I get here? Oh, thank God, came a voice from nearby, the last voice he wanted to hear at this moment. Dumbledore turned to see Harry standing there, wand outstretched towards the window, looking distressed. Harry, Dumbledore said, dismayed. Did you bring me here? Yeah, Harry beamed. Tried Accio, Dumbledore, and boom, it worked. Of course, it took 2 tries, and your brother wasn't very happy about the first one. Dumbledore turned to see Aberforth crumpled in the corner, groaning with pain, undoubtedly having suffered a similar fate moments prior. Why have you brought me here? Dumbledore asked, now suddenly feeling very annoyed at being forced to leave such an intimate moment. I thought you were done with me until the next reset. Yes, well, Harry sighed. We've got a bit of a problem. Dumbledore could hear distant thumping in the distance, and the sound of angry voices coming from somewhere nearby. It sounded as though a mob of people was attempting to break into the office from the floor below. What did you do this time? Dumbledore sighed in frustration, massaging his temple tiredly. Well, the Slytherins stopped listening to me once they realized I wouldn't actually punish them, Harry grumbled. So, I figured I would do something to scare them straight and make them respect me again. Nothing that would hurt them, mind, just give them something to think about, you know? Naturally, Dumbledore said, already dreading whatever Harry considered a light punishment. So, I thought, why not show off some of my dark powers? Harry said, as though this was an entirely normal idea. I gathered everyone in the common room and asked for a volunteer. When nobody stepped forward, I picked Malfoy at random and turned him into an Inferius. Dumbledore groaned. Why did you think that would be an appropriate scare tactic? He asked. It was only supposed to be temporary. Harry protested. Just long enough to show them what I was capable of. How was I supposed to know that undead Malfoy would go berserk and start biting everyone? How many people turned before you got the situation under control? Dumbledore asked, already afraid of the answer. Under control? Harry chuckled nervously. That's what you're here for, man. And now that Dumbledore realized what this meant, he began to smell that familiar rotten smell, the one he'd dreaded ever since the last cycle. Why is it always Inferi with this kid? Dumbledore thought bitterly to himself. So you accidentally created an army of Inferi, Dumbledore said slowly, making sure he fully understood the situation, then barricaded yourself in my office once you realized you couldn't control it any longer? That about sums it up. Yeah, Harry nodded. Though technically it's Umbridge's office now, not yours. And what do you expect me to do about it? Dumbledore demanded. I thought you decided you didn't need my help anymore. I.W. strong, Harry muttered under his breath. Come again? I said I was wrong, okay? Harry sighed dramatically. You were right all along. I mess up everything. I'm useless without your help. Is that what you want to hear? Dumbledore looked at him, surprised. He hadn't expected such a display of contrition from the young man before. "I'm impressed with your candor, Harry," he said. "But I have a new life now. I can't be bothered every time you make a mistake." "Please, Albus, please," Harry pleaded, falling to his knees. "Just bail me out this one time, and I'll never ask for your help again." Dumbledore considered the pathetic sight at his feet. Harry had admitted fault after all, and a few dozen inferi ought to be simple enough to deal with. All right, he sighed. "I'll help you this once, and then you're on your own again." "Brilliant!" Harry beamed, getting back to his feet. Dumbledore sighed and withdrew his wand, readying himself. He had spent 2 years posing as a muggle now and felt a bit rusty, but he knew what he needed to do. With a deep breath, he threw open the door and descended down the spiral staircase. Minutes later, he stood in the corridor outside his office, the smoldering bodies of several inferi at his feet. The magical exertion had tired him out, but the job was done. He caught his breath, nodding at his handiwork, and turned to meet Harry as the youngster descended down the staircase to meet him. "All done, Harry," he said in greeting. "I suggest disposing of the bodies in the lake, where they can decompose without dash." A jet of green light consumed him before he could finish his sentence. June 24th, 1995, death counter equals 7. Dumbledore jolted forward, smacking his head against his desk. They were back in his office, and it was back to looking like his office again, all his old toys littering his desk. No, he thought to himself, horrified. Surely not. Sorry about that, Harry chuckled. Didn't really feel like dealing with the fallout of that one. Now we can start over fresh. Harry, Dumbledore stammered, his throat constricting in panic. What have you done? Felix, Mon. Harry laughed. We can just take care of Tommy again real quick, and you can go back to whatever beach you were lounging on when I left you. Piece of cake. But to Harry's surprise, Dumbledore had thrown himself onto the floor, sobs choking from his throat. "Nathan," Dumbledore croaked. "My Nathan, I'm so sorry. I've lost you." Harry stood over his headmaster, looking confused. "Nathan," he asked, "did I miss something here? Just go." Dumbledore spat. "Leave me be." All right then," Harry shrugged, grabbing his handheld device and leaving Dumbledore to rock back and forth in the fetal position on the floor. What a drama queen, he thought to himself as he exited the office, wondering what had him all hysterical. Up next, Harry is dissatisfied with how anticlimactic defeating the Dark Lord felt. Perhaps inviting the whole wizarding world to spectate their duel would feel more fulfilling. Duel of the Century, July 3rd, 1995, death counter equals 7. Dumbledore sat on a park bench near the beach, watching the Miami waves lap the shore in the early morning rays. It was nearly 7:12 a.m., which meant that at any moment, Nathan would pass by on his daily jog, an activity Dumbledore used to join him for in the last cycle before they were tragically ripped apart. Dumbledore still hadn't forgiven Harry for what he did, nor had he even told anyone at Hogwarts where he went after resigning from his post as headmaster. He'd left immediately to try to reclaim what he'd lost. Nathan, of course, was startled by the sudden appearance of an old man frantically trying to convince him they were desperately in love with one another. After multiple failed conversations in which Dumbledore was pepper-sprayed, shoved to the ground, or a combination of the two, he had to accept the truth. He had lost whatever it was they had. He could not recall the location from which he had stolen hairs from the passing muggle he'd impersonated for 2 years, and he didn't feel like scouring the entire city to find him. Instead, he sat idly on this park bench, watching as right on time, Nathan ran by, shirtless and shoeless on the beach. Dumbledore watched him go, a pang in his stomach, but he did not interrupt him or make himself known. He just soaked in the few seconds he got to lay eyes upon him, to make sure he was okay and thriving, before Nathan disappeared down the beach again. Dumbledore sighed. Now here was an emotion he was all too familiar with. Bitter regret and disappointment at what could have been. He was about to stand and leave the beach when he spotted something on the horizon. A struggling creature, madly flapping its wings out over the ocean, headed to shore. Dumbledore stood as the creature approached, swooping in low and crashing into the sand at his feet, dead from exhaustion. Had this owl come all the way from Britain? Dumbledore wondered aloud, bending down to retrieve the letter tied to the poor bird's leg. His name was scrawled across the front of the envelope. He cracked it open and read the letter within, or more appropriately, the pamphlet. You're invited. Harry Potter cordially invites you to attend the duel of the century between himself and the Dark Lord Voldemort. The battle will take place at the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts at 7 p.m. on August 31st. The victor will be crowned the most powerful wizard in Great Britain. Please RSVP by no later than August 27th to secure your spot. Space is limited. Yours truly, Harry James Potter, the Chosen One. Dumbledore lowered the ridiculous pamphlet, which included a signed photograph of Harry winking at the camera. Does the boy truly believe he can fool Voldemort this way? Dumbledore chuckled to himself. Surely the Dark Lord would never fall for such a blatant scheme to reveal himself. July 4th, 1995, death counter equals 7. And my lord, stammered Lucius Malfoy, bowing his head low as he entered the drawing room. A letter has come for you. Voldemort wheeled around, narrowing his eyes at Lucius. Who would dare write me a letter when none believe me to be alive? He snarled. It's from Harry Potter, sir, said Lucius. Voldemort looked down to see the opened letter in his minion's hand. Why are you opening letters that are not addressed to you, Lucius? He demanded. Crucio, you asked me to screen your mail for you. Lucius strained in between screams of agony. All right. Uncrucio, Voldemort muttered, snatching up the letter from the ground as Lucius gasped for air. He scanned the pamphlet quickly, looking angrier and angrier as he got towards the end. The boy wishes for me to face him before a crowd, he asked in astonishment. It is clearly a trap, my lord, Lucius wheezed. You cannot be seriously considering attending. Of course I'll be attending, Lucius, Voldemort snapped. It says right here. The victor will be crowned the most powerful wizard in Great Britain. You think I'm going to let the boy earn that title by forfeit? Absolutely not. Don't you think it would be more humiliating to not show up and let people continue to believe the boy is lying? Lucius groaned, but Voldemort was not listening. He was now pacing back and forth across the room, scheming, something he did most of the time anyway, but now he had purpose behind it. Yes, this will do nicely, he muttered to himself. I'll let the boy upstage me at the graveyard in front of my stupid followers. Perhaps I need to defeat the boy on a grander scale to prove I am not weak. Then maybe I can recruit some new followers who are not incompetent. You do know that I can hear you, my lord? Lucius asked. Voldemort crucioed him again, preferring to hear his screams of pain over his usual drivel. He'd had a grand 2-year plan to steal the prophecy and assassinate Dumbledore before asserting his power, but this would do nicely as well. A proper duel with everyone watching would settle the matter once and for all, that he was the more powerful wizard. The boy was nothing more than a fluke, and soon the whole wizarding world would know. Come, Nagini, you will attend the duel alongside me. Voldemort crooned to his great snake, who was currently curling up by the fireplace. I will even allow you to roam free amongst the crowd to intimidate Potter's followers even further. Yes, that is an excellent idea. Sometimes, Voldemort surprised even himself with his dizzying intellect. August 4th, 1995, death counter equals 7. For the second time in just over a month, Dumbledore had the sensation that he was walking on air. One moment he was pacing back and forth in front of Nathan's apartment, struggling for an excuse to knock and say hello. The next he once again found himself zooming over oceans and coastlines at breakneck speeds. He braced himself to crash through another window, but this time his fall was broken by a great oak tree. He tumbled through branches of thick leaves and landed unceremoniously on the grass below, groaning in pain. Can you please stop, Accio? ING me without warning. Dumbledore panted. Sorry. Harry grinned sheepishly, not looking sorry at all. I need your help. Dumbledore righted himself and got his bearings. They were in a secluded park in Little Whinging, and Ron and Hermione stood nervously beside Harry, the former clutching a small glass jar in his shaking palms. No, Dumbledore said immediately. I told you I'm done helping you with your schemes. You can figure this one out on your own. Come on out, Harry pleaded. Ron and Hermione don't know how to cast the killing curse. You're the only one who would help without asking questions. But you haven't answered any of our questions. Hermione protested. Harry ignored her. Please, Harry begged. I've already taken care of the other Horcruxes. Now it's just this one and Nagini. Besides, I don't know anyone else who has enough hatred to properly kill me. He had a point. Dumbledore had a lot of pent-up anger at Harry, and the thought of casting a killing curse on the boy, even if it wouldn't work properly, was an enticing one. Very well, Dumbledore muttered. I will help you this once. Then you are on your own. Sweet, said Harry. The Dementors ought to be here at any moment. As if on cue, the air around them began to grow icy cold and a grim darkness settled over the park. Get in position, Harry hissed, and Dumbledore, Ron and Hermione hustled behind a nearby tree as Harry flung himself onto the ground. Two Dementors glided into view, hovering menacingly towards the boy. Dumbledore sent a Patronus after one of them, leaving the other to approach alone. It spotted Harry, coming ever closer, lowering its hood to perform the kiss. Then, unexpectedly, it stopped a meter away from Harry, as if an invisible force was keeping them apart. The Dementor stood there for a moment before it turned and glided away, out of the park, to join its fellow. Harry sat up, confused, as the other three returned to his side. I don't get it, Harry frowned. Why didn't it want my soul? Harry, Dumbledore said slowly, you didn't happen to complete any Dementor-related side quests, did you? Sure did. Harry beamed. I went hunting for them a few cycles ago to boost my defense stats. He pulled out his handheld device and flipped it to the appropriate page so he could show Dumbledore. Quest completed. Kiss denied. Defeat 100 Dementors. 100/100 complete. And did you bother to check your quest rewards? Dumbledore asked. That's a thing? Harry yelped in surprise. He flipped through the device's menus for a while before locating the correct page. His shoulders slumped when he read, Quest reward, kiss denied plus 100 resistance to Dementors. What a sick joke, Harry muttered. So now Dementors will just ignore me forever? How am I supposed to remove my soul now? It seems you'll have to find another way to remove the Horcrux in your head, Dumbledore mused. And I don't suppose you're going to help? Harry sighed. No, I don't think I will. Dumbledore grinned in spite of himself. It wasn't quite as satisfying as the killing curse, but he did take some pleasure from the look of frustration on Harry's face. Ugh, fat load of help you were, Harry muttered, pulling out his wand. Thanks for nothing. Excuse. No, wait dash, Dumbledore began to protest before he was propelled backwards into the air back towards Miami. August 31st, 1995. Death counter equals 7. Dumbledore had never seen such a crowd at the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch before. The stands had been magically expanded, and it seemed that half of Britain's wizarding population was in attendance. The Hogwarts Express had even departed a day earlier than usual so that the students of the castle could witness the proceedings. A decision Dumbledore did not think was wise. Perhaps he ought to have stuck around as headmaster to quash that idea. Much of the gathered crowd was dressed in red and gold in support of Harry. Dumbledore had to remind himself that in their eyes, Harry had just won the Triwizard Tournament 2 months prior, so they were already primed to cheer him on. A smaller contingent of mostly Slytherins was dressed in green and silver. They obviously could not openly root for Voldemort, but a handful wore Potter Stinks and Go Challenger buttons to make their allegiances known. Harry waved excitedly as Dumbledore walked up to the pitch. The goalposts had been removed, and a judge's station had been erected along the boundary of the pitch, consisting of a handful of Ministry of Magic officials and the minister himself, Cornelius Fudge. You made it, Harry exclaimed as Dumbledore approached. I have, Dumbledore said. He had considered skipping the event and declining to travel from Miami, but figured he would have been Accio, Ed here anyway, and wanted to avoid further injury. Besides, he was as curious to see what would happen as anybody, even if he knew the stakes were far lower than anyone else realized. In fact, he had half a mind to approach Draco Malfoy and ask him where he could get his hands on his own Potter Stinks badge. I hope you'll understand, but Fudge doesn't want you on the judging panel, Harry smirked. Something about unacceptable bias. A bit hypocritical, if you ask me. I suppose so, Dumbledore muttered. He could see Umbridge seated at the judge's table beside Fudge, along with multiple other witches and wizards he vaguely recognized from within Fudge's inner circle. Do you have a game plan for your battle with the Dark Lord? Sure do, Harry winked. Had to get creative to get around the Horcrux problem. But you'll see for yourself soon enough, I hope. And you truly believe Voldemort will make an appearance? Dumbledore asked. Harry rolled his eyes. Of course he will, he scoffed. You really think he would turn down the opportunity to be crowned the greatest wizard of the century? No, he probably wouldn't, Dumbledore had to begrudgingly admit to himself. But he didn't give Harry the satisfaction. Best of luck then, Harry, he said, departing for the stands. He drew surprised looks from his ex-colleagues and students as he shuffled through the rows towards an empty seat. Albus, exclaimed McGonagall. Is it wise for you to be up here? Yeah, Professor, protested Ron Weasley. Shouldn't you be closer to the pitch in case Harry needs protecting? I have every confidence in Mr. Potter's ability to defend himself, Dumbledore reassured everyone. In fact, he was more worried about the need to defend everyone else from some errant dark magic that Harry might fling around haphazardly. If that boy summons one more Inferius, I will cast the killing curse myself, Dumbledore thought bitterly to himself as he settled into his seat. A short wizard stood from his seat at the judge's table and magnified his voice to address the crowd. Welcome to the 1995 duel of the century, he announced to the roaring crowd. Dumbledore groaned internally at the ostentatious title. Our first contestant has issued a challenge to the infamous dark wizard Voldemort, whom he has already defeated once before. Please give a warm welcome to the boy who lived, Mr. Harry Potter. Again, the crowd cheered its appreciation for Harry, who waved eagerly to the crowd and even did a backflip to their great delight. Our second contestant is currently believed to be dead, the short wizard continued, but Mr. Potter assures us he will be on time for the duel. So if the wizard known as Voldemort is present, we invite him to make himself known at this time. There was a moment's silence as the crowd waited with bated breath to see if anything would happen. Then there were screams of terror as the sky went black and a dark streak circled the pitch before coming to rest at the opposite end of the pitch. Lord Voldemort stood menacingly opposite Harry, the great snake Nagini slung over his shoulder, glaring at the shocked crowd around him. I accept Harry Potter's challenge and will duel him to the death, Voldemort announced in a harsh whisper, yet the entire crowd heard his chilling words. Everyone present, even Fudge, looked horrified at the sight. Everyone except for Harry and Dumbledore. That is, Harry casually stretched his limbs to prepare for battle, as Dumbledore reached into his cloak pocket and withdrew a tin of lemon drops, offering one to Professor Flitwick on his right. First we bow, Tom, Harry grinned, lowering his head in a sweeping gesture. Voldemort snarled, but dipped his head forward ever so slightly, wand at the ready. The crowd went silent as the two enemies stared each other down, poised to strike. Nagini slithered off towards the stands, slipping unnoticed between people's feet as all focus lay on the epic confrontation about to take place. Voldemort was the first to strike. He unleashed a blast of dark energy at Harry, which wrapped around him like a menacing cloud. Harry whipped his wand around and conjured a Patronus, which chased the black smoke away from him. As it passed by Dumbledore's section, he realized with a jolt that the Patronus was no longer a stag, but a silvery snake, wriggling through the air and eventually dissipating. Meanwhile, Harry had launched his own flurry of nasty curses at Voldemort, some of which even Dumbledore did not realize, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end as the sheer power streaked by. Voldemort deflected a handful of them with a flick of his wand, and he tore a chunk out of the pitch to block the rest, to the dismay of Madame Hooch to Dumbledore's left. The night sky was alight with brilliant colors as the two wizards flung all manner of spells at one another. It was an impressive sight, though Dumbledore alone was able to recognize the majority of them. Some were truly nasty, yes, but many of the more ostentatious-looking ones were more for show. Voldemort blocked a particularly bright hue of pink light that Dumbledore knew would have only tickled the Dark Lord under the armpits for a few seconds. Though, to be fair, that would have been quite annoying in the middle of a duel. After several minutes of fierce wand play back and forth, there was a pause in the action. Harry and Voldemort ceased casting spells to stare at one another, panting heavily. "Do you yield?" Harry bellowed across the expanse. "How dare you?" Voldemort said in a scandalized tone. "Why don't you yield to me?" "Never." They cannot actually hurt one another, you see, Dumbledore explained to Flitwick as casually as though they were discussing the weather. The twin cores of their wands recognize one another and act as natural protection for each of them. How will this end, then? Flitwick wondered aloud, and many surrounding teachers and students looked equally curious about the answer themselves. Well, either they will tire themselves out, or one of them will disarm the other, Dumbledore reasoned. Normally my money would be on Harry to realize this first, but he's become quite enamored with his newfound dark powers. And indeed, as he said this, Harry was the first to break the reprieve, launching a fresh wave of nasty hexes Voldemort's way, and the battle was back on. Your magic is no match for mine, old man, Harry panted in between bouts of offense and defense. No, it is your magic that is no match, Voldemort protested, looking similarly winded. I am the most powerful dark wizard who ever lived. No, I am. No, I am. Dumbledore kicked his feet up on the railing in front of him and waved his wand to conjure a kettle and teacups. Earl Grey, anyone? He casually asked those seated around him. Just admit it, Tom, Harry yelled. None of your worst spells can even touch me. Honestly, you ought to be embarrassed, Expelliarmus, Voldemort hissed, and Harry's eyes went wide as his wand left his hand and zoomed towards his enemy. Voldemort shouted in delight, then pointed both wands at the defenseless Harry. Two vicious jets of green light shot at the boy, who crumpled to the ground dead. The crowd gasped in horror, save for the Slytherin section, who looked around wildly, as though looking for permission to cheer. Ah! Voldemort exclaimed in triumph. The boy has fallen right into my trap, and I've bested him with his own spell. You see, he thought the answer to powerful dark magic was more powerful magic, but I tricked him with the simplest spell in the book. Once again, my immense intellect knows no bounds. There, Minerva, Dumbledore said softly, conjuring a tissue for McGonagall, who was sobbing inconsolably. Dry your eyes. You won't want to miss this next part. Voldemort turned to the judges' station, pointing his wands menacingly at the terrified judges. You will now declare me the victor of this duel, he demanded. And all will bow before me, the most powerful wizard in British history, and renounce the boy who lived as a fraud who dash. Bang! The crowd again went silent as Voldemort suddenly crumpled to the ground. All eyes turned back to Harry, who had sat up from his fallen position, a smoking Glock in his hand pointed directly at Voldemort. He got to his feet, gun raised in triumph, and addressed the crowd. It is not I who was fooled, Harry declared. I have returned from the dead to defeat Voldemort. I declare myself the victor of this duel. The crowd, slow to realize what had happened, built up to a great roar of appreciation. Harry fired more gunshots into the air in celebration as the crowd rushed for the exits so they could flood the field. Dumbledore joined the mass of bodies swarming Harry, patting him on the back, smothering him with hugs and kisses for what he had done. I can't believe it, Harry, you did it, Ron said jubilantly. It's over. You've actually beaten him. Hermione openly sobbed. But where is Nagini? Dumbledore wondered aloud, wheeling around to survey the stands in search of the great snake. Right here, Professor, beamed Neville Longbottom. He was wearing the sorting hat, carrying the sword of Gryffindor in one hand and the headless body of Nagini in the other. Harry gave me the heads up earlier, and I took care of it. Shame about the Hufflepuffs, though, Ron frowned. The snake ripped through about half of their cheering section before Neville got there. First Cedric. Now this poor bloke's can't catch a break. Who cares about some stupid Hufflepuffs? Harry exclaimed. I'm the best dueler in Britain. We should be celebrating. The crowd cheered at this, except the Slytherins, who were quietly removing their buttons and slinking off of the pitch, hoping nobody would notice. Dumbledore pulled Harry aside so they could speak privately. May I ask how you managed to survive the killing curse? He asked. It didn't appear to be a sacrifice, which was the only way I thought it possible. Can you keep a secret? Harry grinned. I suppose, Dumbledore sighed, already dreading the answer. Cast a diagnostic charm on me, Harry smirked, holding his arms out to his sides. Dumbledore frowned, but he complied, withdrawing his wand and waving it over Harry's body. Dozens of runes appeared all around him, providing information about his physical health. Several near his lower back were glaring red, indicating something was amiss. Dumbledore frowned, mentally translating the runes. "Harry," he asked slowly, "where is your left kidney?" "Sold it," he shrugged. "I needed to insert something into my body, and that was the only cavity large enough to put it in." "What did you insert?" Dumbledore asked, alarmed. "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry smirked. Dumbledore stared at him blankly, not comprehending this. "Harry, the stone was destroyed in your first year," he frowned. "So we all thought," Harry said. "But then I got to thinking, would a 669-year-old archwizard really be so willing to give up eternal life? So I did some digging, and wouldn't you know it, Nicholas Flamel created a fake stone to be destroyed while he took the real one to lay low in Australia. Even let his own wife die to keep up the charade. Despicable, isn't it? Almost as despicable as stealing it and leaving him to die," Dumbledore grumbled. "But why did you have to insert it into your body? Because who wants to have to remember to drink the elixir of life every few hours?" Harry laughed. "I enchanted it, so the elixir is automatically deposited into my stomach whenever it is produced. Honestly, I don't know why Flamel didn't think of this himself. How did you manage to perform this operation on yourself?" Dumbledore said, "I don't recall you being a healer." "Honestly, man, sometimes I think you forget that we're wizards," Harry scoffed. "We can do whatever the hell we want. I know how to brew pain-relieving potions and cast the cutting curse. The rest was basically just trial and error." "Well, congratulations on your newfound immortality," Dumbledore deadpanned. "Oh, and on winning the duel of the century, of course." "About that," squeaked the short wizard who had trotted up to the two of them from the judge's table. "Mr. Potter, the judges have conferred and determined that your opponent has won the duel." "What?" Harry shrieked in anger. "How can this be? I killed him." "Technically, he killed you first," the wizard frowned. "Per the rules of wizarding duels, this means he won the match first. Your actions thereafter fell outside of the limits of the duel." "But this is unfair," Harry protested. "Not to mention, frankly absurd. Surely nobody will agree to having Lord Voldemort declared the most powerful wizard in Britain." "Yes, well, that's the other thing," the wizard muttered. "The Ministry is not entirely convinced that was even Lord Voldemort to begin with. But his body's right there," Harry shouted, pointing at his fallen enemy. But as he did so, he groaned at the sight. Voldemort's face was once again bloody and distorted, an unrecognizable mess of mangled flesh. "Damn it," Harry cursed silently to himself, looking down at the Glock still clutched in his hand. "Forgot to change out the hollow point bullets again." "Look on the bright side," Dumbledore said cheerily, suddenly in the best mood he'd been in for months. "Since you killed him with a muggle weapon, you technically can't be charged with murder by the Wizengamot." "Quite right," the short wizard agreed, with no small amount of disappointment in his tone. "Fudge is quite chagrined about that, actually. He still seems to think you're trying to usurp his authority and all. God, what was the point of any of this?" Harry groaned as the judge walked away. What a fiasco. Why can't a guy just kill a Dark Lord and get proper credit for once? "Tell me about it," Dumbledore muttered, reminiscing on his own defeat of Grindelwald 50 years prior. He hadn't bothered to invite any witnesses to their duel, so it had taken him over 20 years to convince anybody of his deed. They only believed him after he'd created a homunculus and dressed it up as Grindelwald to lock away in Nurmengard, while the real Gellert was in fact buried in an unmarked grave in London under what was now a Tesco station. "Well, this cycle's a bust," Harry groaned. "Probably for the best anyway. Still haven't figured out how to get that cup Horcrux without killing my godfather." "Listen, can I leave now?" Dumbledore sighed. He hadn't planned on sticking around this long to begin with, and already felt he'd spent enough time around Harry for one cycle's worth. "Yeah, yeah, go." Harry waved him off. "Ugh. I really thought I'd be crowned Minister of Magic by sunset." Dumbledore watched the boy stalk off, still muttering furiously to himself. As an announcer declared the mysterious John Doe the most powerful wizard in Britain shortly before ordering a couple Aurors to dump his body into the lake. Up next, Harry struggles to gain supporters in the political sphere, while Dumbledore pursues his lifelong dream of becoming a skater boy. Bohemian Rhapsody. /N. Hello again, it's been a while. Sorry for taking so long to update. I promise I haven't abandoned this FIC, though I have been busy with my new longfic, Evangeline's War, which you can find on my author profile. It will take up most of my writing time in the coming months, but I promise to find time to update this FIC now and again. Now, with that shameless self-promotion out of the way, enjoy a new chapter. September 18th, 1995, death counter equals 7. Dumbledore decided it best not to return to Miami after the duel, finding his memories of Nathan too painful to bear. Every restaurant he passed, every park bench was another stab in the heart, another reminder of what could have been. But he was enjoying the American beach life, so he decided to go one coastline further to Los Angeles to test his fortunes there. The Muggles here were just as carefree and fun-loving, if not even more so. Dumbledore enjoyed simply people-watching in Santa Monica, sightseeing in La Brea, celebrity hunting in Beverly Hills. There was even a strange park full of odd contraptions and whirligigs that made Dumbledore's stomach churn. He heard passers-by call it Disneyland. What an odd name for a place full of torture devices. But the Muggle children seemed to enjoy the pain. Americans would never cease to amaze him. He was most intrigued by the choice of transportation. He recognized a few of the vehicles. One was called a car, which he had once been struck by in London while walking to the Ministry and mistaking it for a metal tent. Another was a bicycle, which he of course knew thanks to Sirius Black's misadventures aboard his enchanted motorbike during the First Wizarding War. But this new vehicle perplexed him, just a thin strip of wood connected to a set of wheels, with no apparent means of self-propulsion. And Muggles were riding them in groups, occasionally manipulating the board to do little jumps and flips as they traversed the city's parks and sidewalks. "Hey bro," one Muggle called out to him as Dumbledore stared unabashedly from his park bench. "You want to try?" "Oh no thank you," Dumbledore said politely. He hadn't even used Polyjuice Potion to disguise himself. There was no way these young Muggles thought he would be competent on such a device. "Come on man, give it a try," the man laughed. His buddies gathered around to watch. "You look like you know a trick or two. You want to see a trick, huh?" Dumbledore thought. "Very well. I suppose I shall," he said, standing up. The Muggle handed him the device. "What do you call these contraptions?" It's a skateboard, dummy," the Muggle chuckled. "How old are you anyway?" 152, Dumbledore said honestly. For some reason, the group found this hilarious. "I like this dude," another Muggle guffawed. "Sick rags, homie. What thrift store did you find this getup in?" "Madame Malkin's in Diagon Alley," Dumbledore said. "Finest wizard's robes in the world." Again, the group laughed. "All right, Mr. Wizard, let's see what you've got," said the first Muggle. Dumbledore hesitantly balanced himself atop the skateboard, unsure what to do next. He could see no way to activate it to make it move, so he stealthily brandished his wand beneath his sleeve and pointed it at the board. "Automotus," he muttered. Without warning, the skateboard shot forward, and Dumbledore could only press hard with his feet to keep them connected to the board. He zigzagged perilously between the Muggles, barely able to control where he was going. He was headed directly towards a semicircular shape that he'd heard the Muggles call a ramp. He wondered what would happen if he drove directly into it. Next thing he knew, he was 20 feet in the air, flipping and spinning uncontrollably. "Gravitas correctus," he shouted desperately, and the board righted itself in midair. He landed cleanly back on the ramp, zooming back towards the group of Muggles now. "Finite incanitum," he bellowed, and the board stopped accelerating. Dumbledore screeched to a halt and barely avoided colliding with the group. The Muggles were going absolutely nuts. "Dude, that was sick," the first one said. "What was that, a 1080? Looked like more rotations than that," said another reverently. "What'd you call that move, man? A survival?" Dumbledore said, confused. He was shaking head to toe from the near-death experience and wasn't sure why they were so thrilled at what he had done. "Cool, a 1080 survival. You'll have to teach it to me," said the first Muggle. "I'm Craig. What's your name, dude?" "Albus," said Dumbledore, awkwardly shaking the young man's hand. "I like your moves, Albus," said Craig. "Say, we're meeting up in Venice this weekend for a skate sesh. You want to join?" "Oh yeah, okay, maybe," Dumbledore said tentatively. The Muggles all looked excited at the prospect. "See you then, Albus," said Craig, and he and the other Muggles took off on their skateboards. Dumbledore watched them go, feeling an odd sensation in his stomach. He hadn't felt that rush of adrenaline since riding a broom as a teenager. It felt good, and he bet he could learn how to control himself better on the board if he tweaked his magic just a bit. Suddenly, he was very eager for the coming weekend. October 13th, 1995, death counter equals 7. Come on, Ron, hop to it already. Harry demanded impatiently. How long can it take to make 50,000 copies of something? Blimey, mate, I only just learned the Protean charm last week. Ron complained. He was sitting amidst a stack of flyers in the Gryffindor common room, all bearing Harry's smiling face and the caption, Potter for Minister. It's bloody hard to make one perfect copy, much less 50,000. Harry rolled his eyes. He knew he should have just gone to Kinko's, but he'd foolishly assumed wizards had better ways of doing things than muggles, and once again been disappointed. Well, keep going. Then he huffed, spinning his Glock idly on his finger. Hermione, how's attendance looking for the debate? Well, it's not great, Hermione sighed. She was handwriting thousands of letters to be sent out to every registered witch or wizard in Britain, inviting them to the upcoming Potter versus Fudge debate. You've insisted on holding the debate on Halloween, which is a work day, and also traditionally a day people are busy with other festivities. Guys, the election is in less than a month. Harry said frantically, I'll never be elected Minister of Magic if we don't get the word out now. Harry, can I stop now? Neville whined. My fingers are sore, and I'm covered in poop. Neville had been tasked with putting Hermione's letters into envelopes and sending them off with the Hogwarts owls. There had been a hold-up in the process, and no fewer than 50 owls were zooming over their heads, awaiting their turn to receive a letter. I swear you people don't even want to have power. Harry grumbled. You realize if I win, I'll name you all as cabinet members? Let's see some pep in your step. He was beginning to sympathize with Voldemort now. He understood just how difficult it was to seize control when your underlings were all incompetent buffoons. You're free to help us, you know, Ginny grumbled. She was knitting t-shirts and hats together with the help of Lavender, Parvati, and Kate Bell, all looking thoroughly defeated at the process. I'm doing my part, Harry snapped. I'm crafting my platform and preparing for my battle of wits with Fudge. It's the most important task of all. But actually, he was just relaxing on the couch, trying to take his mind off of the dull burning pain in his side. The Philosopher's Stone may have made him immortal, but it was still uncomfortable as all hell, haphazardly stapled to his spleen. It made him crankier and more irritable than usual. As usual, his thoughts drifted to Dumbledore, bitterly wondering what the old coot was up to. The selfish old geezer, probably wasting away his remaining days in some retirement home. No friends, no one to remember his name. October 24th, 1995. Death counter equals 7. Albus! 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 The crowd chanted Dumbledore's name as the man effortlessly performed trick after trick on his secretly enchanted skateboard. He casually grinded rails, performed heel-eyes and kick-flips, and sailed gracefully through the air off of ramps. A sizable crowd had amassed, as word had spread far and wide of the great Albus, the wizard of the skate park. Albus, you legend, laughed Craig as the crowd engulfed Dumbledore after his flawless run. I can't believe we found you out of the blue. I can hardly believe it myself, Dumbledore beamed. He hadn't had this much fun in all his life. Hey Albus, will you sign my board? A teenage boy asked meekly. He looked like he could be a Hogwarts student. Dumbledore had never seen that look in a student's eye before. A look of reverence, of respect. The kids at Hogwarts always looked at him with disdain, like he was the uncool grandpa crimping their style. Now he was the style, the thing these kids wanted to emulate. What a breath of fresh air that was. Albus obliged the boy, signing his name with a quill and inkpot, to the delighted laughter of the gathered crowd. He had never experienced such popularity before. He'd always felt aloof and unloved in large group settings like this. It was something he was always quiet jealous of Harry for, though he would never admit it. The boy had a natural way of making people like him without even trying. But now, for the first time, Dumbledore felt loved and appreciated the same way. It felt good, damn good. If only Harry could see me now, he thought, feeling warm and fuzzy inside. October 31st, 1995, death counter equals 7. And that is why my past leadership experience and continued efforts to keep this community safe make me the ideal candidate for minister. Thank you. The crowd applauded politely as Cornelius Fudge took his seat beside Harry in the atrium. The moderator of the debate stood to address the crowd. "Thank you, Minister Fudge," he said. "Now we will hear opening remarks from our challenger, Hogwarts student Harry Potter." Again, there was a polite smattering of applause as Harry confidently got to his feet and strode to the front of the stage. "I'm Harry Potter," he said. Then he turned and retook his seat. The crowd looked at each other, confused. "Oh, Mr. Potter, perhaps you'd care to elaborate?" the moderator said nervously. "No, thank you," Harry smirked. He knew he had this election in the bag. "Okay then," the moderator chuckled nervously. "Now we'll move to the question and answer portion of the debate. Does anyone wish to ask anything of our two candidates today?" Several hands shot into the air from the audience. "Question for Mr. Potter," said Rita Skeeter. "Do you believe you are qualified for the job? At just 15 years of age and with no prior government experience?" "An excellent question," Harry said. Yes, I am." Again, an awkward silence followed. "A question for Minister Fudge," another reporter called out. "How have you managed to bring about peace to the wizarding world in the past few months?" "I'm glad you asked," Fudge beamed. "We have successfully brought crime down in the last quarter, and witches and wizards today are safer than they've ever been before." "That's my doing, not yours," Harry protested. "I killed Voldemort, remember?" "Nobody believes Voldemort was ever back in the first place," Fudge chuckled nervously. "Surely you don't expect us to indulge in this fantasy of yours forever, Harry? Can you provide proof that you know who has returned?" Another witch in the audience asked Harry. "Sure I can," said Harry. "But why should I bother telling you?" He flashed a thumbs up to Hermione backstage. He didn't need to hear her approval to know that he was killing it up here. "I'm Harry F. and $**. Ing Potter," he thought smugly. "I'll be elected minister in a landslide. Why put in effort if the outcome is already decided?" This arrogant git, Hermione was thinking angrily to herself. December 6th, 199.5. Death counter equals 7. Dumbledore strolled peacefully along the quiet shores of Venice Beach, watching the sleepy morning waves lap the sand as the sun slowly rose overhead. He wasn't due to meet the skate crew for another couple of hours, but he had taken a liking to the beach, spending most of his waking hours out here, soaking in the sun. The weather was never nice enough in Britain to enjoy the coast like this, and he understood now why the crazy Americans like to run around outdoors with little to no clothes on. As he walked, something bright and colorful caught his eye just up the shoreline. He quickened his pace towards the object, puzzled, and found the last thing he was expecting to find on a beach: a pair of blue and pink patterned knee socks, adorned with little spangles and sequins. Who would leave such a beautiful pair of socks on the beach like this? Dumbledore thought to himself. He looked around in search of a potential owner, but saw nobody for hundreds of feet around. Dumbledore wondered if anyone would even be coming back for the socks. They looked a bit weathered by a night exposed to the elements, but a quick wash and dry would have them as good as new. "Why should I let such a good pair of socks go to waste?" Dumbledore thought to himself, his eyes lighting up at the thought. He hadn't indulged himself in a nice pair like this one in a while. Figuring that he would be a far better owner than whoever negligently left them here, he bent down and grabbed them. As soon as he did so, he realized his mistake. He felt a sensation like a hook grabbing his midsection, and the next thing he knew, he was hurtling through the air in a rush of wind, his hands still glued to the socks. Moments later, he felt himself slam back to the ground, a much harsher surface than the soft sand he'd just departed. Dumbledore forced himself into a sitting position, rubbing his arm that had just been slammed into what felt like concrete. "What on earth?" he said groggily. "See? I told you he'd go for the socks," came a triumphant voice, and Dumbledore's heart dropped. Standing over him was none other than Harry Potter, flanked on either side by concerned-looking Gryffindors. "Are you all right, Professor?" asked Hermione in a worried tone, hustling over to help Dumbledore to his feet, but Harry held out an arm to stop her. "He's fine. He's not a helpless old man, Hermione," he snapped. "Show some damn respect. How's it going, Al? Did you really leave a portkey on the beach in the hopes that I would find it?" Dumbledore asked, shakily getting to his feet. "Sure did," Harry said proudly. "You said you didn't enjoy being Accio, and so I figured you would be a bit more appreciative. What if a muggle had picked it up instead?" Dumbledore asked irritably. "What, those hideous things?" Harry guffawed, indicating the discarded socks lying in the corner. I knew nobody, but you would dare touch them. Dumbledore took a moment to take in his surroundings. They appeared to be in some kind of bunker, a windowless concrete room with a long table at its center. Littering the table was various maps, schematics, and plans that the group had no doubt been deliberating over for some time. Taking a closer look at some of the diagrams, Dumbledore realized with horror that they were maps of the Ministry of Magic. Planning to build a replica of the Ministry, Harry, he deadpanned, though he knew the answer would be far more sinister. Things have gotten bad here since you left, Al, Harry said bitterly. They're just blatantly rigging everything against me now. I won the election last month in a landslide, and now they're trying to take it away from me, just like they took credit for Voldemort's downfall away from me. You have evidence that the Ministry has rigged the election? Dumbledore asked, eyebrows raised. We were actually wondering the same thing ourselves, Ron muttered nervously. Harry's been going on about it for weeks now, but we haven't actually seen the proof yet. You think they would just leave the proof lying around? Harry demanded. We have to go and take it for ourselves, Ron. We can't just let them steal it from us. But Harry, we were polling far behind all year, Hermione protested. The results looked very close to what we expected to see. Forget about the polls, Harry exclaimed. I'm the chosen one, Hermione. How could anyone have voted against me? There was a new scandal every day, mate, Neville sighed tiredly, and Dumbledore got the sense they'd had this argument with Harry many times before. Hexing people in broad daylight, trying to blackmail Crumb into an endorsement, getting caught with those Beauxbatons girls in the middle of the atrium. For God's sake. Didn't expect some clumsy bloke to trip over us under the invisibility cloak, Harry grumbled bitterly. But it doesn't matter. Once we break in and find the evidence they rigged the votes, I can name myself emergency minister and make everyone regret ever standing against us. But you said we were just taking over to reverse the anti-werewolf legislation. Neville protested. And we will do that, Harry reassured him with a wink. Among other policies. None of them dark policies, right? Neville asked tentatively. Of course not, Harry said. Again he winked. Will you stop bloody winking? Neville groaned. Look me in the eye and tell me honestly that you're not taking over the Ministry for nefarious purposes. Harry sighed dramatically and turned to Neville. I, Harry James Potterblack, he recited dully, promise that I have no ill intent behind my decision to name myself Minister of Magic. Neville stared at Harry. Harry stared right back. They continued staring at one another. Then, unable to help himself, Harry winked. Damn it, Harry, Neville groaned, moving towards the door. I'm out. I want no part in this. Phoenix, we didn't need you anyway. Harry shouted at the retreating Neville, though privately he was thinking about how badly he needed him. Never mind. Let's go over battle plans. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat. And why exactly have you summoned me here? Surely you don't expect me to partake in these shenanigans? Well, yeah, Harry shrugged. I figured you must be getting bored sitting around waiting to die, so I thought I'd offer you a bit of excitement. How often do you get to break into the Ministry of Magic and take over the government? Oh, I've considered it plenty of times, Dumbledore thought bitterly to himself. Watching morons like Cornelius Fudge bumble their way through the office of minister often made him daydream about storming into the atrium single-handedly and wresting power for himself. And he might have been able to get away with it, too. It wouldn't be as satisfying to see Harry take the throne, but the kid did have a point. It was a long-time fantasy of Dumbledore's that he could knock off his bucket list. He may not have a magical device full of quests like Harry did, but there were definitely things he wished to accomplish in his younger years that he could now pursue freely. Very well, Dumbledore sighed, stepping forward to the table with the others. What was your planned point of entry for assault? Dumbledore had often spent hours in his office dreaming about how he would make the assault himself. He had helped design the defenses of the Ministry and knew how robust they were, and knew it would be no easy matter. I figured we would all just cram in the telephone box and walk in, Harry shrugged. That telephone box is rigged with every kind of anti-tampering defensive enchantment you can imagine, Dumbledore pointed out. There's no way you could break in that way. You don't have to break in, stupid, Harry laughed. You just tell it politely why you're there, and it'll let you right in. That's how we got into the Department of Mysteries in my first cycle. Genius. Dumbledore mused silently to himself. Could the entire Ministry defensive scheme be brought down by simply asking politely? He'd never stopped to wonder. Maybe this would be an easier feat than he once thought. December 13th, 1995, death counter equals 7. To Harry's credit, the telephone booth plan worked without a hitch. Granted, it was a bit cramped as he, Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny shoved themselves into the box. It was all the attack force they could muster, as everyone else had chickened out or pretended that they'd never helped Harry's campaign in the first place. "Okay, we're in," Dumbledore said as they stepped into the atrium. The Ministry was bustling with people on this workday. "What's your plan to sneak into the Wisingamot chambers?" Harry strode confidently up to the security station. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter," he announced. "I'm here to see the Wisingamot." "Do you have an appointment?" the security wizard asked. "Yes," Harry lied. He and the security wizard stared each other down for a moment. Harry's eye was twitching madly as he did his best not to wink. "Okay," the wizard shrugged. "On you go then." Brilliant, Dumbledore thought as they continued deeper into the Ministry. Who would have thought that lying would be such an effective infiltration tool? The five of them got onto a lift and took it down to the bottom floor where the courtrooms were. They were quickly approaching a set of double doors, which Dumbledore knew was laden with every anti-assault enchantment known to the wizarding world. There's no way Harry will be able to break through these. Not in a million years, he thought to himself. I designed the traps myself. They are foolproof. Harry walked up to the doors and knocked 3 times. "Pizza delivery," he announced loudly. A set of footsteps could be heard excitedly crossing the room before the door was opened by an eager-looking wizard in purple robes. "I didn't know someone ordered pizza," he said. The next moment, he was blasted aside by a stunning spell, and Harry strode into the center of the room. The Wisingamot was in session, and they fell silent at the appearance of the odd group. "I'm Harry Potter, and I'm here to claim the Minister of Magic post that is rightfully mine," Harry announced loudly. "You lost the election fair and square, Potter," Fudge sneered. "Stop fooling yourself." "Prove it," Harry spat. "I don't have to prove it," Fudge said. "You're the one claiming it's been rigged. You provide proof. This document proves corruption in the wizard courts," Harry announced triumphantly. He brandished a sheet of paper over his head, causing the room to devolve into murmurs of surprise. "It shows how the Wisingamot conspired to deny my rightful election victory." "May we see this document?" requested Amelia Bones, looking highly interested now. "Ah, so you can destroy the evidence?" Harry laughed. "I think not. Overturn the results, and then I will show you." Dumbledore snatched the document from Harry's hand and scanned it. "This is just a half-finished potions essay for Snape's class," he muttered, confused. "Wow, you make a lot of spelling mistakes, Dash. Dude, you're supposed to be on my side here," Harry hissed angrily. "Enough of these games," Fudge announced. "Guards, seize these intruders." A group of security wizards converged on them. Harry whipped out his wand and began firing spells at the approaching wizards. Dumbledore was forced to conjure a shield charm to protect himself from the sudden surge of powerful magic being slung about. Moments later, Harry stood, wand smoking, over the unconscious bodies of the security team. "You cannot take all of us at once, Potter," Fudge roared, standing and brandishing his own wand. Most of the Wisingamot followed suit. "My team, and I will make short work of you fools," Harry snarled. "What team?" Harry looked around. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny had also fallen unconscious from errant spells Harry had cast in his excitement. "Whatever. Albus and I can handle this, right?" Harry said, looking to Dumbledore for support. Dumbledore sighed and pointed his own wand up at the group. "All right, I propose a compromise," Dumbledore announced, not really feeling up to fighting 200 competent witches and wizards at once. "We hold a vote to name Harry Minister for the day. He only wants it for the achievement anyway. Then Fudge can continue serving as permanent minister after that." Fudge's eyebrows furrowed at this suggestion. "You really only want the title for bragging rights?" he asked Harry. "I mean, basically," Harry shrugged. "All this bureaucracy nonsense seems kind of boring if I'm being honest. And you promised not to pass any dangerous laws during your one day in power?" Fudge asked. "Yes," Harry said. Only Dumbledore was close enough to notice his subtle wink. "Works for me," Fudge shrugged. "All in favor?" Roughly half the Wisingamot raised their hands. It looked to be not enough for a majority, until Dumbledore's wand started to crackle menacingly, and a few more hands shot up to seal the victory. "Very well," Fudge said, banging his gavel on the table. "Harry Potter is hereby named Minister of Magic for one day." Harry's pocket had dinged, and he pulled out his quest device. He gave Dumbledore a thumbs up. Mission success. "Thank goodness." Dumbledore sighed in relief. If he could get out of here in the next few minutes, he might just make it in time for the skate competition in Century City he'd committed to attending. "Brilliant," said Minister Harry, clapping his hands together. "My first order of business is to name myself permanent minister, effective immediately." The Wisengamot exploded with uproar. "You can't do that," Fudge said. I'm Minister of Magic. I'm pretty sure I can." Harry rolled his eyes. "Anybody object?" Hundreds of hands shot into the air. Nearly the entire Wisengamot disapproved of his actions. "Very well," Harry shrugged. "My second order of business. Anyone who disagrees with my first order of business will immediately be sentenced to a lifetime in Azkaban." The Wisengamot nervously looked at one another. Is he allowed to do that? They clearly wondered. But one by one they all put their hands down, not wanting to risk their political careers over a technicality. "Very good." Harry grinned. "Now, since I have you all here, I have a quick question. What does it take to be named a Dark Lord these days? That's another item on my bucket list I'm looking to cross off." Well, it would have to be put to a vote," said Amelia Bones, confused. "But you don't meet the criteria." "Why not?" "Well, in order to be named a Dark Lord, you have to defeat a wizard of equal standing to yourself," Bones explained. "But I killed Voldemort." "So says you," Fudge sighed. Harry contemplated this. "So you're saying if I kill a wizard who is more respected than I am, I could be named a Dark Lord?" he asked innocently. "In so many words, yes," said Fudge. "Cool, got it," said Harry. "Sorry, Al, but duty calls." "Pardon," said Dumbledore, still mentally making his plans to return to Los Angeles. But before he could say another word, he saw a flash of green light and knew no more. June 24th, 1995, death counter equals 8. Dumbledore nearly fell out of his seat when he came to in his office. The killing curse had caught him so off guard, his mind so many thousands of miles away, that it took him a moment to realize what had actually happened. When he did so, he stood and glared at the boy seated in the chair opposite him. "Harry," he bellowed. "What was that for?" "Sorry," asked Harry in a placid voice. "You killed me." Dumbledore glared. "What?" Harry hummed, casually scratching his face. Yes, I suppose I did. That felt like many lifetimes ago. The unfortunate actions of a much younger, stupider man." Dumbledore frowned. "How long exactly did you live on after I died?" he asked. 671 years, Harry smiled wistfully. "I had to one-up Flamel, you see. I ruled Britain peacefully for centuries and changed the stigma against Dark Lords. I saw the world. I fathered many children. And I found my inner peace." "Congratulations," Dumbledore grumbled. "And yet you didn't see fit to end the time loop and die peacefully like a normal person?" "Come now, Albus. There's nothing normal about you or me," Harry smiled. "There is much more to be accomplished in this life. I won't feel satisfied until I have exhausted all possibilities." "That's wonderful, Harry," Dumbledore sighed, standing to go. "If you'll excuse me, I'd like to enjoy my summer in peace." "Wait," Harry said, bounding to his feet. "I'd like to say that I'm sorry, Albus. All this time to reflect has made me realize how hard I have made things for you over the past few cycles. I was selfish and greedy, and that wasn't fair to you. I hope you can forgive me." Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up. Was Harry being genuine? Could 6.5 centuries worth of introspection have really given him the maturity and self-awareness he always lacked? "I appreciate you saying that, Harry," he said, extending his hand. Harry shook it, then a moment later withdrew his hand and stared at it. He looked from his hands to his arms and legs and the rest of his body, as though fully taking it in for the first time. "Merlin's beard. I'm young again." Harry yelped. "It's been so long I'd forgotten what it feels like." With a childlike giggle of glee, Harry sprinted for the door, knocking Dumbledore flat onto his back in the process. "Sorry, Al. Got too much to do." "Some things never change." Dumbledore sighed internally as he stared up at the ceiling of his office. Up next, Tom/Harry/fic? Tom/Harry/fic. Pleasure and pain. July 6th, 1995. Death counter equals 8. So I realized something the other day, Harry said, barging into the headmaster's office and taking a seat without being asked. Dumbledore, who had been reading a 1,000-year-old tome on blood rituals, startled and looked up at the intrusion, but merely sighed tiredly when he saw Harry. "What's that, Harry?" he asked, already dreading whatever the boy had dreamed up this time. "Well, I found a hidden achievement the other day," Harry said, pulling out his handheld device. "I didn't even realize I was getting close to completing it." He held out the device for Dumbledore to read. Head of household. Become a lord for each of the pure-blood family lines. 27/28's complete. "So I started researching the sacred 28, said Harry. "Turns out a lot of them are interconnected, so I was able to knock out a bunch at once without even trying. I was already a lord for Potter and Black, of course. Marrying Draco knocked out Malfoy. Naturally, Ginny took care of Weasley and Pruitt." Harry continued to rattle off names of the major pure-blood families he'd unintentionally married into in his past lives. "You've certainly been busy," Dumbledore mused in a dry tone. "So what's the problem?" "There's only one family left on the list," Harry explained with a heavy sigh. "It's a nearly extinct line, one with only a single ancestor left. Alive." "Oh," Dumbledore murmured absent-mindedly. Then, slowly, realization dawned on him, and a feeling of dread crept up his spine. "Oh no!" "So yeah, this one might be tricky," Harry said with a mischievous grin. "Want to help me marry into the Gaunt family?" July 18th, 1995. Death counter equals 8. "My lord," came a stammering voice from the doorway. Voldemort groaned internally. He had grown tired of his nearly useless and idiotic followers, and every time one of them bothered him for some insipid reason, he wanted to claw his own eyeballs out of their sockets. But he forced himself to maintain a cool demeanor and keep his anger at bay, at least until he had a good excuse to unleash it on somebody. "What is it, Lucius?" Voldemort asked calmly. "My lord, you asked me to inform you if any intruders attempted to breach the grounds," Lucius Malfoy muttered, his head bent low to the ground in fear. "An intruder?" Voldemort frowned. "Is it a problem you can't handle?" "Not a problem at all, sir," said Lucius. "But the thing is, it's Harry Potter, my lord." That certainly got Voldemort's attention. His head whipped around, and Lucius looked up into his master's eyes, startled. "The Potter boy is here?" Voldemort demanded, eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Has he brought followers with him?" "And no, sir," said Lucius. "In fact, he appears unarmed. He just knocked on the front door and asked to see you." "What kind of game is this?" Voldemort thought to himself. He closed his eyes and forced his mind inward, focusing on the inexplicable link he shared with the boy. He was granted a sudden vision of the boy, sitting calmly on a bench in the entryway, seemingly unconcerned with the dozen Death Eaters circling him with their wands aimed at his heart. Voldemort immediately stood and swept from the room as Lucius scurried into a corner to avoid him. The Dark Lord drew his wand and descended the marble staircase into the entryway, where he indeed saw Harry Potter sat waiting for him, a faint grin on his face. "Evening, Tom," said Harry with a mock salute. "Put your wands away, you fools," Voldemort snapped at his followers, who obeyed at once. "I must be the one to kill the boy." "We wasn't going to kill him, boss," said Goyle thickly. "Just keeping him here for ya." This was indeed wise of his followers to do, but Voldemort slashed his wand and hit Goyle with a Cruciatus curse anyway. After a few seconds of the man writhing on the ground and screaming, Voldemort broke off the spell and turned back to Harry. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said softly, still suspicious of some kind of trap. "How pleasant of you to join us." "The pleasure is mine," Harry said with a polite smile. "How are you, sir?" Voldemort chose to ignore the question, still not sure what game Harry was playing at. "You do realize that you will not be leaving this house alive, Harry," said Voldemort, still speaking softly and slowly, as though Harry was still an infant. "I'm going to kill you now." "Okay," Harry shrugged. "But first maybe we could have a chat in private, so I can tell you some things." "I'm not falling for that trap, boy," Voldemort sneered, pointing his wand at Harry. "Thomas, say goodbye." "Guess you'll never know where your 7th Horcrux is then," Harry shrugged with a dramatic sigh. A stab of terror gripped Voldemort for a moment, but he recovered quickly, not wanting to demonstrate to his followers that what Harry had just said shook him to his core. "Perhaps I shall grant you a private audience after all," Voldemort said. "But just know that when I kill you, it will be out here where all my followers can see how pitiful and powerless you really are." "Okie dokie," Harry said brightly, and he stood to stride into the drawing room across the hall. The Death Eaters flinched, torn between letting Harry leave the room and their master's orders to put away their wands. Voldemort groaned internally once more. "Stay put," he hissed to his followers. "Watch the grounds for more intruders." And he swept into the drawing room behind Harry, closing the door behind them and putting up privacy wards for extra measure. "How do you know of the Horcruxes?" Voldemort demanded at once, eyes flaring with anger. "It is impossible that you could have learned of their existence, much less know where they are dash. The ring was at your grandpa's house in Little Hangleton," Harry sighed in a bored tone, rattling off locations. "The locket was in a warded cave on the coast. The cup was in Gringotts. The diary was here with Lucius. The diadem was at Hogwarts. And Nagini is probably slithering around the ground somewhere." Voldemort was shocked beyond belief at this knowledge, but he suppressed the urge to strike the boy down in anger. "And you have destroyed them all?" he demanded. "Yep, me and Dumbledore just finished off the last one yesterday," said Harry. "Impossible," Voldemort dismissed. "Nagini is still alive. She is sleeping in the attic." "Ah, except we slipped some basilisk venom into the water dish you left out for her in the garden," Harry grinned. "If she isn't dead already, she will be within hours." Terrified, Voldemort once again closed his eyes and tried to force his mind's eye into his snake familiar. But all he saw was blackness. His connection to Nagini had been mysteriously severed. Was she truly dead? Voldemort quaked with fear, now certain that this was some kind of trap. "It matters not," he said finally, wand still trained on Harry's heart. "You may have destroyed my Horcruxes, but my body remains, and I remain the most powerful dark wizard who ever lived." "Oh, I agree you are," said Harry. "But I didn't destroy all your Horcruxes. Like I said, there's one left." "One left?" Voldemort demanded. "Where?" "Me," Harry grinned, pointing to the lightning scar on his forehead. Voldemort took a moment to process this. It made perfect sense. It explained the odd connection between himself and the boy, the ability to see into his mind so easily. But why would the boy tell him this? Surely he knew he could never leave Voldemort's sight, nor could he be killed. He had willingly walked into Malfoy Manor intent on becoming the Dark Lord's slave. But why? "You are a fool, Harry Potter," Voldemort sneered. "You think you've outsmarted me because I cannot kill you now. But that doesn't mean I cannot make your life a living hell for the rest of your days." Crucio. Harry fell to the ground in a twisted heap, screaming under the torture being inflicted upon him by Voldemort. But something was wrong. These were not screams of pain or fear. Harry was almost laughing, a sick smile splayed across his contorted face. Confused, Voldemort broke off the curse, allowing Harry to draw breath.